Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle, with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
First, I want to thanks to everyone at home for supporting me, and I love you guys and can't wait to see you guys soon.
Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle, with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
Righto everybody, good morning and thanks for checking in here at the Nias Pro. You can see waves are pouring through, there's a red rash vest paddling out. I haven't had a real good look at the lineup, it's only just getting light here for day 6. So why don't we throw down to Billy Hangen, who's got a little bit more info on conditions and the format. Go for it, Bill.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. I'm here with Japanese megastar Tenchi Iwami. You have been out surfing already this morning. Can you tell everybody at home the conditions and how the waves were?
Waves are a little slow and sea waves are pumping on fire, yeah.
we saw a couple of surfboards get broken already. So maybe a change in direction and a little bit more power in the waves, although they are the same size.
Yeah. I think so, and I broke my board too.
Well, Tenchi Iwami's down to one board. We won't see him in action today because he has a job to do in the Pro Juniors. But what we are going to do today on day number 6, believe it or not, we're going to run the quarters of the women. Then we have both the semis for the men and the women. They will be 30-minute heats. Then we're going to kick on straight into the finals for the QS 5000 men and women. They're going to be 35-minute heats. So we're going to wrap it up today, why this swell is still here. And the Pro Junior, they're on standby. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a great day of action. Also, what's going to be a great thing is this highlight package about to come at you right now. Take it easy.
Good morning, everybody. Salamat pagi. Welcome to day 5 here at Lagundri Bay. Now, yesterday went pretty crazy, and I've got Josh Kerr got a piece of it. Josh, can you explain what happened yesterday?
Wow, yeah, I mean, from what it turned into yesterday, we got it was kind of like the swell didn't really arrive in the morning, then we kind of had an earlier morning kind of onshore come up a bit earlier than what it has other days, and then all of a sudden, swell came, wind swung offshore, 10-point rides everywhere. It was a crazy day of watching. I mean, best waves I've seen in a comp in quite a while.
That was my first backhand barrel ever. Bagus!
That was crazy.
All right, we are back to live action, and that highlights package was just so good. So thanks to the ASC media team for stringing together a couple of minutes of absolute ripper footage that all went down yesterday. There was a couple of 10s and just a whole lot of goodness to round out day 5. So now day 6, we're calling it finals day. I'm Mark Clift and this is Giada Lagati. Good morning and welcome to finals day, G.
Good morning. Yep, I'm super excited. The waves are still firing out there. Not as big as the past 2 days, but still in perfect conditions, especially for finals day.
Well, as Billy was saying, we've already seen a couple of broken boards out there this morning, so the swell has hung around. Someone was suggesting maybe it's coming in at a different direction or something because it seems to be heavier, is what I've heard from one or two of the surfers out of the water. So let's see how it pans out. But this very first matchup, who have we got there, G?
So in the blue, we're seeing Sumomo Sato, and in red, we're seeing last year's winner, Philippa Anderson. Already a quick start for Sumomo Sato, 277, and it's looking like Philippa taking a look at this one, but wasn't really convinced with what was on offer.
Yep, 30-minute matchup, so we're already 5 minutes into finals day. The defending champ, Philippa Anderson. Let's see how she got here. All right, Philippa won the first heat of the women's yesterday in the round of 16 to book herself a spot into this quarter. Simomo got a second to Willow Hardy in heat 2 yesterday and booked herself a spot in this. Coming up next is Willow Hardy and Ella McCaffrey. These matchups are looking pretty rock solid. What about quarter 3 and 4, G?
Yep, that's right. So in quarter 3, we'll have both Piper Harrison and Sierra Kerr. It's going to be a pretty good matchup. Hopefully we see some more barrels there too. And in quarter 4, Coral Durant and Oceana Rogers.
All right, well, we did see a couple of 10s go down yesterday. Willow Hardy got one. Sierra Kerr got one. Piper got a high 9. I think it was a 9.5 or maybe a 9.7 by memory. Either way, the tubes have been coming thick and fast. There's been some absolute shredding. What are your predictions for today, G?
I think we might not see so many barrels, but I'm definitely betting on the fact that we're going to be seeing big scores on turns today.
I think the judges will still want to see a winner get piped out here today. I reckon they'll reserve the big scores for that, and should somebody get a drainer, and Piper's been finding them, seems to be finding them every heat. Willow found a ripper yesterday. There's a fair bit to unroll today out here, so I really think the judges will stick to their theory of we're at Lagundri Bay. It's a famous tube. You can do turns any day of the week, but if you get barreled, I think that'll hold you in good stead today.
So this is Sumomo Sato on her second ride. A 277 is what she already has in her name. Good first turn. Straight up to the second one. So nicely done by Sumomo Sato. Very smooth style. I really like how she links together her turns. Yesterday she did some really nice surfing as well, so excited to see what she does today.
All right, so she's opened with a 277, and that happened while we were carrying on this morning, so I missed that. So let's see what the judges throw at this. They're trying to set an early scale here on finals day, so I'm sure they'll be kind of reserved. They want to see those sort of rides when everybody jumps up and yells and screams. There was a lot of that yesterday, G. And when that sort of goes on, oh boy, you know you're in for a whopping number. So I think the judges are just going to hold the numbers kind of lowish at first and wait for a barrel. Here goes Philippa Anderson.
Yep, so here goes last year's winner. Nice first opening turn here. She's going to try to look for the barrel, as you said, but not too much on offer there. She's going to pull out. It's still pretty high tide out there, so I'm not sure if it's going to be helping with the conditions. Maybe throughout the lower tide we might see a bit more.
I think so. I mean, when I rolled up, we've only sort of had light on the scene for just over 30 minutes, but when I rocked up, I did see some pretty strong sets, and we've got a paddle battle starting now for priority. Did see some pretty strong sets during the free surf, so I think the height is still there to allow good draining barrels. Maybe might be a little bit less consistent than the last couple of days, which were firing. But I think Lagundri's still got some leftovers from that swell that rolled through. So some scores are starting to come in. What do we got, G?
So the last of Sumomo Sato came in at 383. Philippa just a 133. But still early days, 21 minutes left. Plenty of time.
And of course, we are already down to the semi-finals of the men's. Philippa's number just dropped in as a low 1. So Josh Kerr and Kaius King will do battle in the first men's semi. Semi 2 will be Winter Vincent and the sole remaining Japanese surfer Ryaru Ito, who has been blowing everyone away with his tube riding prowess on his backhand. He's the sole remaining goofy footer in that side of the draw. So some big matchups this morning for those that are tuning in pretty early. It's just 6:40 now in Sumatran time. We got 2 hours of women's heats, so at precisely 8:30 on this time we will ramp into the men's semis, non-stop finals action from there. Did you bother with a late surf yesterday, Giada?
No.
Gets a bit hectic, doesn't it?
It gets too hectic. There's around 60, 70 people out there just at that one peak, and It's just impossible to catch a decent wave.
Whoa, look at that thing. There's a barrel, ladies and gentlemen. We're definitely going to see some tubes go down here this morning. Let's just hope somebody can park themselves in the right spot. We'd really like to see how generous the judges are going to be with barrels today. Look at that thing in the background. Oh my God. So it looks like they're still available. Somebody needs to just pinpoint the exact takeoff spot to roll into these things. Look at this set. Oh, Giada, there's some great waves still there.
Yep, there are some great waves there. Unfortunately, the girls just slightly out of position, just still paddling back out. But I'm sure we're going to have the opportunity to see them catch it.
Let's hope so. It's been what the main theory has been the last 5 days. Get barreled, do it well, do it as long as deep as possible on the biggest, gnarliest wave you can find seems to be what really catches the judges' attention. Few people getting around. You've had a little wander along the track this morning, Giada. Many people down here early?
Yeah, there's a few walking around here and there, but honestly, I just got here, spent some time with some friends. This is Philippa Anderson, first barrel of the day, makes it out. Wraps it around here, so that's going to be a pretty decent score for Philippa Anderson.
Yeah, so now the judges have something to think about and go, all right, so what message do we send? I'm really keen to have a look at the replay from front on. That drone footage can sometimes not give you an accurate indication of how long they were in the barrel or how deep. Judges always look to see, can they see the nose of the surfboard? Let's have a look. Yes. All right, so not a deep barrel, but a barrel on a pretty good sized wave for Philippa. The defending champ got a 10-point ride last year, remember, G, on finals day.
Yeah.
Her partner in crime, Paige Harrop, who has parked herself in the finals the last couple of years, got put on the sidelines yesterday. Can we see what heat that was out of? Let me have a little look. So, yeah, Paige copped the 4th yesterday in heat 3 of the round of 16. So Philippa Anderson will probably be, well, they're good friends. They travel together, don't they?
Yep, they travel together most of the time. So, and I think they have for many years. So, good sparring partner as well. I feel like they both push each other in the surf.
Yep. So Philippa may be relieved to know that her main adversary from last year is out. She might be then a little bummed that her friend is not in the draw. I'm not sure what her take on that is, or probably just blinkers on her own performance on finals day. The number is in for that tube, Giada.
Yeah, the 5-6-7 for Philippa Anderson's last wave. Really good one here is Subomo Sato. Taking a look at this pretty decent size set. So really good first opening turn. The wave not offering too much here on the inside, so she decides to pull off. But yeah, for now, Philippa Anderson's 5-6-7 best wave of the heat.
I think if you're going to go to turns as well, we saw this a bit yesterday, Giada, you've really got to find a wave that allows you to do 2 really strong top turns. The judges all day long see a lot of 1 good hit followed by 1 cutback, and that gets a little ho-hum. They get a bit bored with that, I feel. So they really want to, if you're going to go to turns, 2 big blasts, then maybe an out wide cutty is kind of how you're going to get a respectable number. Or look at these things coming through, Giada. Surely everyone in finals day just wants to get piped because, are you kidding me? Look at this.
Yeah, that was a really good wave there. Unfortunately, no one on it. If Philippa gets out there on time, it looks like there might be a few more coming through.
Well, welcome to finals day, ladies and gentlemen. Check out the scene of Lagundri Bay here today. Out the back is just unfolding, looking like an absolute A-grade track out there on the indicator. A big spit comes through. It is connecting onto the inside. Philippa has a look, sees Sumomo's way down the line, so she decides to let a pretty good wave go by. I'd really like to see them positioned a little bit deeper. I want to see someone get drained straight off the takeoff. That's what we're all here for, but there's plenty of lines in the background, Giada. It's absolutely game on here at Lagundri Bay.
Yep, so beautiful day here. Nias Pro QS 5000. Next up, we're going to see Ella McCaffrey and Willow Hardy Goofy versus regular is going to be a pretty good matchup. Willow yesterday getting a 10.
Yep, great looking scenes down here. There is the foreshore in the background, Lagundri Bay, Sorake Beach. Right there, we are in southern Nias, so Nias Sulatan. This bay faces directly south. The numbers are starting to come in now for Sumomos, so the judges don't want to get too carried away with that one hit, one comeback sort of combo. A 3-8 drops in. Sorry, a 3-8 drops in as her second number. So they're sending that clear message. We want to see them get barreled, so do I. The options are there. This is Lagundri Bay after all. You can do turns any break, any around the world all day long. You get the option to surf Lagundri with one other person. Surely you've got to take that option. Step up. Really, this wave, when it's like this, G, is all about where you take off.
And it's looking like pretty good wave here. Philippa Anderson's gonna decide to go on this one. Will she be able to pull in on time? And she does. Oh, I'd love to see that from the beach angle, see how deep she really was on that one. Wraps it back around here. She's gonna be backing up that 5, 6, 7 pretty nicely. The judges showing that that's exactly what they want to see.
So it adds a couple of moves this time to the tube ride. So the tube in the first cutback looked very similar to her first ride, just threw a second little move out wide. I think the judges are still going to say big numbers for that person, like we saw Sierra Kerr do yesterday, took off and went straight into the pit. Going to the bottom here and then tucking up is still good. There we go. That wasn't a bad barrel.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Not super deep, but it was really nice. So judges having a bit of a think of that one. They're going to be comparing it with her previous one.
And they want to leave some room in the scale for somebody that does take off deep. Straight into the pit. We saw Sierra Kerr do it yesterday. She's coming up in quarter 3, I think it is. So I'm feeling like another mid-range sort of number might drop through here for Philippa. Might be a little bit better than her last. But I think they want to save the bigger numbers for the Sierra Kerr type approach. You remember the wave I'm talking about yesterday? She got a 10. Can you remember that one?
Yeah, that was incredibly well done by Sierra Kerr. So I agree with you. I think this one might be a little bit better just because of the fact it was a bigger wave, I think.
Bigger wave, a couple of moves that time. Not that the moves are adding much to the scoreline, but the judges have to consider that. So it was a very worthy option there for Philippa. So I think once she hears this next score, she will probably read into it and go, all right, the judges are telling me and I'm in the lead, and she'll have a substantial lead. But she probably has to just get a bit more gnarly on her positioning, I think, and try and drop straight into the pit.
Yeah, maybe she could have positioned herself a little bit deeper on that one and had a bit more barrel time. But I think it's going to be a pretty decent score.
Yeah, they're taking their time, so they're probably looking at that 5, 6, 7 a couple of times and trying to decipher better or worse, by how much. Let's make sure we get it right. It's a smidge better, look at that. So it's right there. It's a little bit of icing on the cake with 2 moves, but they're still allowing themselves more than 4 points in the scale for somebody that is prepared to take the big risk by taking off deep. So I kind of agree with where the judges are, you know, the message they're sending here. It's finals day after all. There's 5,000 points on the line here today, Giada. $10,000 up for grabs. It's a big payday. There's big points. You win this thing, you're kind of looking really good for potentially stepping onto the Challenger Series.
That's right. So starting off the year pretty well. We had incredible waves in Krui, now back-to-back Nias. It's been crazy few days of waves. Many mentions of it being probably the best QS ever run.
A lot of crew are saying that, and you know, when we had such a good day the other day, everyone that's online probably saw it. Yeah, I you know, I don't know how many events I've ever worked on, but it'd be a few hundred, and for sure it blew me away to the extent of sort of going, well, I think I may have seen something as good. I can't remember. So I just said, look, I reckon it was the best day of surfing I'd ever seen, because I'd never been involved directly in a 20-point heat. I don't think I've ever seen people in 4-man heat getting 18.1 and still losing, coming in third. So the numbers in that particular heat were just, it was just another famous heat, but Xavier Huxtable really, really laid it down. A 20-point heat will be, that was history, let's face it.
Yeah, that was the first time I ever witnessed the perfect heat. Never saw someone need a 20.01 to pass a heat.
I know, 20.01, that was quite funny, wasn't it? Not good reading for the person that was in second, but I can't remember who it was, but whoever got second, at least they got another bite at the cherry. Huxtable, though, was just beaming down there in the competitors area, the athlete zone, after that matchup. So we've seen some 10s yesterday. We saw Willow Hardy, she's in our very next heat. We saw Sierra Kerr. So Philippa, a couple of mid-range 5s. I'd really like to see her now go, okay, let's stomp this thing. Let's shut the gate on Simomo. Simomo needs a 7.57. She's got to get tubed. She's got to be reading between the lines here and going 3s. Ain't going to cut it. One top turn and a cut back. Nah. Get barreled, Simomo.
Yep, that's exactly right. She's on her front hand. I think it makes it slightly easier as well. So if she wants to be placing herself in the semi-final, she's going to have to start.
She's got to step it up here, Simomo. Let's be blunt. This is Lagundri Bay. We've seen what's happening out here. There's a lot of waves twisting off. It's perfect conditions again. Indo glass out there as I look out the viewing platform from Sonali's Surf Villas. 8 minutes now. Both these ladies need to go a bit harder and take a risk, I think. Philippa will realise she's kind of got, well and truly got the upper hand. Look at these waves rolling through off the picture there. Still plenty of opportunity. Only 2 surfers out there, gee. This is an absolute dream for anybody that's in finals day.
Yep. It's, any other contest would die to have waves just like this, And
the scraps, the ones they're not catching, would be prime waves in any other event.
Yep. Just showing the quality of waves that we have here in Indonesia. I think it's like nowhere else in the world.
The Indo region. There is a little bit of chat getting around about potentially an event at G-Land sometime this year. It's only chat. It's not official. But this Asian region is so good, and there's so many options in Indo of world-class A-grade waves that there's definitely room for more than just the Krui Nias experiment, I believe.
And, look at the success both these events bring every year. Even though last year we got even a little bit skunked, I would say, here in Nias, it was still epic. Like, the waves were really good. We had some days of barrels still, so...
Finals day was pretty sick. Rio Wider will agree.
Yeah.
Rio was tuning in yesterday and messaging him up on Anwar and said he was loving it. I'm sure he's got some great memories of finals day last year. And while we're talking about the men's side of the draw, let's remember a sneaky little Japanese surfer by the name of Ryaru Ito almost beat Rio Wider in a quarterfinal last year.
Yeah.
Ryaru has just been getting through last-minute heroics. His tube riding, everybody's talking about it. He's in semi-final number 2 and he's in the final 4. So he's at least done one step better than last year. Can he get up and ambush the 3 Aussies that are in those semis? Time will tell. Good morning, Oni. Anwar's just stepped in with his famous Snoop Doggy Dog t-shirt, getting around the park at his finals day for the men. So he's brought his A-grade TO. Look at him. Oni's going to come into heat 4, I think, and have a chat. So there's the beachfront G. That is the Hasham family surf camp right front and centre right there. Somebody having a little rinse. That looks like the Hash. Trying to wash off last night, I suppose. The green roof right there is Snarley's place, the Nias Surf Villas. If you want some good accommodation, I recommend my mate Snarley's join. It's right there. We can see the judging tower just to the right of picture, and the athlete zone was in front of that. So only 3 waves each. But here goes Simomo.
This is Simomo, so will she be looking for the barrel on this one? She does not. She goes straight up. Big first turn. but knows that that won't be enough. Looking for a 7.57 now.
Simomo has not adjusted to, the verdict of the judges. You're in a 5,000. You've got a chance of making a semi-final and beyond. She's got to take a risk here. She's, to me, playing it safe. It's more of the same. It's probably not even going to be in a top 2. Yep, so the judges are throwing another 3 at that, and wisely, and it doesn't go into her top 2, so she's really not responding to what the judges are laying down. A bunch of 3s ain't going to take down Philippa Anderson, so the opportunity to become a semi-finalist is rapidly slipping away by Simomo. Philippa, though, she's quite happy to watch the clock tick down. She knows finals day, you've got to pace yourself. There's 3 surfs on the cards for the women's today. She's been here enough times to know that you don't want to peak too early. You just got to do enough to get through, and right now that's exactly what she's doing.
Yep, she's
4 minutes.
Out there with priority as well in the lead, so she's looking pretty comfortable. Just under 4 minutes left. She knows what she has to do. She's been in this situation thousands of times before.
Defending champion.
Yeah.
So I would really like to see Philippa really take it on. And, she's got Simomo right where she wants her, chasing the biggest number of this quarterfinal. So she's really well positioned now, so that the shackles will be off. Simomo's gone deep, has to. I reckon even a little deeper there, Simomo, and you'll be looking good next set. But I think Philippa needs to probably, just for her own momentum going forward on finals day, take a bit of a risk here, throw it down. Nice size Lagundri Bay. It doesn't seem to be in as much beast mode as the last couple of days, Giada, so it's kind of falling right into the comfort zone of most surfers in the women's round, I believe.
Yep.
If you were competing today, G, would you be on your regular shortboard, or what would you do?
I would probably be on my regular shortboard. It's not massive, so I feel like it would be still pretty good to catch waves, and it's not just barrels out there, and I'm sure there's going to be some heats today that it won't barrel, so you're going to have to pull like some turns in.
Yep.
So yeah, I'd have my regular board out there.
Yep, well, I spoke with Willow Hardy this morning, coming up in the next heat. Her and her dad, she was deciding whether to take her tube board out or her turn board. And just on my way through, I said, well, listen, you know what the judges have been rewarding the last couple of days. And she said, I'm still looking at the size of the serve, not sure. And she's gone, oh, Dad, maybe I could have my caddy, being Olive, on my turn board, start on her tube board, and see how things go.
Yeah, and that's practically what she did yesterday. She started off on her tube board, and when she realized that wind kind of switched during her heat, she did a quick board swap with her caddy. So pretty good heat tactics, and managed to get first in that heat.
Great heat tactic, a 10. Doesn't come around every day. So the Margaret River crew down there, good morning, everybody. Let's have a look. It's approaching 8 o'clock in Western time. I'm sure a few of Willow's fans will be tuning in here. Can't even remember what day it is. It's Thursday when I just checked my watch. So maybe some of her friends getting ready for school or whatever will be watching this. Here is Simomo.
So there she tried to pull in, knowing she needs a pretty big score, just about to reach the 1 minute mark. And it's looking like a pretty good situation for Philippa Anderson.
Yep. Philippa now has 1 foot into the semi-final. She will know it. Simomo's wave didn't stay hollow, so she needs either a bigger one or a second wave of a set. But here goes Philippa.
This is Philippa now pulling in again. Will she be making it out on this one? I don't think so, but it was a great attempt.
That wave was way hollower than Simomo's, but still not enough room inside for Philippa to get the pump and get the weave going, to thread that thing. It was a nice try. Should Simomo get out in the next 30 seconds, she might have another opportunity. So Philippa clearly wants to get barreled here today, so that's good news. The defending champ, owner of a 10-point ride in last year's finals, is well positioned here. I reckon she's just about got 2 feet in. She's got 2 feet into the semi-final, let's face it. 4 seconds to go. Maybe we can just pen her name into that semi, if you don't mind there. Over and out. That is quarterfinal 1 and done. Philippa Anderson continues her winning form. We'll be back in a moment with quarterfinal 2.
Live from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
First, I want to thanks to everyone at home for supporting me, and I love you guys, and can't wait to see you guys soon.
Here we are, folks. All right, the scene, the match-up, quarterfinal number 2. There they are. Ella McCaffrey, the natural footer, the American, taking on the goofy-footed Willow Hardy in blue out of Margaret River. My name is Mark Clift. I'm just joined now by my good buddy, Billy Hangen. Morning, Bill.
Salamat pagi, Pat Mark.
You saw the first heat. What did you make of all that?
I was a little bit busy, mate. I went down and did the pitch report with Tenchi Awami. That was a pleasure. What an absolute superstar he is. Polite fellow. He's down to 1 board, if you don't mind. He's got the Pro Junior to win. He's only got 1 board left.
Doesn't surprise me the way he surfs, mate.
But it is great to see the Novocastrian into the semi-finals. Defending champ, of course, Philippa Anderson. I'm a fan. Can't wait to see her in action. But it is America v Australia right now. Ella McCaffrey, I think she's got this far, Mark, without really hitting her straps.
Kind of good point. You know, she has surfed a lot of heats through the Asian region. She had she didn't come to Cruy, but she has travelled through our events for a couple of years now. We've done a lot of post-heat interviews with her because she's won a lot of heats, Bill. I'm pretty sure she got a runner-up in 2 divisions. I'm pretty sure it was in Cruy, so she knows how to compete at this level. She's really been impressive every time she fronts up here at Lagundri Bay. She's got a wicked forehand snap. In stark contrast, Willow doesn't mind a backhand barrel and has got a big backhand blast herself.
Yep. He doesn't mind a big carve. Either does Willow. Saw her go vertical a couple of times in the last outing, but that's what it's going to take, I think. There's no out in the shoulder gouges or cutbacks that are going to beat McCaffrey. You've got to go vertical when it's time to turn, and you've got to go deep when it's time to tube.
Yeah, and Samomo didn't readjust to the messages the judges were sending, mate. She had 3 better waves, were all 3-point rides. Philippa just got the job done with a couple of tubes, which she'll know she can take off deeper than what she did. Packing a couple of 5s, just a stock standard competition performance by Philippa. Plenty in the tank, Samomo on the sidelines. So these two would have watched that heat. They will be listening to the numbers and going, okay, get barreled. This is Lagundri Bay.
Yep, and it's finals time. Come on. Pointy end of the draw.
Step it up, everyone. And as we've seen, Bill, you know, this wave, when it starts folding over and tubing, it's really all about where you are prepared to take off and where you can actually get into the wave determines how barreled you get. Sierra Kerr, famous first wave in that heat yesterday.
How was it?
As soon as her feet hit the wax, she just knifed it straight in, then got on the pump while she was in the tube. There was none of this going to the bottom stuff for Sierra yesterday. Her old man was watching in the athlete area. He surfed the very next heat. Proudest dad moment ever.
Well, everyone talks about a game plan, Mark. You know, what's your game plan for this heat? Yada, yada, yada. But, you know, you've got to break it down even further into, right, you're going to paddle into this wave. As soon as you get your feet, what are you going to do? Not like, well, I'm going to try and go vertical. I'm going to try and get a tube. No. You're paddling into a wave. As soon as you get your feet, try and knife that thing. get some speed up, and then we'll see if it barrels or it's going to be a turn. And you could see it in Sierra yesterday. As soon as she got to her feet, she was almost on the pump before the feet hit the board, and it set her up beautifully for that 10-point ride.
Oh, it was. It was just such a good track. She had a really whopping heat. I think she even threw it in a 9-something as well. She almost got the perfect score. It was almost a perfect 20-pointer again. So some lines approaching. We are waiting for a start of quarterfinal number 2, but why don't we... Let's just have a look if anything's coming through, G. Let's just hang in there, G. 1 sec. There might be a little set coming here. If it is, we'll stay with the live action. If not, we'll go down to Giada in a moment. But what do you reckon, Bill?
I want to speak to Philippa.
Me too. Let's throw down to Giada. If you're with us there, G, your time is now.
All right, I am here with Philippa. Congratulations, you are officially in the semifinals. You won this event last year, so how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I was super stoked to get through yesterday. Solid waves, there's a bit of nerves, but just put my head down and surfing the quarters today. I came down on dark and I couldn't see anything, and then I was like, it's 6:30 soon, like it's gonna be dark, so didn't have a lot of time to watch, so obviously a little bit of different prep to what I'm normally used to, but I just kind of backed myself and super happy to be in the semis.
All right, so conditions are a little bit smaller, but you stick to your plan as yesterday to get barreled. Is there going to be a shift in your strategy maybe after this heat, or are you going to stay the same?
We'll just see what the waves do. I'm talking to Vine, he's helping me out, so I guess whatever the waves are going to be ahead, but I think maybe it's getting smaller throughout the day, even though at the start of my heat, I don't know if anyone saw that, he's like 3, 2, 1 has started, and I was too close in, and I just copped, I reckon, 2 of the biggest sets on my head as the heat started, and I got washed in. So I was like, okay, there's still solid ones out here, but it was a little bit slow. I think there was one smoking set, but I was paddling out, and I was kind of on the shoulder, but I was like, I don't want to get smoked, so try being in the spot. But I mean, if a few of those continue to come through the day, let's go, and I'm super happy to be in the semis.
All right, is there anything you'd like to say to your supporters at home?
Just thanks for watching. I had a lot of messages yesterday, so I really appreciate it. To my friends and family, Frankie and Hazel, and the boys in the dojo, and mum and dad, and all my friends and Mel sending messages and supporting, so really appreciate it.
All right, so I don't know if you've had breakfast yet, but here's your bang bang. And congratulations, we'll see you in the next heat. Back to you guys in the booth.
Rightio, well done Giada, and well done Philippa. Hey, the boys at the dojo, I wonder what she's training. Maybe a bit of BJJ or a bit of karate, who knows?
Bit of kung fu.
But, great to see Philippa Anderson into the semi-finals. Got another set on their head because yesterday she copped a forward to the face while she was duck diving and had to go a bit of a lay down.
Who are we talking about, Ella?
Philippa.
Yes. Really? Okay, I didn't hear about that. It's all news to me. Did see some pretty decent wipeouts going on yesterday, mate. There was a lot of people trying to get under the curtain and getting a little bit swatted.
Yep.
I remember some high speed, I think it was Shohei Sato, got a really heavy wipeout at the back end of his heat, bounced back and took out the Lakey boys, him and Riaru, in that last minute. Remember
it was
that?
a good fight back. I remember seeing Rhea Campbell cartwheeling inside the tube.
Yep.
That was a heavy one. She came back, which was great.
All right, nice scene down here this morning. Perfect time as that sun comes over the ridge for the photographers to get some shots. It's the golden light just shines straight into the tube.
Not so good for the surfers though, mate. It can be a bit of a hassle.
And a few of them have mentioned that as well, and I've said it a few times. It's about this time of the morning, around 7, where that glare comes over the ridge and the big bright fireball just sends the white light across the bay, straight up the wave face. It can be a little tricky to see exactly where the lip line is.
Yep.
And then because you're trying to focus and you've got your eyes wide open the whole ride, when you flick off, you kind of get that little black spot thing going on. Your eyes trying to readjust to not looking at the fireball.
You might need some of those Ross Clark-Jones sunnies that he loves wearing.
Well, they didn't last long for a reason, Bill.
All right, some interest being shown from Willow Hardy here. Holding down priority is our surfer in blue. First wave of the morning for the West Australian on the backhand. Sticks with the plan to get inside, but can't find the exit on that one.
Yeah, just got pushed a little low right when she was spying the trap door to get out of there. Just went down the lip copter and just it's a pretty vicious lip. It's hard to deal with too much of that. So bit of a 0-all draw in the first 10 minutes. I think Willow's number will be marginally better. At least she pulled in. Got a bit of travel time. Here we go. Who we got down there on the Hobbit's chair?
Well, we've been saying it's a big chair, not small humans. There are 2 small humans there. That's Jazzy Studer and Amari, I'm pretty sure.
All right, let's have a look at Ella McCaffrey's wave number 2. She has a good look at it. She gets the early pump. She's in the hole, Bill. A good bit of travel time. Lays back on the job. Foot just about comes off, but a great recovery by the American. A really good thread. Really nice, clean barrel. There's your photos for the photographers in the channel.
Beautiful.
A little bit of an iffy moment with the back foot there, but solid recovery. I wonder how the judges are going to factor that into this scoreline, Bill.
Well, it's the quarterfinals time, mate. They don't like to see any little hiccups. You can't see it from there. Yeah, you can. When you see the surfers warming up, you see them doing some tuck jumps or some burpees or something like that, or activating your muscles and your major muscle groups. That's why. So when it comes time to crouch down and use those muscles, they've already been working before you
Judges
heat.
are loving it. It was still a good bit of travel time. The board did disappear. Some scores are filtering in. It's looking like the best number of the day.
There we go.
There it is. So it's in at a 6.33, packing a 1.27 as a backup. Willow's first effort just a 1.7, but you know that's what the judges want to see today. They want to see tube rides, Bill. It's finals day here at Lagundri Bay, everybody. If you've just tuned in, our format again, Bill. Would you like to enlighten everybody what's going on?
Yeah, we're going to clean up these quarterfinals of the women, and then we are going to go to semis, both men and women. And then they're going to be 30-minute heats, so plenty of action. And when we do cross over to finals of the women's and the men, they'll be 35s. So we'll see heaps of surfing.
Men's final first, women's final get the blue ribbon billing.
Yes,
as you like. I imagine then we'll probably roll into some sort of semi-prezzo. Something will happen down there to make it all official.
Yep.
But I imagine there will be a big official moment down here on the point.
The closing ceremony.
The closing ceremony.
Bust out the batik shirts and get amongst it. It's going to be great.
All the officials will want that moment on fire on the last day of the waiting period. So I imagine there'll be a semi-formal, but not the total presentation ceremony sometime today.
Yeah, well, you want to see the surfers cheered up out of the water, don't you?
You
want
to hear from them.
Yeah, you want to hear that raw emotion, just after they've won a QE 5000. And then make it all official at the closing ceremony. Thank the government of Nias Selatan. It really blows me away that it is one sole
Sponsor.
supporter, and it's the government of Nias Selatan. So governments around the world, take note.
Yep.
Look how sick it's been. If you're thinking of putting your money behind something, stick behind a good surfing event.
How's the coverage around the world that the government have got out of this event? If promotion of Nias, that's what they want when they sort of buy into these events. Couldn't have been any better in reality, Bill. Big old wave rolls through up there at Sabatu, everybody. We did see all the officials and the government people come down yesterday and come up here and hung out and checked out exactly where their money's being spent and making sure we're all cool and everything was A-OK. Tippy said they were giving us a thumbs up and a little bit of time out of the office to come and see what their investment looks like. And it's a ripper. They've got more than their money's worth, I reckon, out of this, this TV production the ASC team are putting together.
And it's all linked up through the WSL website too, Mark. You've got your little thing you can click on and check out the Nias Pro. So, yeah, tens of thousands of viewerships a day. So, digging it.
It's about time Bang Bang jumped on board as a sponsor as well, I reckon, Bill. They get a fair bit of media play, TV time. What about an official chocolate bar sponsor of the WSL?
Yeah, bring it on.
I know you love your chocolates, Bill.
Bit too much. I got a bit of an upset stomach today, Mark.
Maybe a bit too much chili as well. Every meal's got covered in chili. Barga Resort's been a great inclusion for our official team to be staying. Really good food down there every night. The swimming pool. They got the morning coffees rolling out before we leave. It's a pretty good. The bed is so comfortable. I'm loving it. Haven't paid it enough homage, I reckon, over the last 5 days. We've been back in the dark down there. We've been up here in the dark in the mornings. Pretty full-on days. It's only day 6. Our 8-day waiting period. 21 heats, 21 30-minute heats we did yesterday with a few restarts thrown in just for fun.
Yeah, 3 restarts, unheard of.
It was, a 12-hour day effectively for us yesterday, Bill, which by my standards is about my month. So I think I might have to have the next 2 months off after this little tour.
A big good morning to everyone tuning in around the world. I'm sure everybody in the southwest of Western Australia are checking out Willow's action, and also the Body Glove family, Ronnie Meistrel and his 2 sons over there in California.
Oh yeah,
big
Ella,
supporters of Ellen McCaffrey.
Perfect, good segue, Bill.
Got to meet Ronnie and the crew a few years ago. They came for a trip to Indonesia. Super cool family, and it's good to see them supporting young up-and-coming surfers, because there's been a massive push by California surfers in the last couple of years, reflected in the numbers on the CT this year.
And another thing I'm going to throw out there is it's good to see, and I'm sure the TV's on in the Surfing WA office down there at Trig Beach, mate, because Willow Hardy is a product of our pathway and development throughout all the junior stuff, and it's paid off so well. We've got another one in Coral Durant in quarterfinal 4.
That's exciting stuff.
So to Team SWA, we love you guys. We've been big parts and big team members down there for a long time. It gets too cold for us in the middle of winter, Bill. We can't do winter at home. You can have that. But we are thinking of you guys, and acknowledgement to Juddo and Laney, and my brother Kim's probably in the office this morning as well. So good morning, gang, and thanks for providing these stepping stones to get our willows, to get our corals. Izzy Campbell's another big product of all that. Benny Spence, Jack Thomas.
Yeah.
Some good names coming out of Western Australia.
Solid Humans too, which is the big mission. And it's kind of kicked off with the High Performance Centre and Surfing Australia and all the subsidiaries around that country. It's kind of spilling over into other regions, which I really like. There's talk of a High Performance Centre happening in Indonesia in the future. The board riding scene throughout Bali and Indonesia, I think it's just second only to Australia. So that it's not rubbing off, but association, it's building, and I think America is just getting their act together, because isn't there a whole bunch of them on the CT today this year, especially in the men's division?
Yeah, you're right. A lot of those.
I think for many years they've been underrepresented, Mark, because everywhere you go there's a ripping American surfer, but it wasn't reflected on the CT, but I think it is this year.
Yep. So there's a few of them there. A couple of them may have just dropped off, but I'm sure they're back on the Challenger. Polito gets its groove on in the next week, I believe. And
we met one in Owen Moss, didn't we, at Cruy?
Owen Moss was a ripper.
Yep.
We'd seen his name through the Challenger series, and this is what this next tier of events brings, Bill. You get to see those crew that are, you see their names, you never see the face, and we finally put a face to the name of Owen Moss, who was really quite impressive down there in Cruy Town. So I'm sure he's on his way to South Africa and ready to do business and try and qualify for the big show. Willow Hardy on the move now. You West Aussies down there in Margaret River. Attention to the screens. Here we go, Bill.
Yeah, get behind your girl, because here she goes on her backhand, dropped in. She's got that knifing absolutely wide. It's the exit that's giving her trouble, and that is repeated on wave number 2 for Willow Hardy. Unusual to see her fall twice in a row, Mark.
Well, that wave, the exit was refusing to stay wide open. It changed its shape a few times. Willow hung in there for as long as possible. She had a pretty good line going here, but then it's just sort of starting to semi-clamp, and it almost shut down anyway a little bit forward of where Willow fell. A great effort. She's definitely taken the tube board out there for a reason, Bill.
Well, these are the waves that, it's hard to get out. I mean, the judges love to see a clean exit, but when you think they're going to fall off and they pop out at the end, that's what's getting the big scores. So Willow's got the right game plan, I think. Just needs to nail a couple of those waves, and we've got
10.5 minutes remaining to do it.
Yep, third time lucky, Willow. Keep the belief. A 2.53 drops in, so the judges are sort of enjoying her act. She comes out of those, Bill. That's an excellent number at least. It'd probably be an 8 or a 9 if she comes out of something like that. But here is what the judges... Well, the judges don't throw their scores down based on the drone footage, all right?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, Mark. They go to the front-on view. They all put their scores in, and if there's any sort of debate, they might have a look at the drones, but every surfer has the same view if they are looking at the replay. You saw there, she kind of got sucked up the face a little bit, and a little bit of an airdrop down her.
Yep, she was trying to hold the line. She had it sorted there for quite a while. The wave got a little bit weird and started, that high tide effect, Bill. The entrance to the barrel sort of started moving a bit too much, and she would have had a great vision, but a little bit unfortunate there for Willow, so she's decided to stick with the tube board. Third time lucky is what I'm calling Bill. A 5.08, if she comes out of one of these, she will move into the lead. Ella's got to delete this 1.27, and she's professional enough to know exactly what she needs to do from here. So 2 waves apiece, a non-completion for Willow. Great theory though. She wants to get barreled, and I like it. She's on the move again, Bill. Here we go.
Staying busy under priority. You got to like that tactic. No barrels this time, mate. Doesn't look like there's going to be any turns either.
No, I think she needs to now just, get something and complete it. A 3 or 4 or 5 would be really handy if she could just get one big blast or something like that.
Yep.
And then get back out there on the tube wagon. That wave was a little small to barrel, but you can see her intentions now is keep moving, get back into this heat. A completion is what she needs. 3, 4 or 5 is exactly what she needs to pull together right now, by maybe leaving herself a bit of time to investigate another barrel, perhaps at the back end of this matchup. But here goes Ella, so let's have a look at the American. Doesn't like that.
Can afford to be picky, mate. She's got that 6.33 next to her name.
Yep.
And also the priority next to her name.
And it was a decent tube that Ella got. It's the third tube ride of the morning. We saw Philippa get a couple, banking mid-5s. Ella's tube was considered the best of them this morning. So 6.33. Judges leaving plenty of room in the scale, Bill, for that big banging moment where someone gets drained.
Yep.
Speaking of that, Sierra Kerr's coming up next, isn't she? She's in the next heat. And Piper Harrison.
Yes.
The 2 most drained women's on the point.
Oh, for sure. That's going to be a great matchup.
Yep, fireworks.
Let's hope we see a couple of big bombs come in, because Piper Harrison it's a great story, and you can't help but feel good when you're around her and doing those post-heat interviews.
Yeah, she's fun, isn't she? All right. So Willow Hardy comes back into the picture, yet to really show us her A-grade stuff. She's got the right approach. The waves have denied her a big number. Cool looking scene down here this morning, Bill. How's our Sorake beach? Beachfront is just golden. I love it.
Not a breath of wind, Mark.
No, Indo glass, as you would expect. Probably during the season, Bill, every morning starts off like this, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely.
Due to the fact that we're about a degree or 2 north of the equator, folks, so water temperature steaming hot, tropical weather steaming hot, always humid. Not much wind due to the fact that we're right on the equator. Things like that go on all the time. Have a go at the point. Stop it. So it's been a really strong Indian Ocean swell. These are what we're calling leftovers, if you can believe it or not. Leftovers look pretty good to me, Bill.
Oh, yeah. Dish them up.
Dish them up. 6 minutes.
Message from Jake Patterson, watching over there in El Salvador, loving the show yesterday, and he asked the question, can we see, for the first time ever, a father-daughter double win? Who knows? The answer will come today as we see these finals. Ellen McCaffrey, the American, no tube on offer, going to have to go to the turns. That's quite a lateral. How you go on turn? That's better from Ella.
Oops.
Can't complete it, so back to the drawing board for our surfer in red.
Yep, that's probably going to come in, considered by the judges as a 1 manoeuvre wave, Bill.
Yep.
The 1 move wasn't a really good connection. The second turn way better, but if you don't ride out of those things, you get no credit for that sort of manoeuvre there. She'll realise that. She's burning off a 1.27, so that will happen. I think it's sort of maybe a 3-ish, just based on her first move, maybe just under that.
Mate, could have really put the heat to bed there with 5 minutes to go, but the door is left way wide open for Willow Hardy. Picked up priority, and a 6.70 is well within her grasp.
Yep, 2.9 the reward there for Ella. So I'm sure when she saw that wave, she could see a lot more than a 2.9 on it. Didn't really go to plan, leaving the door open for Willow. 6.7. It's going to take a tube, or it's going to take 2 vertical hits, I reckon, Bill.
Yep. String a couple together, and it's semi-finals time.
And while we're talking about Jake Patterson, I'm just going to revisit something that happened 30 years ago, Jake. You were here, you remember it. The first ACC event, Australian Championship Circuit event, went down here on the point. Jake Patto came, he was in the final along with 2 other famous West Aussies. Ant-Man Patterson won it. Jake copped a 3rd. Josh Parmentier copped a 4th.
Wow.
And to be here as a
what
West...
happened to you?
I was in a quarter. Peter Hayes was here. Hazy had more beers than me, so I think he was the round under the quarters. But boy, oh boy, didn't we kick on once Ant-Man won. He got a fistful of Australian notes, mate. It was the old Graham White $100 bills.
Did any of them make it out of Indonesia?
I think they made it out of Nias, but he probably spent the ball in Bali. But that was a really good moment. Yeah, 5 of us West Aussies made the trek up here. Me and Pete were travelling together. We were on a 4-week tour of Nias. Stayed for 7. It was such a good time. Sure you remember that, Jake. That was such a wicked moment. And Ant-Man Patterson, that was his first victory.
Well, what a superstar he went on to be.
Sure.
Competed at
Both
the
of them.
Eddie 3 times.
Both
Got
of
3rd.
them. I mean, Jake, Pipe Master, both winning at Sunset. Ant-Man won twice here.
Back-to-back Jay Bay, if you don't mind, for Snake Man.
And now, lending his knowledge as one of the best regarded coaches getting around at the highest level of pro surfing. So Kanoa and his team, he had Steph there for a lot of years in his stable of pro surfers leaning on his message. He's had a whole lot of others in the last couple of years. So Jake, we hope the winning form that you dragged through professional surfing can rub off onto your charges. But 30 years ago was the scene of the first big pro event here, Bill.
So cool.
Crazy to think about, eh?
Be great to get them all here next year.
The Red Ape, Josh Parmentier. I remember both me and Pete were sitting in the channel caddying that final and watching the barrels, and it was at that size. It was about 6 foot. It was tubing off its head, and we were sitting there. Red Eye, Chris Fowler was in a dinghy next to us filming for his Indo Express movie. We then went through the Tallow Islands and the Hanakos, mate, and Red Eye and Ronnie Gorringe. I remember you guys. That was the first time we ever met. So I digress a little bit there, but when I'm having a flashback, I like to flash all the way back. Let's see, 2 minutes.
All right, that is the scene. Willow Hardy has first priority and hunting down a 6.70. A minute 45 to do it. Hoping for another set to come in. All she has to do, Mark, is nail one of those tubes, and it is semi-finals time. In contrast to that, Ella McCaffrey is looking to fend off the West Australian. The American looking to get into the semi-final herself. Who will it be?
Well, they seem to be moving now, so the opportunity might present itself for Willow. She's got to get this next wave 100% correct. Got to ride out of one of these barrels. Probably got to take that barrel opportunity. But here goes Ella on the inside wave, Bill.
Yep, looking to increase her scoreline. It's a smaller wave. She's going to have to go big. Definitely got it within her arsenal. There it is. That tight snap has got her all the way through to the quarters. Can it get her through to the semis? It's looking positive.
Yeah. That'll be a good number. So that'll be, I reckon, her second best score.
Wait, there's something out the back, mate. Come on.
So,
under a minute.
Well, the 6.7 will blow north for Willow. That'll probably go into the 8 range that she'll need now. She won't know that yet because we don't know that yet. But I reckon she needs an excellent number and some to get out of trouble here. 35 seconds. I'm going to pull a double West Sides going on here, sending her our mojo, Bill. I want to see her ride this thing out. I want to see her get one more opportunity at this number. Come on, Yui.
Oh, I thought
Yeah.
saw Willow paddling for something like just after Ella's wave.
No, she's going
Wasn't
to be
gonna
denied
happen.
here, mate. If a wave does come through, I can't see it breaking in 10 seconds. McCaffrey's number still undecided. I think it's a second best score.
Hang on.
No, unfortunately, this won't get there in time, Bill. As many west sides as we can throw out, it's not going to happen for Willow Hardy. It's going to be Ella with a 5-6 for that last effort. Takes the two best scores of this quarterfinal. Over and out for quarter 2. Back shortly with quarterfinal 3.
Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle, with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
First, I want to thanks to everyone at home for supporting me, and I love you guys, and can't wait to see you guys soon.
All right, we are back, and we have the news that Ella McCaffrey will face Philippa Anderson in semi-final number 1. Piper Harrison will take on Sierra Kerr. Right now, live for you in quarterfinal number 3. Welcome back to the commentary booth, Wakadai, for the first time today. How's your morning been?
Good morning. It's been great. Just been watching all the heat, and waves are still firing out there.
Yeah, sets are coming through.
Right.
That was a bit of a sleepy heat, the last one between Ella and Willow. The American in Ella McCaffrey getting the better of that. A really good run by Willow Hardy, however. Had a good event. I'm sure she would have loved to get a bit further through the draw, but these are the cards you dealt sometimes. And well done to that young lady. All right, all attention on the absolute pitmaster, which is Piper Harrison. She's got herself through here by riding some fantastic barrels. And Sierra Kerr also owned a 10 from a tube ride of her own. Let's hope we see some big, chunky sets come through.
Exactly. I'm just hoping to see some, barrels from these two women's. These surfers can surf deep in the barrel.
All right, yep, as we mentioned, semi-final number 1 has been decided. Philippa Anderson will take on Ella McCaffrey. And the winner of this heat between Piper Harrison and Sierra Kerr will meet the winner of Oceana Rogers and Coral Durant. That is quarterfinal number 4 coming up. Half-hour heat, so it's giving every surfer ample time to get 2 scoring waves. And once we're done with the semis, we go into the finals. It's going to be 35-minute finals.
Wow. So we're going to finish up all the QS division today, men's and women's.
Today is QS 5000 finals day. Of course, we have the Pro Juniors on hold. May go this afternoon, may go tomorrow, we don't know. But the main attraction here is the QS 5000. So if you're wondering why we're sticking to this format, we want to make the most of this leftover swell. And the QS 5000 definitely gets priority. The Pro Junior is fantastic to have. It's only open to the Asian region. So the Pro Junior get a lot of exposure and experience surfing against surfers from different regions around Asia, but also the exposure to professional surfers like Philippa Anderson, who's been around for a long time. And it's a good thing. But definitely priority for the QS 5000s. And one very happy camper is Ella McCaffrey, and she's down there with Mark Cliff. Take it away.
Well, indeed she is. Ella McCaffrey, this is finals day. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. We have good waves on offer and stoked to get to surf Nias with one other person out.
I know it's a blessing, isn't it? And it's just such a good wave. You've been here in finals day before. You've come second in the main event. You've second last year in the Pro Juniors. So you know what finals day is all about, yeah?
Yep, I've been to finals day a couple times, looking to go one further this time.
What's it going to take?
Probably some barrels, but we'll see what the conditions do. Big turns, barrels, yeah.
I reckon keep the barrel theory alive. Judges sending the clear message. Tubes are where it's at Lagundri Bay. This Asian Tour, it's a ripper, isn't it?
It's incredible. Best waves of like any QS.
How do you stay in the zone between now and your next heat?
I'm staying at Hash. I have a great view of the wave from my room. Just get some food, get some water, rest up, and get ready for the next one.
Well, I'm not sure whether you want this before your semi-final, but you could maybe stash it for later. It's up to you.
Bang, bang. Thank you.
All right, that's Ella McCaffrey, everybody. Thanks, boys.
Yeah, right on. Well done, Ella, and well done, Mark. Enjoying those post-heat interviews. Ella McCaffrey becoming quite the professional. We've seen her kicking around Indonesia for the last couple to few years. What an experience it has been for that young lady. She will meet the veteran, the Novocastrian in Philippa Anderson. He's going to have her hands full there for sure. Wily competitor, done it all before, Philippa. And you're going to have to be the top of your game to beat her.
Well, few lines are into probably now. This is a good looking wave, but probably out of position a little bit. It was a little bit too late for them to catch one of those.
Right, so there is action out the back. It's our surfer in red. It's Piper Harrison. She knows one way, and that's to get tubed, and that's the way she has kicked it off here in quarterfinal number 3. So a little bit of a cover-up for Piper. I really loved it. I mentioned it yesterday, but the way Piper has been practicing for these tubes, going out for the free surf where it's just packed with QS frothers, and she has been practicing this. Look at that mid-face bottom turn and hand drag. That's the manoeuvre she's been practicing.
Really,
she knows she's going to get burnt. She knows she's going to get a few close-out barrels, but that is the manoeuvre she's been practicing all week long, and it's paying off. So well done to Piper.
It was great to see how she used both hands to stall, and that last one comes in 2.5. Yeah, that was really stylish thing to do, using both hands to just speed down and into the barrel. It was deep, not deep enough, so it comes in 2.5, but we'll definitely see more of that.
A couple of years ago, Di, when Marlon Harrison won the event, Piper was her caddy, of course, sister. It was one of the best moments I've seen in a surfing contest. He'd absolutely threaded a couple of really good-looking tubes. There were hugs in the channel, and then they both caught the same wave in. It was quite emotional. They've provided one of the best moments in the history of this contest. The Harrison family. Let's hope we can see a repeat performance of that, maybe reversed, where Marlon can be Piper's caddy.
Well, that can happen to Sarah Carr as well, because we're gonna see her dad in a couple of heat.
Just talking to Mark before, Snake Man Patterson has said, can we see, for the first time ever, father-daughter double win, double header? Imagine that.
That's another history.
Well, wow. Piper has her hands full with Sierra Kirsch because she has been on fire for this contest. Tubes and turns on offer. But Piper Harrison, I tell you what, it's been a pleasure to watch her go through this draw, and capable of anything if she gets the right waves. Did you squeeze in a surf yesterday afternoon, Di?
No, I actually didn't go out for surf. I saw all the packed up people.
It was
decided not
hungry,
to.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's like 20 minutes of daylight left after our last heat. There's 50 dudes out there. It's like there's not enough minutes in the day for everyone to get a wave. So,
I don't think, some of them didn't catch a wave. It come in.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yep.
But it was fun just watching them getting those, barrels and drainers. It was such a great day yesterday.
Right, a bit of a sleepy start to this one. This is quarterfinal number 3. Piper Harrison from Australia is taking on Sarah Kerr, also representing Australia, something I'm very happy about. Of course, Sarah's mum, an American. And check it out, she is in action now, racing down the line. She comes out of this one, it's going to be a massive score. She does. Wow.
That was well worth waiting. 10 minutes.
It was. Yep, you are spot on there, Wakadai.
Wow.
Sierra Kerr showing the way. This is how you get big points, and this is how you make your way into the semi-finals. Wave selection on point for our surfer in blue.
It was on the bomb. It was really, really deep. She handled great. It was great surfing from Sierra Kerr. I'm just amazed by her, tube techniques.
Yeah, check it out on the replay. Thanks very much to the media team. In that thing for an eternity. She needed a head torch to find a way out. She was that deep. See where that comes in. It could be an excellent score. It's more than that. It's a 9, a flat 9. That's the way to start finals day morning if you have your eyes on the prize. And looks like Sierra Kerr certainly does that. Wow.
9.0 to start a heat. That's a really good way to start this heat. She must be so happy with that ride.
The encouraging thing about that for Piper Harrison, Piper now knows that the waves are out there to get those scores on. It's not just going to be turns. Sierra Kerr just dropping a 9 from the tube. Here is the drone angle.
Wow.
Straight into action. As soon as she gets to her feet is Sierra Kerr, and that could be a little bit of a technique secret, not in a secret, but a strength.
Wow.
As soon as she gets to her feet, she is on the pump and looking exactly where she wants to go and looking for that exit.
Yeah,
Beautifully done by the Australian surfer.
That's beautiful. Amazing to see her in the tube and do the little couple pumps to come out of the tube. That is a great technique from Sierra Kerr. But Piper Harrison can do the same thing, so she's got to wait for that one.
Yeah, you're right. Piper Harrison is capable of big scores in the barrel. We've seen it happen all contest long. But wow, Sierra Kerr opening up with a 9. Not wasting any time on the small insiders, looking for the ones that run correctly. Sierra has been in the athletes area this morning, checking out conditions when we first got here. We probably rocked up on the side about 6:05. It was still dark. And I remember going down for the pitch report, and Sierra was checking out conditions then. So very astute student of pro surfing is Sierra Kerr. Also paying off. Staying busy on the inside. Nope. Turns a nose up at that one.
Well, there's still plenty of time. 60 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. So, well, we're hoping to see some of those excellent scores.
Well, I've just been handed some intel from Clifty. Those two rascals you see out there on the indicator, Dylan Wilcoxon and Israel. Can't help themselves. Got to get out there, give it a crack. Why wouldn't you? Everyone's been eyeing that off around the world through the broadcast. So why isn't anyone out there giving it a go? Well, it's the Mentawai lads. They're used to surfing throaty waves, almost onto dry reef. So we'll keep an eye as a sideshow to the main event.
Yeah, it's good to finally see someone surfing the indicators now, and we can know how it is. Looks good.
So I'm sure Ray has the Mercurochrome on hand, because if you mess it up on the inside, it's Lime City.
Oh,
look at these kids! Absolutely shredded one. How cool! I'm banking that was Dylan. All right, the main attraction, Sierra Kerr, has opened up with a 9. Wow. If you think it is just Sierra's just a sideline to her father surfing, think again, because she has been super impressive, both in the tubes and going vertical and getting some cracking turns away.
And a good air game too.
Good air game as well. You're right. Been featured in those Ladybird expeditions going around the world. Been on the radar for a long time as Sierra. Part of that new push, this new generation of women surfing coming into the championship tour. You've seen Katie Simmers and Molly Pinklem, Brissa Hennessy, if you don't mind, all that crew. It's an evolution of pro surfing, and it's super cool to be part of it and witness it. Stand up, take note, everybody, because this is a big step up in professional surfing. Saw them put on a great show at Pipeline this year, and even a better one at Teahupo'o.
Teahupo'o, that was crazy event. Like pretty much every event they are improving.
Right, Piper Harrison has priority. Sierra piling on the pressure, but it is Piper threading one now. Can't make a way out of it. Gets sucked up the face and over the falls. So with 13 and a half to go, Piper Harrison is back to the drawing board. 6.51 her requirement right now, but that's off the back of one solitary wave from Kerr.
Probably a little bit of smaller size waves compared to the Sierra Car's first wave. So the tube was a little bit smaller. It's hard to just pull in to comes out of it.
Touching on that evolution of women's surfing in the last few years, the only way that happens is when the women are given opportunities. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it was a couple of years ago, a few years ago now, they decided to take the women to Pipeline. A few eyebrows were raised, and let's be brutally honest, it wasn't too impressive the first couple of years. But the opportunity given and the tenacity shown by the women involved in that move has resulted in some epic surfing. Definitely. Not even 4 to 5 years later. It captured the imagination of everybody this year at Pipeline. Katie Simmers and Molly Pinklem going at it, Brissa Hennessy, as I mentioned before, and then that also carried over to Teahupo'o. So it's the opportunities given, and I think we've really followed suit here at Nias in this QS 5000. Some epic condition on offer for the women, and they've really risen to the challenge. I'm sure it brings a smile to the face of surfers like Jodie Cooper, Pauline Mensah, Wendy Botha, all those women that were competing back in the day when it was almost a sideline show to the men's. I'm sure they feel vilified. They feel really happy where women's surfing is right now. We salute all you surfers who are around in that era, because without you, we wouldn't have the standard of women's surfing we have today.
That's true.
Feel proud. Feel happy.
Really love to see, all the ladies take the risk and just go for it.
Yep.
We've seen it here in Nias as well. So we really enjoying watching them surfing this perfect Nias.
Now there's been a really strong push of women from Japan.
Right.
Dai Can you fill us in? Is it a big movement over there? Are a lot of young girls kind of aspiring to someone like Sumomo Sato,
Definitely.
and they want to be like them?
Yeah, definitely. Really, it turns on around about the Tokyo Olympic when Amuro Suzuki won the blonde
Yes.
medal. So from that year, probably a lot of girls in Japan just inspired by Amuro and Sarah Wakita, all those girls. And yeah, now there's so many of them just practicing every day after school, try to be like them. Yeah.
Packing the lineups.
Right. Yep, exactly.
Right, just a smidge under 10 minutes remaining in this one. Sierra Kerr has ridden only one wave. It's coming out of 9. So why not keep that policy going if you can handle the pressure that you're piling on yourself by not catching waves and deliver? Why not keep that going? All right, Piper Harrison, a couple of minor scores. We saw her pull into a little curtain on the first wave, a 2.50, the result of that. There wasn't much going on really, but the big risky tubes is what Piper is after. Tippy Jubrick suggested that there has been a change in direction of the swell, so it's behaving differently.
Right.
I think he's spot on there because the indicator is kind of throwing up a few different things that we haven't seen for the rest of the week. So time to readjust your heat strategy. Maybe you can sit a bit deeper this finals day.
There's a lot of times this is 30 minutes heat, but still the wave selection is really crucial to get through this quarterfinals. And Shiraka is on point on this wave selection, and here she comes.
Nope, not going to like that. We'll see if that drops out of priority or not. It does. Piper Harrison picks up first priority.
So that was a little bit of mistake from Shiraka.
Yeah, a little bit of an error, a little bit of a fumble, but there is still 8 minutes remaining. So that was a concerted effort to catch that wave. You saw her kicking her feet, put her head down, but is going to turn and go on this inside one. Kersey now, no tubes. Yes, there is. There's a little one if you don't mind. Going to have to put a couple of turns on the end of that if she wants a good looking score. One will do it. So a little thread from Kersey and a nice rail carve. That will be her second wave only, and this is going to increase that requirement for Piper Harrison.
Piper Harrison is having a look at something out the back.
Oh, let's try and keep focused on the competition, but it could be Dylan, it could be Israel, I'm not too sure. But the Gromit's having a good time over at the indicator, but it's all eyes on this young lady because this was under priority. Wasn't even a set wave, a little bit of a thread. You can see her front foot sitting out there, so it's not going to impress the judges too much. That barrel ride was also a bit of a check turn that followed, resulting in a 3.40 as Piper Harrison double hand dragging her way into that tube. Almost runs over Sierra on her way out. So the Australian back in action. We'll see if that puts her back in the game. 6.5 to go.
Shiraka made a little bit of mistake, but still the last wave comes in 3.40. So it's small score, but still, it's a good backup score. Now Piper Harrison is 9.90, pretty much 10 to go into the first, and there is 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it must have been from the front angle. Must have been not very far back in that tube. It was a 1.67, the result of that last ride from Harrison, and that is a massive requirement. 9.90
Here's the front on angle. Yep, didn't even get in there. The drone angle made it look super good. But a good decision to kick out, get out there and look for a set. Any other venue around the world and any other surfer, you'd say that the heat is over. But Piper Harrison has proved she can really thread a tube. And this venue has proved that even on a slow day like today, it can produce world-beating barrels. And that's what we're hoping for. 2 of them.
Right. So we are hoping to see the wave like Sorake got for her first wave. That was a really big bomb. And that could be, 10-point ride, like 9.9 ride. I'm really hoping to see those sort of waves. So now Piper Harrison has decided to go a little bit deeper.
Yeah, it's all or nothing for Piper. Second priority, so might as well sit exactly where you like. I reckon if Piper is saying this is my line-up spot, I need a bomb, I need to ride it all the way through to the channel, I need to get super deep because a 9.90 is my requirement. There's no use messing around with any inside things and doing turns at the 4.5 minute mark. Not enough time to get 2 waves, mate. We need one big absolute cave to come through and see Piper ride it out into the channel. Right, quarterfinal number 4, we'll see Coral Durant take on Oceana Rogers. Big hello to Brett Rogers, the truck driver from Queensland. He'll be maybe pulling over and taking his break.
Right.
Setting the phone up on the dash of the truck. And watching his daughter do battle with the West Aussie and Coral Durant. That's going to be a great matchup. Both surfers very similar in stature and very similar in surfing style. And best of luck to both of those. Brett used to make the boards for Oceana. He's a surfer, a shaper.
He's a surfboard builder.
Yeah, what a great feeling it would be to see your daughter on the, halfway around the world competing at an exotic location like this.
Yeah, this is
Super
one of
cool
the highest QS 5000. She's in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Must be proud. Yeah.
Yep. So the caddies getting into position for the next heat. Under 3 minutes now. Things are getting desperate for Piper Harrison. Not working in Piper's favour is the lack of sets and also second in the priority stakes. So it's going to take 2 big waves to come through because Sierra's not going to cough up priority easily. It's going to have to be a big, good-looking wave for Sierra to go, and then Piper will, fingers crossed, hopefully there's another one behind it. Right, a couple of wedges making their way into the outside corner. It's not going to happen on that one.
Now we're nearly hitting the 2 minutes mark. Well, time is taking little pressures on Piper Harrison now. Really hoping to see one more set for both of them. Every 2 waves is, what we're looking for.
Right, 90 seconds now, mate. This could be all she wrote. 2 waves only, written by Sierra Kerr. Of course, that super impressive 9 is the way to kick off your quarterfinal. 3.40, a small but very handy backup. Piled the pressure onto Harrison. 1 minute remaining. It looks to be a bit of movement in the lineup. Sierra's not going to go this one. It's a small inside one, so it's going to take something miraculous from Piper Harrison. Up she goes to her feet. No big tubes on offer. Going to have to go to turns. A free fall down. Handles it quite well. But that wave just shouldering out into the channel. One turn is not going to do it. So it looks like it will be congratulations to our surfer in blue. Piper Harrison's had a magnificent contest. Really impressed. Won herself a lot of fans, I would imagine. Really upped the stakes in being super cool, super friendly, and a contagious character. So well done to Piper. That will be all we'll see of her for the Nias Pro this year. 100% she'll be back next year to get some big tubes. But it's congratulations to Sierra Kerr. I tell you what, while we're here, the beach announcer count that heat out. We're going to go to a short break because quarterfinal number 4 will be the East Coast of Australia versus the West Coast of Australia. Don't go nowhere, don't miss out. This is the Nias Pro.
Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magical waits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
First, I want to thanks to everyone at home for supporting me, and I love you guys, and can't wait to see you guys soon.
All right, here we are, everybody. We are watching quarterfinal number 4 in the red with a 1-5 in the bank is Coral Durant out of the northwest of Western Australia. And she's up against Oceana Rogers out of the south coast of New South Wales. Oceana in blue, Cozza in red. Quarterfinal 4, Mark Clift and Giada Legati. And we've just seen Sierra Kerr lay down a little bit of a masterclass again of absolute brilliant tube riding, taking that one out over Piper Harrison. And once again, welcome in. Good morning to Giada.
Good morning. Yep, I'm super excited to be here for the 4th quarterfinal. This is the last one, and after that we will officially have all 4 athletes for the semifinals. We're going to be swinging straight into the semifinals of the men after this and on to finals day.
I know, so excited. It's a big deal down here at 5,000 finals day. 2 champions. By about lunchtime we'll know who they are. Those finals are going to roll out at 30 minutes. Up until then, 35 minutes. Up until then, they're all 30-minute matchups. A lot of crew tuning in around the world. Good morning to everybody. I've seen Troy Hatchett sending me some props, and Nick Pearson, Zippy. Good on your team. Plenty of friends checking in around the world. Why wouldn't you? There's been huge numbers hitting on the website, watching the Nias Pro. The next day there's more because the word filters out. And to everybody that has paid some homage to this event, you've been well rewarded. You can see a couple of crew up there in the background, up there at Sabatu, having a paddle surf. Good luck. A couple of crew out at the Indicator. It's finals day. There's a real good vibe on the beach, G.
Yep, that's right. I think everyone that's here is out on the beach taking a look at the finals day. Plenty of action, some barrels ridden. I saw Sierra Kerr got a 9 on her last heat. Coming up next is her dad, Josh Kerr, in the first semifinals versus Caius King.
Wow. It's a big deal. 3 Aussies up against 1 Japanese surfer on the men's side of the draw. 4 of them remain. Potentially, we're not sure, but on standby is juniors for maybe after the finals. So I'm sure they'd love to get out here today because I think the swell is on the drop.
Yeah, and it's dropping pretty fast. This is the... So, Oni just showing up now.
Good morning, everyone.
Better late than never.
Good morning, Jada. Whoever's watching, everyone. It's my morning coffee this morning, so how's the wave look like?
It's looking pretty good. There's still some really nice waves ridden out here. Sierra getting a 9 in her last one. So really well done. Now Coral Durant a 1.5 and Oceana Rogers just a 1. So nothing significant just yet, but I'm sure we're going to have plenty of action. We're about to reach a 25-minute mark. This is the Nias Pro QS 5000.
Oh, this is my favorite heat actually. 2 backside surfer. Some powerful turn from Oceana Rogers yesterday. And I haven't seen much of Coral Durant. Is she been on fire lately?
I haven't seen too much of her in Nias. Unfortunately, I must have been just outside of her her heat.
Yeah.
But I saw her in action in Cruy, and she was looking really, really solid. So quarterfinals here as well. Great result for Coral Durant.
She must be doing something right then if she's making it to the quarterfinal, I guess, Jada.
Yep, she has made it both times, both in Cruy and here to finals day. So exciting stuff for Coral. She's going to be racking up some big points, getting up pretty high in the ranking. Speaking of Coral, here is the woman in red on her backside. Good, solid first turn. Sets it up for this second one. It's a little bit stuck on the top there, but comes out of it pretty nicely. So that will be backing up her 1.5. And in the meanwhile, we're going to go down to Billy with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, thanks very much, Giada. I am here with Sierra Kerr. Hey, Kersey, you're into the semis.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm frothing to be in semis with Dad. Hopefully he makes his heat and then I make mine and we can both be in the finals. That'd be pretty sick.
I got a little inside scoop for you. Snake Patterson, he's calling the first ever daughter-father double-head win.
That'd be pretty cool. We've been talking about it for a while. He said that'd be like his total retirement, so hopefully it happens today.
Well, I tell you what, you are going to face the winner of this quarterfinal. It'll either be Coral or Oceana. You got a preference?
No preference. It'll be a good heat either way, so I'm excited.
All right, you opened up with a 9 and then struggled to find a backup. Conditions changing.
Oh, for sure. We seen it this morning. It looks so fun. Even like the first couple heats had a ton of barrels, so I was like, oh, I'll just go get 1 or 2 barrels, and then just stopped, and I was like, oh, guess I'm going to turns now. So yeah, I guess strategy changing for next heat.
Well, that's good news. You're through. The bad news is this is the last bang bang you'll get because we stop them at the semis.
Oh, no.
Enjoy that and enjoy your semi-final. Sierra Kerr, back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Sierra Kerr, for getting into the semifinals. Her dad as well will be coming up next. So we'll be seeing Josh Kerr versus Kais King. And after that, we're going to see Winter Vincent against Riaro Ito. So big day of competition ahead. We'll be seeing the first women's quarterfinalist is going to be Philippa Anderson with Ella McCaffrey. Sierra Kerr versus the winner of this heat.
Well, that's exciting heat as well. 2 regular footer surfing against each other, Philippa Anderson, and one of the backside surfer will surfing against a semi number 2. And at this stage, Coral Durant with a 4.5 and a 1.5. And there's a couple of restart yesterday as like swell dropped down. Like last couple of heats yesterday. Giada, do you witness that?
Sorry?
How's the restart yesterday as the tide dropped down?
Actually, yeah.
The swell, sorry.
I watched a few of those heat restarts. I was just happy I wasn't commentating them. Not much to talk about on moments.
Yeah, I was
like
down the
that.
beach doing the beach commentating, and I was there like the people saying, why every time Oni doing the beach commentating there is the first restart ever on this event. And I did like 3 times yesterday. So it's a bad luck me sitting on that beach commentating, but for you guys sitting here as we can watch, there's a replay of here surfing red is Coral Durant Nice turn, really smooth. How's that bottom turn? Big cut and bogged the rail on that turn, but judges still loved it. The first turn rewarded at 4.5. Imagine 2 of this clean turn, Giada. I think it will be a good score.
Yep, that's right. Probably would have maybe gone a little bit higher than the 4.5, but still a pretty decent start. Still plenty of time left in this heat, 20 minutes, 30 seconds. So there we have the famous Hobbit chair. Incredible view. Oh, look at that wave, no one on it.
Here we go, up and riding our surfer in blue. Oceana Rogers, nice first turn. Rides it out perfectly. This is a bigger set. Another nice clean turn. Will she do another turn here? Carving through this one. Smart surfing for our surfer in blue. Looking to build some scores here in the quarterfinal. Heat number 4. There's a 20 minutes to go. At the back, our surfer in red holding the priority. Here we go, answer back for the surfer in red. Trying to get in the barrel. But today, definitely the wave's a little bit smaller, so maneuver is an option for all the quarterfinals out there next.
Yeah, so I think Oceana will go straight into the lead with that last one. That was a pretty good wave. Here we have the replay. I really love this first turn. Straight in the pocket. She went upside down. A little wobble on the way down, but she held it really nicely. Set it up straight for that second one. Really took advantage of that first part of the wave, I think, where the most critical section is. Coral looking for a barrel here, but I think she saw that it wasn't going to offer much. Decides to pull out the back pretty quickly.
Yep. As we can see, like the first turn is the risky part. If you can just hit it straight away as soon as you stand up. And there you go, is the scores in for Surfer in Blue as a 717. What a reward by the judges when you go down straight to vertical and risking and landing it, riding out perfectly. It's a risky maneuver. And to replace that 1.0 easy, because there is only 18 minutes to go. Giada or Blue will be comfortably sitting second priority and maybe get a quick backup.
Yep, so the judges really rewarding turns today, as there's not so many barrels like the past 2 days. We saw that.
There you go, answer back again. She's looking for that backup. She knows it. She really want to put pressure on Red, because the more she get better on that backup, the higher of requirement of Red. Then if once Red make an error, losing that priority, Blue will have another chance of building that score on her 717.
Yep, so Oceana Rogers wanted to quickly back it up, wanting to shut this door and have her foot in semifinals. But Coral Durant, a really dangerous competitor. She has shown in Cruy that she is worth finals day every time. She made it to finals day here again. Big results for Coral Durant, so she's going to be feeling pretty confident in this quarterfinal heat 4. Looking like there's a few sets coming. Coral just slightly too deep, but a little movement out the back. Did we see someone pull in? I think Oceana Rogers just took a shot at that wave. Saw her trying to get barreled, but just getting clamped a little bit.
Well, from requiring a 3.5, now just taken off on that one, 1.37, just pulling in. Now Red already looking for a 4.05. Imagine if she's just doing a proper 2 small turn. Definitely the requirement of Red will get bigger. It's easy to say, but you know, when you're putting pressure against, this is just 2 surfers out there. It's only 1 against 1. There's no 4. So here we go, some throwaway waves that riding through this. Giada, I'm mind surfing this wave, but the position for our surfer in blue, maybe they can see, I can see a little lump coming. Maybe there is a chance for a surfer in blue. Will she go on this one? Yes, he does. Look at this. Is our surfer in blue looking to replace that 1.37. Oh, I didn't see that first turn, but she must did something to get caught behind on this turn. Looks like she's trying to just build a little score. How's this wave? Is anybody in there? No. She must be darn pulled in on that one, which is smart move because she has to go big and wait for the biggest set, trying to pull in. Let's look at the replay here, Jada.
So this is the replay of Surf in Blue. Big first turn, super critical section. Manages to get around this part. So the wave kind of just clamping shut, but she gets around it. Does a second turn here and pulls off. But that first turn was pretty impressive. I think Coral giving a go at the barrel on that one. Unfortunately doesn't make it out, but I think we're going to see a pretty healthy score for Oceana Rogers. She's going to extend her lead over Coral Durant, make it that little bit harder. Just under the halfway mark of this heat, we see Coral there just getting washed in a little bit from that last one. Now Coral going to start feeling the pressure.
And there you go, scores are in for our surfer in blue, a 6.33 for that one single maneuver. How I love about Oceana Roger is that first turn, she ride it out, then there's another big section came and she managed to just tuck away from that section. Otherwise she probably gonna get smashed on that second lip that came through her. But you can see how switch on of this Oceana Rogers in the water right now. She's trying to win this event, coming all the way here. Talking to her yesterday, she saved up so much money to come here, costing her a lot, and I told her, like, why don't you just enjoy yourself and get surfing Nias, perfect Nias with another person out. And obviously she's doing it right now. There's a 13 minutes to go, a 7.17 and a 6.33 for our surfer from Cheryl Halba in New South Wales. Of course, Coral Durant, known as, she's from WA. Some heavy slab over there, Giada. So 9-point ride requirement of our surfing red. So there is a plenty of time still. As you can see, the scores are pretty low for our surfing red. So things are gonna be exciting as the time is ticking down.
Yep. So Coral here has like practically two options: either, you know, get the 9 on one really good wave, or, you know, she has enough time, 13 minutes, to get 2 decent scores up on the board. So it's gonna be pretty exciting. See if she manages to fight back in this heat. You know, quarterfinal is already a really big result. She's gonna be proud of herself, but I'm sure she is here for that semis. She's not gonna be holding back now. She needs a 9.
Yep, 9-point ride. When you see that number, you can bring it down into a 2 score, Giada, so you can go out there, get a couple of high 6s. You're back in the game again. So you don't really need a 9, actually perfect single score of a 9. 12 minutes to go. All the surfers in front. Now priority is with our surfer in blue, Oceana Roger, a 19 years old from close to Kayama. I've been hanging out there as my brother lives in Kayama. It's a beautiful part of the coast. Good waves, a little bit cold. We're gonna wear a lot of wetsuit, thick wetsuit. Even in summertime in the Gold Coast, I would fly there, hanging out with my brother. I have to put a wetsuit on. It's surprisingly how cold it gets down there. I don't know if it's down or up in Kayama, but terlalu dingin.
It's cold. Wherever it is, it's cold. Down, up, it's...
Except here, it's panas sekali.
Yep, yesterday was an absolute scorcher of a day. Even sitting here in the fan, you were hot.
Aduh. We do not need a sauna here in Indonesia. It's sauna everywhere, wherever you go. You can sit outside. I need an ice bath. That's what we need. Imagine have every event we go to, there's an ice bath.
Oh, you know what? I'm actually not a big fan of ice baths.
I know, everybody knows you don't like cold. As you said it out loud, Giada. So
Honestly, unpopular opinion, I strongly dislike ice baths.
Okay, tell me about your growing up, raised in Bali, but you tried went to Europe, represent Italy.
Yeah.
And you didn't like cold, and you changed your region to
Yeah,
Indonesia.
I came back home. I was like, nah, this is not for me.
So Giada Lejari definitely not a cold person.
Dude, I was born
She's
in
a warm and
Indonesia,
nice and kind.
I was born here in India. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to the cold.
But Giada Lejari, for everyone who's watching, she's a spicy one. She's tell the truth. Whatever she thinks, she's gonna say it out loud in front of your face, and that's who she is.
That's right. That's right.
Well, Giada, there's 10 minutes to go. What is gonna happen in the next couple of heats? Well, look at this wave. Looks like can be a Josh Kerr is coming up. I want to see some big air or a club sandwich. You see Kaya skiing there in the drone. Thanks to our man, the pilot, drone pilot, Mr. Ryan. And yeah, there you go. Ciara is caddying. I don't know if that's Ciara or I think someone else is caddying for Josh Kerr now. So
I think Kia Hewer might be caddying Josh.
yeah, there you go. Kia here, our surfer from Mentawais, one of our up-and-coming surfer generation from Indonesia. Di mana Kia sekarang berumur 14 tahun atau 15 tahun, kurang tahu saya. Tapi it's bright and shine for this young girls all the way from Mentawai.
Mungkin 15.
Okay, 15. Get to get caddy for Josh Kerr. Wow, that must be really cool. Been watching Josh Kerr growing up. When I went to the Gold Coast, watching him, he's still on tour then. And I'm a frothing little grommet. Went to school, PBC. That's the school where Josh Kerr used to go as well. And Kai King was a grom too when I was moving to Australia. The long hair grom. Now he's a big man, surfing with the legend of a Josh Kerr, our surfer in red. There you go, everyone who is watching, stand by. It's gonna be exciting day today. We're gonna finish the men's. We'll see how the weather and the waves are doing, but why not? I want to see some nice air now. I'm done with the barrel, to be honest.
Enough barrels.
Yeah, some gnarly turns. Show the rail surfing today.
Yeah.
That's what you call an athlete. A surfer, like professional surfer, you can do everything. You can get in the barrel, you can do a carve, you can do air. If you don't bring those game into this surfing, here we go. It's paddle for our surfer in blue. Our currently first place right now, looking to replace that 6.33. Nice first turn, nice deep bottom turn. Another turn again. Wow, sharp surfing for our surfer in blue. 7 minute putting pressure. I don't know if that's gonna be a 6.33, but I'm not a judge, Yada. Yup. She's just like looking at me. Yup. That's all you say. All right, let's go. Look at the replay. Talk through it, Yada.
So this is the replay of the last wave of Oceana Rogers. Sorry. Really nice first turn. That second turn was really good as well, but I think the money turn on that wave was that first one.
Yeah, I think this this is a replay of our surfer in red. No, this is right now. Sorry. So not really happy with that one. I'm sure that Oceana is further out paddling to regain priority. That's gonna play against our surfer in red as he kicked out. Not happy, but the score will either be better than 6.33. The way she surfed that wave was sharp, connected 2-turn, but the judges also can play with the size of the wave. We'll wait. I will let you guys know shortly. Let's watch a replay of our surfer in red.
So this was the last wave of our surfer in red. Wow, that turn was pretty big. This one not so great, but a little bit weird off the top, but that was really well done for both Oceana Rogers and Coral Durant. So some scores coming in for the last of blue, and it's a 6-8-3, so she slightly betters her score. Now waiting for the last of Coral Durant.
You know, I really like Coral Durant's first turn. I don't know the body language. It's really showing the judges that she's not impressed with that. But the way we see it from here, we really love it. I think she just managed to do some nice finishing. She doesn't really need to hit it hard on that last turn, but she obviously heard a 9.4. She thinks she probably need to go beast mode on that wave, but she doesn't. There you go for last wave. Oh, red a 4.6. That is still requiring 9.4. Sometime in your head you think you need a big score, but like I said before, you just need to break it down to 2 mid-range score, Giada.
Yeah, I agree. I think maybe Coral thinking exactly that, thinking she needs to go massive, and sometimes the body language can actually affect your score. I think
Exactly.
if you're judging someone and you see that they're not impressed with it, then obviously you're not going to be impressed with it either. And looking back at that score, that first turn of Coral was actually really good. So
Yeah.
maybe she just had a bit more of a solid finish on that second turn.
Yeah, I think she really has that beast mode of feeling. Or 9.4. Oh my god, I just need to go big. But my coach always say to me, just finish your wave with a 50% of your surfing. Do not go big. If you had a really nice first turn, trying to finish it. And for me at that age, I never understand why. But I now understand why, because it's not surfing to fulfill your ego, but actually fulfill the score of trying to making through some heat. So as competition, it's a whole different game, Giada. It's just all about making those heats. Like the last couple of days, we've seen the second place still making advance to the next round. But the guys are going beats always come last. But not always, but if the Mother Nature provide the wave that they always want, beast against beast, it worked out. But sometimes you can't fight the Mother Nature. If the wave doesn't say yes, you're not gonna make it. So there's a couple of wave out there. It's Sabatu, the boys are out there. There's a couple of surfers out there today. Oh, 3 minutes to go, ticking down. Our priority is with blue. Looking pretty strong for a surfer in blue right now. Oceana, Roger. I'm sure the Rogers family at home are watching. Good morning. Selamat pagi from Indonesia. We're having our coffee right now.
Alright, so yeah, big shout out to Brett Rogers. Oceana is looking like she has a pretty healthy lead. She has 1 foot into the semifinal of a QS 5000. That's a really big result. She has priority. Coral Durant looking for a 9.40 as we reach the 2.5 minute mark. It's looking pretty good for Oceana.
Oh, the waves are so fun. Look at out the bag. Someone's paddling for this one. Be careful. We don't want to take anyone to hospital today. And that guy are literally surfing on top of a reef, not on top of the water.
Yep.
Kicked out. And there's probably a couple of boys from Sunshine Coast that I know. And yeah, to the, what's the father's name of Brett. Shout out to Brett Rogers. I'm sure Oceana right now got her money back from making it. She said, I am spending $4,000 to come here, flights and everything, and say like, hey, don't think about the money, think about the experience that you have in here. Get to surf in warm weather, you know, hang out with all these people from all over Indonesia, all over Japan, all over Australia, and seems like the gratitude are sinking in her side today. And of course, she'll make some money on this heat, of course. So, couple of check.
Not just this heat, but it's looking like the next one too, because with 1.5 minutes remaining, I think she's going to be having a pretty healthy lead onto the semi-final. Later on today, we're going to be finishing off the QS 5000 today, both men and women. It's going to be a big day.
Ya, saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Bupati dan the government of Nias Selatan. Terima kasih kepada PSOI Persatuan Selancar Ombak Indonesia dan ASC Media Team, di mana sekarang kita berada di Island of Nias, Pulau Nias, Pantai Sorake, yang ombak terbaik, salah satu ombak terbaik di Indonesia, namanya Lagundri Bay. Dan terima kasih Nias untuk melayani kita ombak yang terbaik ya.
Yeah.
So here we go. There is 25 seconds to go in this heat. Looks like Oceana Roger has the priority. Control this heat, staying strong, looking confident out the back there in blue. Looks like red is maybe trying to get this medium-sized one, but requiring 9.4 is pretty 50-50 for me. What do you reckon about this wave? Nah, don't think it's making enough. So there we go. Everyone who's watching, stand by as we're going straight into our semis. Heat number 1, semi-final heat number 1 in the water. So we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magical waits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle, with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
First, I want to thanks to everyone at home for supporting me, and I love you guys, and can't wait to see you guys soon.
All right, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 5000. This is the first semifinals. We have Josh Kerr in the red and Kais King in the blue. Good times here. I'm back in the booth with Mark. Welcome back.
Yo, so stoked. Two very worthy finalists, semi-finalists right here. We'll have a little look through the draw. Josh Kerr won his quarterfinal yesterday over Tully Wiley. Got two really strong tubes back-to-back in about 1 minute in the crumbly afternoon conditions. Kais King also won over Axel Kuroda in quarter 2 yesterday to park himself squarely up against Kersey. And then we saw Winter Vincent take down Shohei Kato in quarter 3. Winter's coming up next up against Ryaru Ito, who took down Made Joy in quarter 4 yesterday, Arvo. A lot of good things, all worthy semi-finalists. They were all worthy quarter-finalists yesterday as well.
So here looking like Kais King taking a look at this one, but wasn't really convinced with it. We'll see now. Both the surfers paddling with urgency. Kais has the inside, and it's looking like it will be the man in blue who takes off on this one. Will he get barreled? He pulls in, and unfortunately just gets stuck by that foam ball. Maybe it was slightly too deep for that one, but coming up against Josh Kerr, he knows he has to go pretty big. It's not an easy matchup. So exciting times ahead here in the Nias Pro QS 5000.
Yep, this is a really big matchup. You know, two famous West Aussies. One sort of starting to get his pro career going. The other in the twilight of his pro career. In fact, he's not even here chasing points, Josh Kerr. He's more here to support his daughter. But this fella here, Kais King, has been doing the rounds for a while. He's had taste of challenger action. I'm not sure 100% whether he's still on. But either way, he's hedging his bets. He was a runner-up last year in Cruy. He's a big-time performer, popular dude, cool customer, and he's up against, well, the man we've been calling 007, because it seems like Josh Kerr can do just about everything, G.
Yep, that's right. And talking about just about anything, they're looking like a few sets coming through. hopefully we'll see those hit the lineup soon enough.
All right, and allegedly these are 35-minute quarters now, so I've just noticed the clock. So this is going to favour both these guys. The more time in the lineup, the better. Here goes Caius on the pump. This is wave number 2. He's got a better line going, but once again the foam ball catches up and denies him at the exit. So Dilarang Keluar for Caius King.
Yep, so second attempt for Caius. He's been pretty busy. Josh Kerr being a little bit more selective. So they've decided to add an extra 5 minutes to these semifinals. So he had a better line here. Unfortunately, doesn't make it out. It's not as wide or as big, the barrels today, so it's going to be pretty tough to make it out if you're that deep.
And it's still, I think, coming up to high tide, so it must be pretty soon. Maybe in the next hour or so, high tide. We're under no time pressure, so why not add 30, an extra 5. Makes for good viewing, it makes for great competition. Kersey prowling the lineup on his 20. Having a good look at that thing. And Caius has gone, what? You don't want it? No worries. Let's see if the scraps provide some joy for Caius.
Oh, and he makes it out of that one. I mean, it won't be a huge score, but that must have felt pretty nice for Caius King, and that's going to be the first decent score we see in this first semi-final.
Yep, so for the first appearance of the men's here this morning, the judges will now set a scale for the day and try and stick to it for the rest of the men's round. So they might take a little moment to just debate Caius's number. A smaller wave, didn't take off super deep, clean tube, third effort, a completion. Here is what the judges see. What did you like, G?
So he was actually pretty deep on that one. It wasn't super long barrel time, but it was nice. He caught it under priority, gets that first 417, but he knows he's going to have to do a lot more than that to beat Josh Kerr.
All right, so Kersey not so fussy this time around. A good looking inside wave. Here is Josh Kerr in the red rash vest. He's on the pump early. His twin fin is dealing with the foam ball until that point. So 4 waves ridden now, 1 completion. A 417 is the moment's highlight, but effectively their semi-final has just started because the extra 5 minutes didn't provide a lot of joy apart from a 417 and a tidy little tube ride for Caius King. So they both know the theory here. They've been around long enough, Giada, to know to become a finalist, you're going to have to get 2 really solid barrels. So they're paying respect to each other by trying to get tubed. The system is, judges have been throwing big numbers for barrels, and you could just about put the turns out, unless maybe Kersey could throw down another club sandwich or something crazy. All right, while we are in the no wave zone, we're going to throw down to Snoop Dogg, Oni Anwar, who's going to have a chat with Oceana Rogers. Go for it, brother.
All right, good morning, everyone who's watching. We have our last hit winner. Oceana, tell me how you're feeling right now. You're in the semi-final, so how's it out there?
Pretty fun. We missed a whole lot of sets that come through, and I was just, I wish I was on one of them, but yeah, the conditions are just super clean, and I'm just happy to make it through.
And you're looking really sharp on your board and everything. So what were you going in your head before you paddled out today?
I just have fun. I've said that every time, but like honestly, I think this is like the best to score Nias, especially now with like only the 2 of us out there. So making the round was a bonus, really.
And you're still stressing about how much you're spending, but because now you're in the semis now.
Yeah, get the money. This trip was costing me a bomb, but this has all been so worth it, all of it.
Experience. What about being here first time? Tell me true about how first time coming here. How you feel?
I was pretty excited. I really like my backhand, so I was excited to go from a left to a right. I do miss the left, but this has been really fun, and Nias is just a really good wave.
Okay, so you wanna give it a shout out to your mum and dad at home? Everyone's watching.
Hi, Mum, and I think my grandma's with us, so hi, Gran, and hi, Dad, if you're watching.
If you're watching.
If you're watching, hopefully.
I'm sure he'll be watching because you're in the semis. So everybody who's watching, stay tuned because in the water now we have the men's, and get some rest, and I'll give you a bang bang and recharge and stay ready. So there you guys, back in the booth.
Unreal, and right on cue. Thanks, Oni, and well done, Oceana. Right on cue, Josh Kerr has tried the carving 360 a couple of times in the same heat a couple of days ago. He's pulled it out again to great effect with a tube ride. So right on cue, he's really given the judges something to think about now, Giada.
Yeah, that was a really nice barrel as well. He spent quite a bit of time traveling in it. So I think there's going to be probably the best score of this heat for now.
So this is really good. All right, let's have a look at it again from the judge's point of view. A medium-sized wave. He got on the pump. Can't see his board. Unreal. His 20's been working a treat for him. Oh, a little slidey moment there. But this is a real point of difference. No one else in the draw has even tried that. Kersey has every sort of move in the bank. It's finals day. We haven't seen him put tube riding turns, innovative manoeuvres together on the same wave to this point. So Kersey realising it's finals day, I reckon he's had another gear up his sleeve, and I reckon he's starting to bring it now. It's finals day.
Yep, and I'm sure both him and his daughter are going to want to be doing the Kersey finalist. As,
Imagine that. Imagine.
We heard Sierra say in her post-heat interview that imagine they both win.
Imagine how good that would be if they could both win. I mean, I like everyone that's still in the draw, so I'm not sort of leaning against any favouritism, but should the dad-daughter combo come to fruition, here is the drone view. Let's have a look at this. A nice clean pit to kick things off. It turns into a 6.5. Little slidey moment right there on the 20, but this was golden. Boom. Kersey things. Tail out the back. So sick. The front on view again. A 6.50. Judges leaving plenty of room in the scale. And this, you know what I mean? He can do it all. He's thrown down a tidy club sandwich in one heat. He's tried the carving 360. Third time lucky. Pulls it off. Adds a nice barrel to it along the way. So Kersey. Judges still leaving plenty of scope in the scale, though, for that real drainer there, Giada. 6.5. Well positioned now. I mean, yourself, Giada, you may not have had a lot to do or seen a lot of Josh live over the years, but he's such a cool customer, and you know in amongst the athlete area he's really well liked.
Yeah.
And it seems like he just brings a different vibe to the athlete zone.
Yeah, and it's great to have him around. You know, it shows just how great this wave is because he's retired practically from competing, and for him to be doing this event means that the quality of the waves here are just insane. And
I can't even think, I might have to go back and work out how many rounds he's made it through to be here, but he started on day one, put his entry in late, and at Cruy, I said, when was the first time you ever started in round one? He's like, oh, well, you know, it's been a while, but sometimes I do forget to put my entry in. So he had no ranking points to carry him through into a seeded round. He's gone, you know what, though? When I get to Nias, I start from round one. So he was always looking ahead into this event, and it's paying off big time. He's also had some good free surfs out in the bay around the corner, him and his daughter.
Yeah, I can imagine. There's so many waves around here. You just have to really know where to go and what time.
So there are some crew up there having a paddle today at Spot X around the corner there. There's also a couple of Groms on spot, a backup spot out there that used to be a real wave, being the indicator.
Yesterday afternoon.
Somebody's on one out the back.
Oh, I think he pulled in on one. That was really nice.
Heavy wave, that thing. Everybody that surfs it reckons it's got a touch of the Hawaiian power about it. Gnarly wave where you don't want to mess up too much. There's another one rolling through up there now.
Yeah, I was spending some time just here in the afternoon. Walked up a little up the coast, and I was looking at indicators, and it honestly looked like Desert Point in a right. So I would have loved to see that wave when it was still, you know, surfable.
Yep, and there was definitely some shout-outs to some crew saying throw Brett Herring out there. He used to surf it a lot. I remember that, Brett, back, you know, a long time ago when it was a legit wave. There was people always surfing that. It was much hounded part of the reef. It always looked good. It looks better now, but there's some serious consequences to it. This wave improved over time as well with after the earthquake.
Yeah, I've heard rumors that actually the wave that we're surfing now for the contest was actually not as good before the earthquake?
Well, it was really good when it had size. You know, it would do what it does now. It was a mean barrel, and it became famous for how good it was back in the day, right? So what it does now is it just goes better when it's small. It still can tube off its head at 2 foot. It's, you know, those inside double up drainers, 2 to 3 foot. It never did that. It probably gets steeper now when it gets bigger than it used to, so it's become a smidge harder, but overall better.
Yeah.
And that's the general consensus amongst everyone.
Yeah, so there we have it, an insider that anyone on a free surf would have loved, but in a semi-final of a QS 5000, the boys are getting pretty picky, so they know the skill that the other has, so they know they have to go big. Josh Kerr, a 6'5" to his name. Nice barrel to start it off. Finished it off with a 360. Here we see a bit of urgency in the paddle. Looking like Kai's King is going to be taking off on this one. Nice looking waves. Look at that barrel. It's looking like he's going to make it out nice and clean.
Kai's King, some nice rail work to go with this tube. Insane footage. Ryan Williams, one of the best drone pilots in the business. We know that. Gee, that looks so sick. So this is going to be game on now because he only had a 417 for a shorter tube, mid-size wave. I'm sure we're going to see the judges' view in a minute before the score drops. So the judges, once again, we'll say this again, everybody online. The judges go off their first look, the front-on look, and they put a number down. All right, so that a nice deep thread there. So this will give them something to think about compared to Kersey's wave. That's all been about the tube ride the last week. They look at the front-on view, put numbers down, then if they have the capacity and if they need to, they'll sometimes look in the drone view just to be sure. So let's have a look what Josh Kerr can answer back with now here. He's straight in the tube. Of course, he's a huge pump to kick things off, and he knew why, because ahead was looking pretty deadly and fast. And proved a little bit too much for Josh that time, but I think there's a good number, the best number of the matchup so far. What is it, G?
Yep, Kai's King's last one comes in at a 7.10, so pushes him straight into first. Now, Josh Kerr looking to back up that 650. We have seen him done it all event. We know what he can do. So it's going to be an exciting last 18 minutes of this heat.
Yep, and the judges are sending that message again. You know, Kersey mixed it up. He got a good tube for his 6.5. He then threw a carve. He threw in the power 360, which, you know, was a real wow moment. But the judges are sending that message. They still want to see it's all about the tube. Turns, yes, so. Probably don't add a whole lot of scoring because Kai's just did one carve. He's got the best score. He's got the best barrel. And that's why the judges have thrown the best number. So everyone around the world, finals day, 18 minutes remaining in our first men's semi-final, up against Winter, and next up, Winter Vincent, Ryaru Ito. What do you like about those two matched up in our next semi?
I think they're both two really different styles of competing. I feel like Winter Vincent is much more precise and just solid, whereas Ryaru is a little bit more, you don't really expect what he's going to do next. He has done some crazy barrels throughout this event. His style's a little bit more like Clay Marzo-ish. So to contrast, like they both are complete opposite sides of the scale.
Well, there's Hash down there in the middle of the Hobbit's chair. He's flanked by his lieutenants. One of them's looking a bit grumpy in the red shirt, doesn't want to smile. Come on, bro, you got this. Bust one out. Judges tower in the background, athlete zone in the foreground there. Our work site is in the Snarly Villas under that green roof we just saw. So finals day, yep, Ryaru and Winter. We've got a big tall natural footer up against a small, spicy, Japanese, goofy footer. So it couldn't be a different flavour about to roll out in our next semi-final. There they are. Winter's going to be in red, Ryaru's going to be in blue. Ryaru, though, has this world-class backhand tube riding gig that has blown everyone away, and even all the other officials at dinner last night were going, my God, it is undeniably world-class. his backhand tube riding.
So looking like there's a few sets coming through. There's Winter now getting ready for his semifinals.
And look, Winter does the biggest turns. You know, he's a big lad. He does the sort of turns that are going to go well should he ever make it onto the CT, right? He's a Challenger Series surfer, so he can see the CT from where he's at. He'll be on his way to Bolito after this event. He's got huge moves. You'll see it on full display once his semi-final starts in 15 minutes. He also a great tube rider. That's the reason he's in this semi. But we will throw our focus onto the Kayaks King Josh Kerr matchup. Two Aussies at different stages in their surfing careers. One of them's trying to make a name for himself, and the other one has got one of the biggest names in pro surfing. Josh needs a 4.78 to become a finalist here today, the first finalist. This is the first of our 4 semi-finals. Hope you're enjoying it, everybody online. You got any shout-outs you want to do to crew that might be watching this morning, Giada? No?
No.
Oh, come on. No one in Canggu?
I think everyone in Canggu is busy surfing right now.
Maybe.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure they're out watching. This is finals day here in Nias. A big, actually I do have a shout out. Everyone was watching Nathan Monchette surf and compete. You know, he was a little bit of the underdog in this event and managed to take out some big names. So, you know, it was great to watch. I had a few messages last night sent over. Everyone was stoked for him and yeah.
All right, there we go. Just been handed a Pro Junior heat draw, so that might mean they get a start today. We'll know more on our format as the finals day unfolds. I'm sure at some point today we will have a minor presentation ceremony for the winners. The official closing ceremony, I imagine, will happen on Saturday. Weekends are a big deal down here at Nias. Lots of domestic people come down to check out the Boule Fest on the point of Sorake Beach. They're not really familiar with what goes on in the water, but they love their Hello Misters. They love checking it out. It's not very often they get a big world-class event come to this sleepy little part of Lagundri Bay, being Sorake Beach. So anyway, we'll try and get some semi-final post-heat interviews as well out of these crews. Some of them may opt not to. We'll give them that choice, so we'll still try and roll out and get some of their thoughts out to the crew online that are watching. Everybody loves to hear from the crew that are winning and becoming finalists here today. So, Giada, you've been through Crewy, you've been through here at Nias. We're getting to the back end of this event. What are some of the highlights and the real memorable moments you'll take out of this Asian tour this year?
Well, obviously the past 2 days here in Nias have been absolutely insane. I've said it a few times. It looks like a surf edit. Every heat looked like a different part of a surf movie. There was incredible waves ridden. We saw the perfect heat by Xavier Huxtable, 210s. You know, we had some big days in Crewy and perfect days as well. So these events are my favorite. I think they really show the quality of waves we have in Indonesia, and I think this is real surfing. This is what everyone comes to see, and you know, it's not just about luck here all the time. Here you can actually compare, and if you lose, it's like most of the times it's okay, they outsurf
It's
you.
because you got outsurfed, yeah. That's a good call. And our experiment at Crewy to go down to Crewy left 3 days out of our waiting period, that paid dividends as well, yeah?
Yep, that's right, and just showing that there's so many options of waves here, and we had to do a few adjustments, but you know, the crew did so well in being able to be flexible and move around and have the best conditions for the surfers. We've had non-stop swell the past month because it's been almost a month that we're on the road, so it's just, I think these events are world class, and I've had so many comments and messages being sent that Nias is probably like the best event they've ever seen, So yeah, I'm excited to get back here next year and surf some waves. You know, it's not every day you get to surf Nias or Krui by yourselves with 3 other people out.
That's kind of the big draw card of everybody, and I imagine a lot of people have taken note, and I've already got some people asking me, how much is it to enter? What are your chances? Well, I reckon next year, if you don't have a ranking, you're probably zero chance, because in 8 days, you know, you've got to still factor the numbers in, and it's not like we can take 200 or more entries. There's got to be a cut-off point. So some people will never experience this, and the people that do have been grinners and winners across the board. There's even whispers about maybe a QS G-Land's name attached to it. Nothing official, but I've heard the whisper a couple of times. And there are plenty of other spots that you could pull off a world-class event. There's Riaru getting in the zone. Double shuckers is a cool cat. Yeah. The sole remaining Japanese on the men's side of the draw.
Yep, and the numbers show, you know, Krui, we got told, was the event with the most inscriptions ever in a QS, not only post-COVID, but pre-COVID as well.
It was, as you mean, members?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. So it was, the Krui 5000 was the biggest QS ever run in the world since they busted into regions. Our numbers were huge. We had about 270 or 280 crew through the QS Pro Juniors, 140 heats to get through down there. This is a little less, but I reckon that'll change next year.
Yeah, especially after the waves we've had the past few days. I'm sure that next year, if there's another swell bumping up here, we're going to be seeing the Nias event be as big as Krui.
All right, the ocean's gone a little sleepy here, so thank goodness for those 5-minute upgrades. Nias and Josh both been waveless for a moment. They started well. Nias has the best tube. That's what counts right here at Lagundri Bay, Sorake Beach. 7.1, his backup is really low. Kersey's second score is almost non-existent. He needs a 4.78. I've seen a lot of different stuff out of Josh throughout the Krui event, throughout this Nias Pro. Some funky moves, some deadly tube riding, surfing his twin fin just so well. It's hard to understand how he can hold it in on those bigger days when you've only got 2 fins, but I guess if anyone can do it, it's Kersey. Looks like there might be a wave approaching now. Indeed, there is. They're on the hunt. Everyone around the globe, if you can hear me but you can't see it, get back to a screen pronto. Look at this beast rolling through. It is Josh Kerr. He's way downtown, so he gets on the pump really early, and of course he's still there. How's his hand jive? That's the best tube this morning on the men's side of the draw. There'll be a big score coming for Kersey on a big wave.
That was pretty sick.
Right on cue. Josh needing just a 4.78. He's going to get just about double that.
That was probably the best wave we've seen all morning.
Yep. He waited a long time for that, but he knew what he needs to get over the top of Kai's King. Here it is again from the judge's view. Super deep. Right there. Super deep. There'll be a lot of pumping that would have gone on in that funnel. Didn't quite get the drone view that time around. But there's some people applauding outside. I think this is going to be high excellent. I can see potentially a 9-point ride coming. Going out on a limb and making a call here because that was sick. That was so sick. Numbers coming in. The judges are loving it as well. An 8.50, so they're leaving themselves a bit of room in the scale for a bit more madness here on finals day. But an 8.5, biggest number this morning, straight into the lead, Josh Kerr. So what does Caius need to do now, Giada?
Yep, so now Caius looking for a 7.91 to go back into the lead. He's going to be patiently waiting with priority now. He saw what Josh Kerr got on that last one. He's going to be trying to do something similar. So just under 7 minutes left in this heat. We're going to be hoping for some waves to come through.
Good times indeed. The former ex-pro surfer. He's won just about, he's been to a lot of events around the world. He's had some big victories. for the crew in West Oz. We'll never forget the day he stole the title off Taj Burrow down there at the Margaret River Pro. Caius King, we're looking at replays. So this is Caius's 7-1. All right, so remember that. Did a little slicing turn there, but that garnishes probably about 0.2 out here today on finals day. Kersey, look how much bigger this was, how deep, for longer, meaner. So that's the difference. That's what an 8.5 looks like, and we saw what a 7.1 looks like. So the judges pretty happy to throw just about a 1.5 separation right there. And they would have probably brought up that replay of Caius as well to go, okay, boys, we know this is better. By how much? Almost 1.5 points is the verdict.
Yep. You know, he was so deep, he didn't have to stall. There was like so much time inside the barrel, a lot of traveling, so I think that was a pretty good call. Josh Kerr now out in the lead. Caius King looking for a 7.91 to give himself a chance to get into the semi-final.
And the drone is back up. That's the back half of the judging tower right there. We can see a camera tower just to the left of it. The athlete area in front of the judges tower. Another camera tower in the foreground there, right in the middle of the screen. Boys doing business on this famous wave at Sorake Beach. Not too much of a crowd down here, mainly just surfers and people that live here. It is a Thursday, it's 9 o'clock in Sumatran time. Everyone around the world, welcome to finals day. It's been such a good 3 days. Tom Chaminade and Bonnie McLeod representing the WSL and Ty Connigan, the head judge, have decided they want to run this thing out in the best surf possible. So that's why we had those last couple of really big days, to get to this point, to call it finals day. Took a lot of hard work from the officials.
Yep, and the swell's dropping quick. The next 2 days we're going to be seeing it, you know, slow down quite a bit. We've already seen yesterday afternoon a bit of a slow heat. That's why adding extra 5 minutes into these semifinals is a great call, giving that extra opportunity to get those scores up. You know, this is a huge event. 5,000 points is practically a qualification to the Challenger.
100%. If you can win one of these, you know you can see the Challenger Series from there. These are a big deal. There's one, I believe, coming up, a 5,000 in the Philippines later in the year. I think Taiwan is a highly rated, potentially a 5,000. I'm not 100% sure. But if this did not have the added 5 minutes, Caius King would already be out. All right, we're surfing on bonus time here for Caius, chasing a 7.91. He's been living the 8s and 9s pretty much the last 2 days, and he's going to have to revisit that form. He needs a wave like Kersey's. So those 5 minutes are now, let's see if that leans all good for Caius. But Kersey's just done his best work here this morning. 8.5, his 6.5 was a, flashing back to it, it was a really nice tube with a carving 360 out wide. Someone's in the pit up there at Spot X. They're now probably having a taste of the reef. Wow, 3 minutes. Come on, Caius. Well, remember yesterday, I think it was yesterday, it was up against Axel, all right? And he was losing. He had 30 minutes in the water and he was in second place for the whole 30 minutes because his number came through probably 2 minutes after that heat. He was so far down the point he didn't even hear the announcement until the boys at Raf's accommodation place yelled out to him that he won, and he had to walk back up here for his post heat, drop the rashie back off. He was all smiles, but it was a real buzzer beater, and he's going to have to rely on another finish like that to get over Kersey.
Looking.
Oh, and they're moving.
Looking like there might be something. Oh, I don't know.
Maybe just a little repositioning moment, as we've mentioned all week, Giardi. You do get pushed back a fair way in this bay if you're not on guard. Even if there's no waves coming in, there just seems to be this current that drags you in. When there's swell and when there's motion in the ocean, you get pushed back. Sort of, you know, you can't believe how quick you move backwards, actually. So your markers are important. The boys are just keeping it real. Caius King now puts in a concerted paddle. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear this, get to a screen right now, because here is the answer from Caius with 1:40 on the clock. He's got a great looking wave. He fades a little to the left, drags his arm. He's now in. The foam ball's giving him a wrestle, and it gives him a bit of a nightmare because he's gone down again. Big advantage to Kersey now with 90 seconds to go, G.
Yep, that's right. Now Josh Kerr out the back with priority. A minute 20 left, and it's not looking too great for Kais. He's going to have to get back out there, but I don't think he'll make it in time. Just a minute 10 seconds left, and it's looking like there's a few bombs coming now at the indicator.
Can Kersey surf his way in? That'd be nice. Trying to improve on a 6.50. He would have just heard the response from Caius's ride and gone, okay, I've either got to hold on here and not catch a wave and fend off Caius, or try and improve on his own 6.50. A couple of young Mentawai boys right there having a fun surf at the indicator. Kersey still searching and looking hard with 40 seconds. Caius needs another wave. He knows it, so he's ducking inside here. He's putting a bit of distance between himself and Josh. Some of these inside drainers can go nuts, and there might be one coming through right now. Kersey kind of has to take this wave. Caius is going. Caius wants it. Kersey can take it, but he looks over his shoulder and says, why would I? I don't need another wave. There's 10 seconds to go here. It's going to be Josh Kerr to become our very first finalist in this year's Nias Pro. He's all smiles. He says, good on you, Cobber. Over there to Caius King. Caius slaps the water. Damn, he says he had his chances, I reckon, Giada. I love what he does. He's a cool cat. Commiserations to Caius King, who's going to bow out with the third placing. Kersey's numbers added up to 15. Caius had some chances. His 7.10 was really good. That's the end of semi-final number 1 for the men's. We'll be back in a moment with semi 2.
Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle, with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
First, I want to thanks to everyone at home for supporting me, and I love you guys, and can't wait to see you guys soon.
And here we are back in the morning scene. It is 9:08 Lagundri Bay time, Sorake Beach time. And while we were on a break, Billy, something incredible happened. Here it is. Take us through this.
A funnel from the Australian. This heat not even a minute old, and that is what Winter Vincent has produced. A 9.67. Looks like he's over his little tummy bug from yesterday, Mark.
What tummy bug? Epic start. Big fella. He's been stomping it all event, and he started a couple of his other heats in exactly that sort of form. Tell you what, it won't bother Riaru Ito too much because he's been getting those sort of scores every heat himself.
Yeah, wow. Mate, that super impressive. Winter Vincent, keep mentioning it every time he's in the water. His professionalism has gone through the roof. Very well drilled young surfer. But the
what is going on up there? Look at that.
Reeling off.
3-wave, bit of joy. Looks like the young Mentawai boys have pulled the pin. Maybe they should have stayed for a little bit longer. But here is the judge's view.
Okay.
Winter's wave. So happy to throw finally a really big number. The previous best score was an 8.5 for Josh. Winter, though, got the sort of ride that judges want to see. Up the point is still going ballistic. Check it out.
Yeah, that's a solid set coming through the indicator mark. And let's hope that Riaru can capitalise on it because...
Well, he looks at this first wave and doesn't like it.
No.
Winter's like, are you kidding? So Winter Vincent, wave number 2, handles a nice drop, straight into the pit again. He's going to come out with another huge number. This time grabs the rail and slides it around, but that's kind of a nothing. All about the tube ride here on finals day, Bill. Here we go.
Certainly is, and here is the backside style. It's world famous, worth the wait. That is super impressive. A 9.67 is in trouble.
Man, we've said it all event, and a lot of the officials were saying last night, Nat Bags and Co, world-class backhand tube riding act from Ryaru Ito, and we've just seen it of the highest order on a bomb of a wave. So the decision to paddle over that first thing is going to pay off huge time for Ryaru. I think it's better than Winters. So I can see potentially the perfect number coming, Billy. How are the judges feeling about that?
I don't know, mate, but it looked really good from the drone angle. You have to see it from the front on angle to get a good view at it.
Absolutely Gila.
But 7.83 picked up for the second wave of Winter Vincent.
Surely for me, Ryaru's was the best wave so far. Here it is again.
Here we go.
This is what the judges see. A little pump to set up the line, Bill. There's a lot of work going on behind the curtain. He comes out, he gives a little sayonara. Team Japan, he's gone pretty close to it. He's got a 9.7.
Just over.
Huge number. The judges are agreeing that's the best wave ridden out of the first three exchanges. But boy, oh boy, Bill, hasn't semi-final number 2 caught fire in 3.5 minutes.
Oh, it's fantastic. And it's finals day, mate. So if you want a 10 on finals day, it better be super special.
All right, so there's still room in the scale. There's not much room, but there's still room in the scale for that real blockbuster moment. Ryaru got 110 thrown at him, 3 9.7s and a 9.5. So someone with a 9.5 feeling a little stingy. Maybe they haven't had enough coffee this morning. That was so sick. So as I was saying earlier, right, and some of you people might have thought I was tripping. But when Vincent got the 9.67, I said, that won't bother Ryaru too much. He's been throwing those numbers down at random, and he answered right on cue with a 9.7, Bill.
Wave selection, absolutely perfect. Probably drilled himself, don't get the first wave of the set, don't get the first wave of the set. It would have been really hard to resist because that looked like an absolute cracker that Winter took off on.
It was. Winter probably couldn't believe his luck when old mate didn't want it. But Ryaru's been surfing famously well with a rash vest on, mate. He's had some real nail-biting finishes. He's been living in the high 9s. The judges love his act for a simple reason. His backhand tube riding style is absolutely world-class. He does have priority as well. He needs just a 7.8 to reverse the current situation, and Winter Vincent knows he's got a real fight on his hands now. He would have been so chuffed after his 9.67 and feeling really good.
I got brought
now
back
the
to
sweat came back onto the brow. He's like, oh my God, this guy will not go away.
Oh no, never.
Wave presents itself. Look at the waves they're passing up here, Bill. These things are grinding off on the inside, folks. Tubing top to bottom off their brain, but the boys, they're paying each other the ultimate respect by going sets or nothing.
7.83 just outside of the excellent range. I am banking that both of these surfers would be looking for 2 excellent waves to get them through. You want to take that 7.83 and kick it to the curb.
Yep, so that's Winter's immediate challenge. Ryaru will know he's got first bite of the cherry. 28 minutes, still heaps of time to go in this one, so he won't pull the trigger on anything other than an A+ wave here in this semi-final. Couple of times during this event, Bill, he's waited till the last minute to catch his second score. He's happy to pull in. He knows how good his tube riding is. Here is the drone footage again. Look at the weaving going on. The foam ball gives him the challenge, and he comes out. His mate in the channel just lost it as well. In fact, I think that's Winter's caddy.
Yeah.
So old mate's trying not to be too impressed with it. But how can you not?
How was that weaving? Grabbing the outside rail and just absolutely feathering to perfection. That was super cool.
So I hope everyone that's watching this broadcast is really appreciating the drone work that Ryan Williams can put together. He's one of the best drone pilots in the business, and I'll tell you what, Luke Campbell, who a Triggs guy who flies a drone on mine sites and stuff for a living, he shouted out props to Riser the other day, saying he knows how good these angles are that he's getting, and I showed Ryan the text. So well done, Camby. Paying some homage where it's worthy, and Ryan was quietly chuffed that other people that know drone flying agree that Riser is an A-grade inclusion into the ASC team, mate.
Tip of the hard hat.
Tip of the hard hat.
to Ryan.
There you go. Salute. Salute. 3 waves ridden in this matchup, mate, for pretty much 25 out of a possible 30 points. Oh, I can't stop just looking at the drone footage. It's got a real good look at what's going on this whole Sorake Beach setup. Now, you've been in touch with Jake Patterson a few times today. I know Nick Pearson, who was here for that event back 30 years ago, he threw some props out as well, saying how good it was. Jake threw something down about the final that he was in against Josh and Ant-Man and Justin Cook. What was it?
Went for an hour.
An hour final, ladies and gentlemen. 30 years ago, you could just make it up on the fly, and it was pumping. Ant-Man Patterson won that final. It was the best 5 waves too, I think, back then, mate.
Wow.
And they were stoked as, because an hour to get 5, it was a no-brainer. They all got really good ones. I think Ant might have got a couple of 10s in that final. He reminded us the other day when Huxtable put together a 20. We've never seen it. Well, maybe, I think I have. But it wasn't the perfect heat because it was best 5 waves back
Probably
then.
riding his 17 wide, 6'8" gun.
Probably would have been for sure his Albine model as well.
Yep.
AB. So major flashbacks 30 years ago. Time has flown by. The ACC circuit came here a number of times.
Went to Lakey's as well, didn't it?
Yep, it did come to Lakey in 96. That's when they built the tower on the reef, the first tower. That was won by Paul Ward. But the ACC Tour, geez, it was brilliant. We had 5 events in WA in a row, back to back to back, right through sort of an August time. Maybe 4, but it was 4 or 5. It was a big deal, that WA leg. So just flashing back into the past, the domestic circuit in Australia was really huge. They even came and we had a little play with Lagundri Bay, kind of Aussies only. It was so sick. I couldn't believe it happened. Those people that lived that day, it's got to be Margot won one.
Yep.
Sasha Stocker. Ant-Man got a couple. I'm sure I'm leaving out a name or 2 there on the win list. But if you know who it was, message us up. Let's get it right. Point didn't look anything like it does now, mate. It was minuscule.
Bit below sea level.
Super basic accommodation. Yep, the reef, you didn't see it like this. It barely ever popped its head out. It's allegedly risen 2 or 3 metres since the earthquake.
I'm not sure if you've been back to Asu, just around the other side of the island, but that's really obvious. You go there and it's a big, like 3 or 4 metres sticking out. What you used to paddle over, you've got to walk over, and I can tell you it is a razor sharp.
Yep, and that's a wave that got really affected. A lot of waves got worse after the earthquake. This wave got better.
Right, let's have a look at this. Winter Vincent out to that strong start. 9.67. He would have been feeling real good inside. Gets another little one underneath Ito's priority. Banks a 7.83. Think, I've got this thing in the bag. And then Ryaru fights back with the 9.70.
The boys are paddling and looking. They let that one go, but in a free surf session, there probably would have been 3 crew on that. So they're having a good look at these mid-size. Well, they're sort of 3/4s. They're not factoring in. They want sets or nothing.
The dream continues for Josh Kermark.
Yep, he's in the GF, our first finalist at this year's Nias Pro.
I had a little post-heat with Sierra the other hour, whenever it was. It's all blending into one. She tells me that this is Josh's dream. If this happens, that's it. He's retiring forever.
Well,
wouldn't that be a coup for the
No,
contest?
I reckon he'll come back here next year. I reckon that's fake news, everybody. Josh Kerr will not retire if he wins. He'll be coming back next year. We won't let him not pull a Rashi on with the performance he's put together this week. But there's 3 guys. There's at least 2 more guys that want to spoil the party. They're both in this semi, mate.
Well, you're right. They're both deadly, aren't they? I tell you who else is deadly is Caius King, and I feel for him, but I love the emotion when he come up short, because he had a couple of chances, didn't he, and failed with a fight with the foam ball monster. But I love the feelings that he had. He wasn't happy with himself, and I can't wait to see what he does after this.
So, boys, having a little think about it now. There's little moments of waves that look pretty good. 35-minute matchup, so you need 2 bombs. They've both got, well, 3 bombs have been ridden in this heat. So for Caius, who dipped out here, cops an equal third. He wins 3,042 valuable QS points and 2,500 Aussie bucks for the Skyrocket. That's 25 million rupiah. But he is bummed because once you get into the big show and you make the final, mate, 5,000 points to win, obviously. 3,900 for a second. The prize money doubles for the win at 10 grand and 5 grand for the runner-up in the final when we get to that point. It's about the points, really. Everybody wants points.
Well, not Kersey.
No, Josh. Some prize money would be handy. Help fund him and his daughter's trip to hit through a window.
Yeah.
Somebody's on up there at Spot X. And now underwater.
Yep. Got a lot of swimming or paddling in front of him.
I'm glad they extended these semis.
Yeah, good call. This event has been full of good calls.
Well, we're under no time pressure, really. We still have 2 complete days of the waiting period. Juniors are on standby for a potential start the Savo, and I got handed the Pro Junior sheets just before fresh draws, so I imagine it could be on.
Munkin.
Yep, so Munkin might be pulling the trigger on the Juniors the Savo. We'd really like to thank the work that Tippy Jabrick does and Tim Hain and the whole ASC team and Pisoy, the Persatuan Salancar Ombak Indonesia.
What does that mean?
It's the governing body. It's like the governing body of surfing in Indonesia.
Gotcha.
All right, and they're the ones that promote the sport of surfing. The ASC team are the ones that run the event, particularly the media team, the ASC, the Asian Surfing Cooperative. Pisoy is the governing body of surfing events and surfing promotion and the stepping stone a la Surfing WA. We were talking about them earlier. So they're in a similar mould to what goes on out of the whole Surfing Australia, and that's a strong program they have there. So Indonesia are catching up. They've got the surfers built. They've got the waves. Their pathway to glory is starting to come to fruition more and more through Pisoy. Rio Wider dragging up the belief of all the Indonesian surfers. They need the pathway, these 5,000s and beyond, and coaching gigs and all that sort of stuff, because there's so many good Indonesian surfers, Bill. We know that. It's only a matter of time before the next Rio steps into the big show.
Yeah, the infrastructure is there. We just, like you said, we do have the surfers. There's a couple of grommets getting around. Dharma Wisasa, probably my fave from halfway.
Who was that name?
Dharma Wisasa.
Blair on? Oh, no.
Dharma.
Okay.
He's
Dharma.
like 10 years old.
Wow.
Yeah,
All right.
he's absolute gun, and I haven't seen anything like that since Rio was a 10-year-old.
Well, I'll tell you what you're going to see. If we bust into the Pro Juniors this afternoon, you're going to see a name again like Bronson Mady.
Yep.
You're going to see Weston Hurst. You're going to see Made Ariana. Pretty sure those guys are leading the Pro Junior rankings. For God's sake, Weston's only 15.
Yeah, wow.
All right.
You're kidding.
So when we're looking at, next big names and Rios and those sort of conversations, Weston is got a lot of time on his side, and he's already performing out of his, weight division, we should say.
Well, he's definitely in the conversation for sure.
Yep.
Mate, a little bit of info for you.
Go ahead.
So we're going to have a small prezzo for the winners down there, just near the judging tower after the finals. So you got some work to do because you'll be emceeing that.
Oh,
and
all
who
right.
can forget when Marzi won? Remember that we had a little prezzo
so
down
good.
there, and all the Aussies, they rushed the prezzo stage, and it was fantastic. Binnies flying everywhere.
Yep. So you're probably going to get a bit wet.
Yep.
Oh my God. All right. So long as some of it goes down my neck. So what's the rest going on for the Savo?
Well, the winners' checks will be presented. There'll be photos, a bit of a speech. We have the official closing ceremony probably tomorrow, next day, not too sure.
Saturday, I imagine.
Yep, and so the broadcast team will be busy. They've got the cameras and wireless down there, but that'll wrap it up for the QS 5000. And as mentioned, the Pro Juniors are on hold, so we can do all that Then we can come back and do the Pro Juniors if the waves are still presenting.
Oh, look, I reckon those juniors would be in Tom's ear, in Tippy's ear. We really want to
Give us a
surf
go.
because we know the swell is going to drop. We do have a couple more days after this to roll out this year's Nias Pro, an 8-day waiting period, but you've got to run with what we've got and what the ocean's delivering, and it's going to keep dropping. So I can see some Pro Junior surfing going on the Savo. Here's our Pro Junior sheet, Bill. I'll let you have a little look at this. So we can see we still have quite a bit to go actually. We have the young men's Pro Junior. We have 8 heats in the round of 32.
Rightio.
Then 4, the 16, the round of 16 semi. So we've still got quite a bit there. That's 14, 15 heats of guys Pro Junior surfing. I don't have the women's Pro Juniors there, or do we? Okay, they're down to their semi-finals. So what do we say, 15 heats of men's,
18,
and then 3 heats of ladies. So 18 Pro Junior heats. So I imagine if we could chip away some of those today, we could maybe crown junior champions tomorrow.
Vessel, yeah.
Vessel. The ocean's taken a real breather here. It was all action in the first 5 minutes, Bill, and thank God everybody's got a ripping start here.
Yeah, it's great to see both surfers capitalising on those opportunities come through. There's nothing more frustrating. You're out of position. You see those sets come in, I'll get the next one, and then for 10 minutes they don't pour in. So well done to Winter and Riaru.
Capitalising early, 3 waves ridden for just about 25 points out of a possible 30, Bill, when you add it up. They didn't leave much meat on the bones out of those 3 rides.
No.
Perfect conditions though, Bill. Not a breath of wind outside really. It's quite a cloudy day here. It's steamy hot. It rained a little bit this morning. For sure the sun will come out about lunchtime like it normally does and turn the place into a sauna. But it's just, it's surfer's dream. Everybody has, said how good this Asian Tour is. And I think there's whispers of it potentially being extended.
Well, mate, it's not just Indonesia. The Philippines coughing up a big contest later on this year.
Taiwan.
Taiwan as well. So really gathering some momentum and some strength is the Asian Tour. Why not? It's an incredible wave-rich region of the world.
Yep, the Philippines offers a lot as well. Taiwan, the experiment up there is starting to really boom as well. When we factor into the nations that come here, mate, I think we had about 20 countries that featured at Krui.
Wow.
I'm not sure how many we have here, but it takes in the big hitting nations, obviously, of the Indonesian surfers, the Japanese team, Japan, the tsunami is coming.
Yep.
The Philippines are just getting their groove on at this Asian level, and they're on home soil. There's so many good Filipinos around the corner as well, mate.
Yep.
They dual sanction it. We've got other nations as well, so let's not forget about Sri Lanka and a couple of surfers out of Singapore, India. There's a few other sprinklings there. I forget exactly who they are, but they would be taking home good vibes and plenty of good news out of this tour. Then at the events like this, they also dual sanction it with Australia, the Australasian region, so that factors in the Kiwis, the Aussies. And when you put all them together with those other nations I just mentioned...
Oh, it's a big cocktail.
It's the bangingest, hardest 5,000s. No disrespect to any other region, but when you put those two regions together, it's absolute fireworks, Bill. Whispers around a potential G-Land QS at some point.
Oh, it's only a whisper at the moment, mate. There
I know.
are lots of behind-the-scene works to do, but wouldn't it be great to have an Indonesian Triple Crown amongst the Asian Tour?
Sure would. And I think there's a little experiment continues up the coast next week as well. It's not a rated event, but they are constantly looking for new locations, sniffing out some unheralded waves and trying to, just expand the already well-known spots.
Yep. Now, mate, I want to touch on something we spoke about the other day when we were watching the Pro Juniors. We saw Rafael Castro out there representing America.
Yeah.
And now the Pro Junior is only open to the Asian region. I was a little confused, so I went and did some research.
Yep.
See if I can make it as clear as Lagundri mud for you. So you can originate from another country. So Rafael originates from America.
Yep.
Okay, but you can reside in Asia. You have to have a series of things. You know, how long you've been living there. You went to school there. You have a residency.
All right.
And
Rafael has those things.
Rafa has that. He can gather points in Asia. He cannot gather points in America because he's chosen his region where to gather points to try and get on the challenges. However, he can represent America in the Olympics.
Well, it is a bit confusing, so you lost me, but I imagine it's not that hard to get your head around. Raf's stoked that he can be included into the Asian regions. Let's say that.
So really, basically, you see an American flag next to Rafa's name. That's his country of origin.
Yeah, I do get it.
He has chosen to gather the points in Asia.
All right. So there's a lot of surfers, though, that can represent America. So I imagine Rafael's prospects of becoming that dude. He's got a lot of work to do to be there, but he's all smiles here, mate. Lagundri Bay, surfing in boardies, getting tubed off his head. He's also in the Pro Juniors. Got through quite a few rounds in the men's QS. There's some movement out the back as well. The boys were repositioning. Lots of medium-sized waves unloading out there on the reef. Look at these things.
Wow, look at that thing running through.
Yep.
Oh,
So-
you're totally barreled in there, Mark. I can see you.
Yep, thank you. Lock that in. So they want bombs, all right? They want nuggets. Kersey's waiting already in the final. Women's coming up shortly. Our first women's semi-final will be Philippa Anderson, the defending champ, up against another American in Ella McCaffrey. The boys haven't budged for a while, mate. They did all their work in the first 3.5 minutes, and it's been down tools for roughly 21 minutes.
Well, it's in respect to your opponents there, Mark. You know, you can think, we'll get an inside runner and get a 6.5 and put this thing to bed. Not when you're facing an opponent like Winter Vincent or Ryaru Ito.
You know, Winter won't mind this. He's already got two, whopping numbers, 17.5 two-wave total. Ryaru's got the best score. He's got the best backhand in the business, mate. He's a cool customer. He's had a couple of real last-minute heroics out of certain rounds to feature in. So under pressure, he seems to just stay in the zone, and he doesn't let the moment get to him because he doesn't falter when the pressure gets turned up.
It's super cool.
Cool customer.
Cool hand Ito.
Yep. It's his filmer down there. But he's a cool lad, mate. He's kind of diminutive in size. He's up against, someone in Winter Vincent who would probably have 25 kgs on him.
Yep.
And probably about 1.5 foot.
Definitely.
And young Ryaru, he surfs bigger than his stature, and he really lets his surfing do the talking. He's not a big mouth on the beach. He doesn't rock star around. He's kind of quiet achiever. And Winter Vincent learning the ropes as well. Winter's only about 19, mate.
Yeah, we keep forgetting that.
He's already on the Challenger. Surf's really big. Should he ever run into the CT, I think that sort of environment would suit him.
Yeah. Well, he's got big raps on himself and big expectations of himself, which is super important if you've got any aspirations to get on the championship tour. And you don't just fluke your way on there.
No.
I had a couple of good heats and now I'm on the CT. That doesn't happen.
No.
You've got to have a belief and you've got to have an end goal. And if the end goal is to be on the CT, he's going the right way about it.
And one way to get onto the Challenger is with the Asian region. What we're doing here is we're trying to find 5+1. So 5 men on the rankings at the end of the season, plus 1 wild card.
Yep.
Get to represent the Asian region on the Challenger Series. In the women's side of the draw, it's 3+1. So 3 ladies based on points will qualify and advance to the Challenger Series, plus 1 wild card. We're looking at replays of this heat, Bill.
Yeah, there's so much travel time behind the curtain. That was within the first minute of this heat, if you don't mind.
9.67.
Winter Vincent. Let's compare this one. Backhand, he had a whole lot of work in there, weaving, grabbing that outside rail, and just over the first one of Winter. Good judging, I think.
Yep, I thought it was the best wave, and they've gone high 9s. Judges still leaving a smidge in the scale there for that absolute bomb drainer on finals day, mate. I'm I hope someone gets it. I want to see the big numbers pulled out, the highest numbers pulled out. Since that point, though, Winter's only got one more wave. It's a 783, so we've seen 3 waves ridden. I imagine this is the 783.
Yeah, that's inside wave, so it wasn't even a set. So it was a larger inside wave, but really good capitalisation from Winter.
Yep. So he won't mind this, the fact that it's gone quiet, because the pressure, if Riaru feels it at all, I'm not sure he does, but if he does, he's the one that's under the pump.
Yeah.
Winter wouldn't mind, I imagine, if the clock just wound down. Sure, they both want another wave and to surf this thing out, but Winter would be happy to hear the buzzer. He'd go up against Kersey should that happen.
Wow, what a matchup that'll be.
And Kersey's just like Karkek in this tour.
Grandpa.
He's like Grandpa. He's been there and done everything he can do in pro surfing and air shows and making his own surfboards, for God's sake, becoming a dad and all these things that happen when you become a grown up.
Buying and selling breweries.
There you go. Mastering clips around the world, and he's here on dad duties, super dad duties. Parked himself in the grand final, if you don't mind. Everyone's like, that's not fair. The points mean nothing to you, Kersey.
Yeah, well.
He's trying to do the father and daughter combo here at Nias, and they're both on track, I've got to say.
I tell you what is really cool about professionals like Josh Kerr coming and competing in these contests. You can talk about the CT all you like, but it's not until you get there that it's a shock for some surfers, And if you have someone like Josh Kerr kicking around, you're like, right, that's the standard I have to get to. That guy's in his 40s and he's still kicking my behind.
Yeah.
I've got to get to that standard.
So some of these lads, think they're pretty good, and they are. They're all really good, the highest level competitors here. But then they watch Josh, and he's so relaxed. He just steadily walks into the athlete zone. He doesn't walk out for his heat till there's 10 minutes to go.
Can you do this meter commitment? No worries.
Yeah. And, the pressure valve is off for Josh, but these other guys, as you're saying, Bill, they've got to have a bit of a look at themselves and go, right, we're probably highly paid. They've all got a lot of sponsors. Josh kind of has zero. He sponsored himself.
I think he's done all right for himself.
But they got to look at that and go, right, there's room for improvement in everybody's act, really.
Yeah, yep. And it happens quite a lot. Ethan Ewing, first year on tour, knocked out.
Yep.
It's happened to our boy Jacob Wilcox, first year on tour, got cut.
Yep.
So I'm very confident he'll be back next year.
Yep.
It happened to Parko, I'm pretty sure. It happens to a lot of people that get onto the CT, and it's just another level, and the intensity is so turned up a couple of notches. So having people like Josh Kerr, who's been around the block a few times, that's okay. Been around the block a few times. I think it's a really cool thing to have a couple of tiers under the Championship Tour.
Yep. So no disrespect to any of the crew on the Challenger, on the 5,000 series. I've really dug the performances that have come out of this event. So, you can just see Josh is surfing pressure-free on a 20, for God's sake, playing games. He's tried more different manoeuvres than anybody else in the event, purely because if he doesn't make it and he gets knocked out, he goes, so what?
Yeah.
And no one else, everybody's kind of a bit stuck in their own mould of got to do top turns, got to get barreled, can't play around, it's not a play around environment. Well, it is for Kersey.
Don't do a Carvo 360, how'd you like that one?
Oh, that was pretty sick this morning, and his club sandwich the other day, mate, and, grinding away on a twin fin in 6 to 8 foot Lagundri Bay. Who would have thunked that?
Yeah, that is impressive. All right, let's have a look at the 3 minute mark here. Only 3 waves ridden in 35 minutes.
I know.
Wow, and they've all been keepers. So no wasted energy, that's for sure.
So Riaru's got to be getting a little edgy.
Yep,
You've got to be thinking he will not want to walk out of this with the highest wave and no second digit. At some point, when does he decide, I've got to have a crack at this 780 and I've got to ride a wave to have any chance of becoming a finalist? So surely he'll be starting to maybe think about repositioning. When does he do that, Bill? He's got 2.5 minutes, so he probably won't do it yet. But if it gets down to maybe the last 90 seconds or minute, does he paddle in and sniff?
Yep.
Or does he just sit there and go, nah, I'm happy to let the clock wind off?
I would be doing it about the 1.5 minute mark, mate. Because you've got nothing to lose. You go in there, give that 780 a go.
or
And-
tap out with
yeah.
no second wave.
Yep. The thing that, if a set does come through, then Winter will have first choice on that because he'll be
Re-
out of position, but better than nothing.
Something's got to give here, folks. Gnarly moments. 32 minutes of no waves. 33 minutes of no waves. A lot of downtime. Nerves of steel by both these surfers. As you were suggesting, Bill, just paying each other major respect. Nobody wants an inside wave, but maybe Riaru has to. It's now 90 seconds.
Yep, it's got to make a move.
It looks like something presenting itself here. Still not interested. The Japanese surfer's parked up. He's dropped anchor. A 970 with brilliant backhand tube ride. Winter Vincent, a 967 in the first 1 minute. Backed it up pretty quick. It was the wave before Riaru's that Winter got his second number. Oh, man. How you going, Riaru?
Nerves of steel, super cool cat. We'll see if Huey plays along. We're under a minute now. That's the Japanese surfer in Riaru Ito looking for a very healthy 780. He wants to oust Winter Vincent
Well,
out of that first position.
Live and die by the sword is what I'm seeing out of Riaru's act right now. Not prepared to budge. So be it, he says. He's still made a lot of fans. Should he drop out here? If he doesn't get another wave, if he gets second, his fan base would have doubled during this event, mate.
Oh, sign me up.
Yep, huge performer. I was in his camp before this event started, based on what I saw last year. With just 20 seconds to go, he's probably going to have to paddle for this thing.
No.
No, so that's not a paddle. He'll still hold priority, but it doesn't mean much with 10 seconds. Bill, it's going to be over and out for Team Japan here on the men's side of the draw. Winter Vincent will grin his way into the final against Josh Kerr. That will be official. It is right now. The siren's just gone, so the boys are going to slap mitts. I really feel for Riaru. That was a bummer. Huey, you just haven't come to the party, and shame, shame. We're going to go on a quick break, and we'll be back with the women's semi-finals.
Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle, with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
First, I want to thanks to everyone at home for supporting me, and I love you guys, and can't wait to see you guys soon.
Ella Macafare. Oh, good morning, everyone who is watching live. We have in the water Philippa Anderson and Ella Macafare in blue. And of course, this is international. One Australian and one American. USA represent from Indonesia. I know it well. And of course, Philippa Anderson from the Newcastle. If I'm not wrong, I think she's from Newcastle. Yes. And this is a semi-final heat number 1 in the water right now. Look at that boat, the jet ski. One caddy. Ella is using Kevin. Okay, is that Kevin Wa'u? And I don't know where is Philippa's caddy is, but meanwhile, we got Mrs. secretly sitting next to me, Giada. Hi, Giada.
Mrs. Secretly.
Look at the wave behind it.
Where?
For whoever is watching, we all know, if you can see the little giggle behind, that is Giada. Do you think?
Yeah.
That's a little giggle. Just guess.
That's right. So, semi-finals Heat 1. Unfortunately for Riaru, Ito had to bow out practicing just on a 970. But very impressive performance throughout the week here in Nias Pro. Winter Vincent as well will be joining Josh Kerr in the final.
Wow. Semi-final number 2, we have Ciara Kerr in red and Joanna Roger. Well, things are getting more exciting in this today. It's still in the morning. How many coffees you had already, Jada?
I've had 2.
Dang.
I've been up since 5.
What?
Yep, so...
Are you for real?
Much needed, much needed.
Well, I had 2. I'm already feeling I'm about to jump off the roof. I'm boosting, full of energy, full of excitement. Why not? There's 2 regular footer surfing against each other, and there's only one goofy footer in this semi-final. So Oceana, Roger, and surfing against one of a dangerous opponent, Ciara Kerr. I'm excited to see everybody rolling in. And who do we have in our finals for the men? Josh Kerr and
Winter Vincent.
Whoa, 2 Aussies.
That's right. Already have our finalists for the QS 5000 here. And speaking of winter, we're going to head down with Mark.
Yes, Winter Vincent, you are now in the grand final up against Josh Kerr. That's got to sound pretty good, yeah?
Yeah, no, I'm over the moon. I'm pretty happy with the turnout of today.
And your first 2 waves, geez, who would have not thought that another 32 minutes later they would still be your only 2 waves?
Yeah, I was thinking, I knew that Rio was going to wait, and I was kind of counting on that there was going to be a 2-wave set, but then once it got down to 10 minutes, I was like, no waves come through, please. Even though it would have been a bit boring for the viewers at home, I was just like, please, just get me through this.
He's deadly, isn't he? And let's talk about him for 1 minute, if you don't mind. His backhand surfing this week, it's absolutely world class. Would you agree?
Yeah, well, he beat me in, I think it was round of 32, dropped a 10 on me, so I had to get him back one.
Well, he ambushed a lot of people throughout this draw. I'm going to let you get ready for the grand final. I'm going to give you that on your way out and shake your hand and say, good luck. Go the Aussies grand final time. Well done, Winter. Woo.
You know what, though? Thank you, Mark, and congratulations. Our surfer in red, Winter Vincent, take out Riaru Uto. And here we go, the paddling for our surfer in blue. This is Ella McCaffrey on your screen, everyone who's watching live. Yeah, what I was thinking in my head before, you know how we're just giving Bang Bang? Why don't Bang Bang sponsoring us for this event?
Yep, that's
good.
not
I want to have a
bad
good sponsor by Bang Bang.
Yeah, that'd be a great sponsor.
Yeah.
I think my dream sponsor would probably be Pocari Sweat.
Yep, Pocari Sweat and Bang Bang, that's perfect. As you can see, our surfer in blue, not being super selective. Philippa is probably trying to sell that to Ella McCaffrey. Very smart move. But Ella knows that is not a good wave for her. So, I look all these gangs going past. The crew. Da crew. Japanese is there. Is Ella McCaffrey. This is our first wave. Our surfer in blue. Nice deep bottom turn. And throw a lot of spray. Look at this turn. Here we go. Wow! Nice turn. Another one. Wow, Ella McCaffrey is actually staying busy. Really good start. And that is Ellie at the back there. Ellie's caddying for Philippa Anderson. Looks like it. They're sitting pretty far away. Oh, there you go. That's a caddy for Ella. Kevin.
Yep, Kevin Wow caddying for Ella McCaffrey. So this is going to be the replay of the last wave of blue. First wave of this semi-final, Heat 1. Big first turn. Sets it up for this second one. Here we go. Yeah. Boom. So that's a good start for surfer in blue. Philippa Anderson now out the back with priority. Looking like there might be a few lines coming through. Not sure though. Alright, so this is finals day. We are going to be deciding our women's finalists right after these two semifinals. Big day, big results, good surfing.
Yeah, good surfing. What a good day to surf at a nice, fun, playful Lagundri Bay today. Not as scary as other days. Giada, the women will be so stoked to get to surf today. Some barrels, definitely a lot of turns as a way for Ella McCaffrey. Those couple of turns at 5.33 judges as rewarding some turns too today, so you don't have to get just barrel to get a good score, but if you do a couple of turns you will get rewarded as well. I was gonna ask you something, Giada, while we wait for some scores to come in, some action to come in, what your life would be without surfing?
Wow, that's a good question. I don't know. I honestly have no idea.
Exactly. So
I would probably, I don't know.
I put you on the spot.
I'd be a DJ. I'd be a DJ.
A DJ. Okay. All right, everybody. If you come to Bali in Canggu in the next couple of years, Giada, beside no surfing, you'd probably be a DJ in one of those good beach
sandbar.
Sandbar. Sandbar.
I'm just
going for quick surf. Come in, play a couple of music. Next song.
What would you be, Oni?
I would. Well, when I was a kid, I was growing up in a little village, so really don't know that the dream was not as big, but become a something with like. I was gonna be a policeman or something like that, but
oh wow,
I don't know if I like that. It changed now. I don't want to become that. I just want to become a. I'm glad I choose the right surfing.
I'm a police officer.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yes, sorry, miss. Is
so what's out?
So you took my job. Should be my job to become a policeman. So. Anyway, it's an interesting conversation we have it as we are semi-final hit number 1. We're pretty cool to just talk about some other stuff while we some waiting for some good action. As is Philippa Anderson looks like Ella McCaffrey is. Whoa, look at this wave barrel tube time. So this is turn of
Well, I'm pretty surprised no one went for that first one. That was from here, looked like a really good one, but it's all different out there, so not sure what happened, but still plenty of time. 23 minutes 40 seconds. This is semifinals, Heat 1. In Heat 2, we will be seeing Sierra Kerr and Oceana Rogers. Sierra Kerr is going to be hoping to go to the finals just like her dad is. The finals for the men's QS 5000, we'll see Josh Kerr and Winter Vincent. So both the Kerrs are going to be trying to do dad and daughter wins.
That'll be super cool. Yeah, as I said, to get to the final, you have to fight with those crazy hungry lions. You know, Oceana Roger is one of the dangerous lion around here. Obviously, the way she make the semi-final, she upset Carl Duran this morning into a quarterfinal hit number 2. And yeah, it's not easy to get here. As for Sierra Kerr, have to play focus, paying attention to the ocean, watching her dad making heat. Look at the
Good
waves
looking wave.
Offshore. Look at the offshore. Giada.
There's some bombs coming.
I'm sure there'll be a good wave at Rockstar today. Sabatu is cooking right now. Look at the back there. That's called Sabatu. So if you come to Nias, there's an option to it. And small days out here, so I heard it's really good for longboarder too. I was talking to one of person who's the Casa Beba. They're talking that having whole and longboard event here.
Yep, so during the off season, a lot of people come to Nias to longboard. They say it's a really good wave. But on the dry season, you do not want to be longboarding out there.
Definitely not right now, isn't it? Maybe on the whitewash.
Beginner.
No, I see some gnarly longboarders out here, like take off and big wave.
Actually, yeah, you're right. I have a friend, Gabriel, Brazilian now, living.
You know what also is impressed me is stand-up paddleboarders. How crazy they are, can go on a big wave. They do proper big turn on that big board. Well, looks like Philippa Anderson at the front with the first priority. Not at the front, sorry, is second place right now. Haven't caught any wave. Waiting patiently. Looks like there's a 20 minutes to go here. Here we go. Now she's being really picky. I don't know what she's thinking right now. I think she's thinking about big barrels. Because those medium one is good enough for some turns.
All right, so it's looking like Philippa is going to be cashing in her priority. This will be her first ride of this semifinal. Tries to look for the barrel. Unfortunately, doesn't find it. Does a nice first half layback turn. Sets up for this second one. So that will be Philippa Anderson's opening wave. Looking like a few sets out the back. So now it is Ella McCaffrey with priority. So yeah, Philippa's strategy is probably like to get barreled. She saw that the biggest scores are there, so that's probably what she's gonna be hoping to do. Here we're gonna have the replay of Philippa's wave. No. There we have it. So yeah, you saw she tried to get barreled, didn't really work out. So here she does nice first turn. This one a little bit flatter, but it's a good way to start a heat. She waited quite a long time to take off on that one. And behind is Ella McCaffrey now. Wanting to back up that 5.33, and she's well on the way. Good second turn. Tight in the pocket. That was really nicely done. Ella McCaffrey. Philippa Anderson's last one comes in at 3.10. So plenty of time left on the clock. This is the replay.
This is nice surfing. Throw a lot of spray. And into this one is like fair. She really pulling it all the way to the back of that whitewash. Very good. Great technique by a surfer in blue. That definitely will either be a good backup or be better than her 5.33. There is looks like one judge already putting us one score, but that is the 4 more judges to enter. Looks like it will be her best wave. I like that how her timing on every section. An interesting game plan for Philippa Anderson. Been waiting for so long and open up with a 3.1. I don't know if that is a kind of plan didn't go with the plan.
Yeah, I think Philippa was definitely looking to get barreled on that first one, and clearly that the wave didn't offer that. So I think
there you go for score. Sorry, Giada, I'm interrupting you. That last wave of blue was a 7-point ride. So now Philippa Anderson looking for a 9-2-3. She still need to get some more score on board to see the real requirement of the situation.
Yep, so plenty of time left, 16 and a half in this heat. Philippa just sitting on a 3-1-0. Ella McCaffrey, pretty comfortable, has a 7 and a 5-3-3 to her name. But early days, and we have a bit of an idea of what Philippa's game plan is. So hopefully we'll get a chance to kind of see her do it. Good looking wave here. Philippa will go. Will she find the barrel on this one? And she just gets eaten alive by that one.
Definitely something with the adjustment of her game plan really shaking her off, because Ella McCaffrey looks pretty solid and putting pressure on Philippa Anderson. That mindset and the game plan of Ella McCaffrey looks really smart right now. First wave put a score with a 5.33. It's a gnarly competitor, but Philippa Anderson, she's been around for a while now. She knows how to surf a heat. She knows how to do it. So she's probably getting warm up, and there's 15 minutes to go. That's plenty of time, and I'm sure there was something answered back by Surfing Red from Australia. And so in surfing, you never can tell what the end result will be, because once you're connected with the Mother Nature and you're feeling your rhythm of your feet and you get comfortable out there, that's when you start to feel you're in the game. Having a heat training at a point like this is pretty simple. All you need to do is wait for a good wave, and looks like there is a good wave coming out for surfers in the water right now. We have Ella McCaffrey at the front with the priority. Will she go on this one, or look like Red is on a good position? But I think she's gonna just power past it. Gonna let that go.
Yep, so just under 14 minutes left. It is Elle McCaffrey in the lead with a 7 and a 5.33. Philippa Anderson looking for a 9.23. I think the best option right now, with still plenty of time left, is to get 2 scores to back herself up. Her game plan from the beginning was to get barreled, but unfortunately hasn't really come to her favor just yet. But if it does, the judges always throughout the week throwing those big scores at barrels more than turns. So we'll see if it will work out for Philippa Anderson. Next up in semifinals heat 2, we'll see Sierra Kerr take on Oceana Rogers. And we already have our first finalists for the men's, Josh Kerr and Winter Vincent. Today is finals day at the Nias Pro QS 5000. Big day, big points, big prize money.
100% big points. Whoever makes a couple of hits in this in the final, they will have a highly big chance to qualify for the Challenge Series for 2025. There's 2 big events here in Indonesia, one in Korea and Nias, 2 5,000. And a great opportunity if you want to surf snap a rock with the 3 other people out. That's one of the first event of the Challenger. And it's, once you go on the Challenger, you go to the WCT. Here we go. This is a woman in red looking. So Philippa is definitely coming here to chase that point, to try to qualify for the Challenger series. Because Ella McCaffrey, even she wins this event, she's not gonna get any point. So, but more of the experience that Ella McCaffrey is taking home. But Philippa Anderson will benefit her career in the surfing. So she's gonna have to work her way up now. There's like 11 minutes 30 seconds to go. Still really small score posting by Surf in Red.
Yep, so not really going her way just yet, but still 11 minutes left. That's plenty of time to get some scores on the board. So you can see her position a little bit more under our woman in blue. See, Ella has priority and is sitting pretty comfortably in the lead right now. So we'll have to see if Philippa can do what she's been doing the past week and get a barrel. I don't know, looking like the indicator's going pretty flat. Not too much happening. We're about to reach the 10-minute mark of this heat. 35-minute heats. Plenty of opportunity and time for the surfers to get what they're looking for. So the girls taking a look at this one. Philippa's gonna have to get this heat underway pretty soon. And it's looking like there's a few sets approaching. I'll just wait for Oni to...
Look at that at the back. Nobody's in that wave. The indicator. Wow. Let's go surf there, Jada. I'll push you into one.
I'm good, thanks. Honestly, I like my skin on me, not on the reef.
Well, are you sure? You get too wet to yourself.
Yeah.
Here we go, up and riding. I'll surf in red. Will she do some barrel here? Not. She's looking for her first turn. Fortunately not.
Yep, so Philippa just sticking to her game plan and still looking to get barreled. She knows she has to get some big scores up, so unfortunately didn't really go her way on that last one. Maybe just slightly too late on the takeoff. Ella McCaffrey now sitting out there with priority. She's going to start getting a little more picky. She has control of the heat for now, so it's going to be interesting to see how Philippa Anderson reacts under pressure, but she's been in this situation so many times before, so it's not new to her. She did win this event last year, got a 10-point ride as well. Philippa Anderson took out the Nias Pro last year against Paige Harib.
There is a set coming. Here we go. I think a surfer in blue. Nah, she's gonna let her go because she knows to get better. A 5.33. There is a lot of wave coming. Just nobody is going on the smaller one. This tide is filling up soon. Jada. So, but being in the first place with the first priority, you're not in a rush because you know the smaller one is not really holding up, so not much of a score. So might as well wait for this big one to give you a section to hit or to something to get pulled in the barrel with. So that's what the tricky part being on surfing on a high tide.
Yep, so we are reaching high tide here. It has slowed down quite a little bit from the past 2 days. Almost threw the TV down. But we've had 2 incredible days of competition here at the Nias Pro QS 5000. We've had 10-point rides thrown around. We had the perfect heat by Xavier Huxtable, 9s and 8s, people throwing 7s away. So I've had a few messages and comments sent saying that it was by far some of the best or not, if not the best QS ever done. It will go down in history as some of the best days of competition.
But if you watch the highlight yesterday, yesterday and day before, everyone who is watching, it was a tube time contest. The most perfect wave for a QS 5000. I've never seen a wave in a QS or a Challenger a wave like this. I honestly, that is me anyway. I don't know if anybody else sees, like in a board short and an easy pal out and you just sit for a wave and a cheap food, cheap coconut, friendly people. What else could you ask for?
Not much, hey?
Anything else you want? Freedom, jump on your bike, go find another slab around the corner, giving it cheap accommodation, and some nasi goreng, nasi campur. Damn, that life just sounds amazing for me. Anyway, let's stop talking about how good it is, but Ella McCaffrey is a really smart competitor out there, holding first priority with the 6 minutes to go. She's playing tactics out there now. Jara, I think she's using that is the moment that let's see if Philippa Anderson can hold and fight back with that pressure is putting by Ella McCaffrey. A 9.23 is required, but look at go. Our surfer in red. Will she answer back with some good score in this wave? Nice first turn vertically. Rides out nice and smooth into a nice curve. Alright, there you go. That will be her best score for our surfer in red, leaving our surfer in blue at the back. So she knows that there's 5 minutes to go. Time is ticking down. Answer back for our surfer in blue. There you go, Ella McCaffrey. Nice tube there into a nice sharp curve. I love how she just pushed the rail on the thing. A lot of spray too coming out of that thing.
Yep, so she's going to be getting rid of that 5.33, or at least wanting to. Philippa Anderson answered back. Just under 5 minutes left to get back out there and get the requirements or update the score. So here we have her. I really like this first turn. It was really vertical in the pocket. This is last year's winner here at the Nias Pro. So we're going to have a bit of an exchange before the end of the heat. Ella McCaffrey finding some shade out here in Nias. Nice second turn as well. So the last of Philippa Anderson comes in at a 3.97. We're just waiting for the last of Ella McCaffrey. Will she be increasing her score? She wants to get rid of a 5.33.
I think it will be Jada. It's a barrel and a nice turn. Definitely better than a 5.33. I don't know why I believe in that so much, but let's see what the judges say. There's 4 minutes to go. Everyone who's watching live around the world, thank you for staying tuned and supporting. And I'm sure Billy at home, I don't know what time is in America right now, but good morning, selamat pagi in Indonesia. And Philippa Anderson, maybe Craig Anderson probably be watching right now. And then Craig Anderson for a long time, been surfing, doing some surf trip around Indo, the style master. There is the judges taking really sweet time for that last wave of Ella McCaffrey.
Yeah, I mean, this is a semi-final of QS 5000, so they gotta really think this score through. It's a super important one, but yeah, it's not looking great for.
Oh, there you go. I must be wrong, guys. Whoever's watching, it's the same score, and it's 5.33. So maybe the size of the wave, maybe I'm not sure, but it was pretty like the barrel wasn't really like a deep and clean exit.
Yeah.
So I would understand now. Maybe I'm just too excited because there's no one really catch the wave for a while, and when you see someone catching a wave, you get all excited. as 5.33. Didn't change of the requirement for a surfer in red. Still looking for 8.36.
So we have the caddies of the next heat paddling out. So in the semifinal heat 2, we'll see Sierra Kerr take on Oceana Rogers, the lone goofy footer, in the women's side of the draw. Having a good time, says that she always just wants to have fun. So this is Philippa Anderson taking a look at this one. She needs an 8.36. Good first hack. Sets it up for the second one. Unfortunately, a bit of a smaller wave, so not sure how it's gonna work out. This one just tapers off a little bit. Just a minute and a half left.
.9, and I think that we're gonna replace her 3.1. But the waves are pretty small. Here's a replay of this wave of our surfer in red. I like this turn. Really kind of lean on it and throw a lot of spray at the back. Nice deep bottom turn to another one. She's looking to, there we go, a 3.37 last of red. Now I need an 8.36. Wow, 45 seconds to go. Still good result for our surf in red semi-final. Ella McCaffrey took out this heat. Will serve against whoever win the heat number 2 of semi-final heat number 2.
Yeah, so it looks like Ella McCaffrey will be going into the final here at the Nias Pro QS 5000. The American has been in great form throughout the week. Just last 15 seconds. Here is Philippa. One more wave. But she looks back. She knows that it won't be enough. 8.36 was her requirement. So, congratulations to Ella McCaffrey. She will be heading into the final. We are going to head on a quick break before we go to the next heat.
Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magical awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle, with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
First, I want to thanks to everyone at home for supporting me, and I love you guys, and can't wait to see you guys soon.
All right, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 5000. This is the semifinals heat 2 of the women's. In red, we're seeing Sierra Kerr. In blue, we're seeing Oceana Rogers. Welcome back in the booth, Dai.
How are you, Giada? It's been an amazing day.
It has, and I'm excited to be back in the booth with you. I feel like I haven't seen you in here. Oh no, yeah, I saw you earlier, but we were in the same heat today.
Right.
So good stuff happening out here. This is finals day. We are going to be finishing off the QS event.
Wow.
But we still have the Pro Juniors. But yep. So we already have our first women's finalist, Ella McCaffrey. And she will be joined by the winner of this heat.
So last heat of the semifinals and into finals.
That's right.
So we're gonna go into the men's final after?
That's exactly right, Dai. We're going straight into the men's finals after this, into the women's final, and then we will have the winners. This is Oceana Rogers, looking in great form all week. Nice first off the top. Tries to get around this section. She manages to stay on, wraps it around here a little bit, but will decide to pull off.
Well, that was a great ride from Oceana Rogers. Really liked the first turn. She just put everything into the first turn. So probably Oceana is looking for those waves, more walls to put couple turns in. But probably Sierra Carr has different game plan in this, semifinals heat too. Probably looking for the tube that she's been getting for the last couple, heats and absolutely scored excellent. So it's gonna be two different tactics.
Yep.
In this heat.
That's right, and we saw that similar tactic in the last heat.
Right.
So Ella McCaffrey getting waves for turns, whereas we saw Philippa Anderson trying to get barreled, but unfortunately for Philippa, didn't really find the wave she was looking for. She sat out there for like 15 minutes waiting and unfortunately couldn't really back up her scores. So we'll see if that heat tactic will pay off for Sierra Kerr. Oceana's Rogers first waves comes in at a 4.93.
Yeah, that's pretty healthy, number for start this heat, because there's plenty of times this is 35 minutes heat.
All right, there we have Oni Anwar. He's going to be talking to our first women's finalist.
Everyone's watching. We have our first women's final here. Represent USA. Good morning, Ella.
Good morning. Thank you, Oni.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. The surf's sort of gotten a bit slower, less barrels, but super fun for turns, and I'm stoked to get back out there.
Oh, you're stoked. You're full of energy. How's the wave out there?
It's firing. Even though it's a little bit smaller today, it's still epic.
So, at the start of the heat, pretty slow. So, what's going through your mind as the waves are dropping now? So, what's the game plan for the final?
Yeah, the heat before mine was pretty slow. They didn't really get a lot of waves, so my goal was to get a quick start, and that's probably going to be my goal going into the next heat.
Well, any shout out to mom and dad at home? Because I don't know what time is it right now at home.
It is the middle of the night back in the U.S. or back in Cali, so thanks mom and dad for watching, and to my brother, if you're up, thanks for watching too.
Yeah, Cole. Also, so you came here to compete in this event. You're not gonna get this point, but what is the purpose coming here and compete in Nias?
This region's absolutely stacked. Heat practice is heat practice, so I'm happy for that opportunity. And then getting to surf Nias with one other girl out is absolutely incredible.
There we go, everyone who's watching. That is Ella McCaffrey. She'll be surfing in the final of the women. So stay tuned. I'll see you guys shortly. But before she goes, we'll take it as bang bang. Enjoy your last one. Maybe the last one you're gonna be the trophy. We'll see. See you guys.
All right, thank you, Oni. That was an epic interview with Elle McCaffrey, our first women's finalist. Congratulations.
Wow. Now
she will be joined by the winner of this heat, semifinal heat 2, Oceana Rogers, first wave of 4.93. Sierra caught one of 1.23, so that's definitely not going to be a keeper for her.
So there's few sets are rolling into the lineup, but Oceana just decided not to go on this one. So waiting for the right ones. I really liked the post interview just then, what she said about, this is doesn't really matter the point. It just came here to, heat practice, because, these waves here in Nias and Korea is one of the best waves probably in the world, right? And if you wanna be ready for the CT tour, probably this is a place you wanna, practice at.
Yeah, so there we have Josh Kerr, man in red, our finalist. He will be sticking to the 20.
Wow, 20 in the finals. Probably I never seen that. I never seen people using 20 in the final.
That's right. I don't think I have either, so it's gonna be a pretty interesting heat to watch. So stay tuned, guys. This is semifinals heat 2. We will be going straight into the men's final after this. Waves are still pumping here in the Nias Pro. We still have had big scores thrown out. So lots of action here. We'll be finishing the QS today, QS 5000. So big scores, big points, and prize money. Yeah.
Prize money. Yep. So here is Oceana Rogers again up and riding. So she decided to go in for the tube, but comes around a section, probably going for the action from now. Wow, she pulls in to the barrel. A little bit of shampoo and big roundhouse cutback. Well, that was great techniques. It's kind of hard to when you go to turns, but you just decide to pull in the barrel. It's just hard to do it, but she managed to do that. And I don't think it's gonna be a huge score, but probably back up her first wave.
Yeah, so we saw her here try pulling in the first part, but maybe realized that it was going to be too small. Here she pulls in again. She gets a little shade. It was a nice turn here. I agree with you. It comes in at 267, so not a big score, but it backs up that 493. So Oceana, knowing that Sierra's going to go for those tubes today, she tries to, well, shows that she can do it too.
Right.
So it's going to be a good matchup to watch. The goofy versus regular. Sierra Kerr is going to be wanting to join her dad in the finals and get that.
Wonder what, Josh is thinking. I mean, thinking about right now, like getting ready for the final, or probably a little bit pressure going on because it's her daughter's semi-finals.
Yep, that's right. So I'm wondering if Sierra Kerr is feeling the pressure or not. Doesn't look like it by the way she's been surfing throughout the week. We'll see her with priority out the back. It's been an incredible week of waves, especially the past 2 days. We've had big barrels, 10-point rides thrown out, 9s.
Right.
You had the perfect heat. Xavier Huxtable getting 2 10s. So
much more like surfable waves today. There's waves that you can do a lot of turns in, but as well as if you wait long enough, then there's some bombs coming in and just opens up real big and you can pull into the barrel.
Talking about barrels, Sierra Kerr taking a look at this one. Will she be going? Decides not to.
Let it go, that one. So probably she's really just looking for those waves, just stand up tall, that she can pull into the barrel.
Yep, and Sierra has incredible wave selection, so she knows what she's looking for.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of footage on Instagram, and she's posted one clip yesterday, maybe. That was really mental wave that she pulled into. I don't know where that is, but that was a really huge and horror section that she went to pull in.
Oh, the right?
The right,
yeah. I saw. I'm not wrong. I think that was in Cruy somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, so I saw that video as well. Incredibly well done by Sierra. So I think Oceana just trying to keep busy on the inside. She has a 493 and a 267. But with these two names on the board, they both know that they have to go big.
Right. This is in finals, you know.
Semifinals, big result.
Right, you gotta go big, and if you lose, it's still big points and big prize money. It's just you'll be on podium this afternoon, so just gotta go big. So here is just Sierra Kerr having a look at this one. This is a good-looking wave. She pulls into the barrels, traveling, and comes out of it. That's exactly what she wanted to do.
That's right. So Sierra Kerr showing us once again how much of an incredible tube rider she is. That was the wave she was looking for, and it'll be great to see the beach angle maybe, but just to see how deep she really was and how much travel time. Oceana Rogers out the back will be taking off on this one. Good looking wave.
Wow.
Wow, that was a big first turn.
Ooh, straight into second one. That's big as well. Well, this is gonna be really healthy number as well for Oceana Rogers.
Right. Bit of a interesting exchange there. Two different types of surfing. Sierra going for the barrel. Oceana Rogers, two big backhand hacks. We'll see what the judges think of that.
Right, it's gonna be really hard to judge because these two waves are totally different kind of like approach. One barrel, one just two solid turns. So I'm just so curious of what judges gonna think about those waves.
That's right. So they're gonna be taking a look at that, revising, thinking. Very important scores coming through because we are very deep into this competition. The winner of this heat will go straight into the finals. The only thing I would say is that throughout the week the judges have really showed how much they want to see those barrels more than turns.
Right.
So
if you go turns, then you gotta do really big ones. Otherwise, you don't really get points. Probably two, low threes or low fours. But few scores coming in for Sierra Carp. Looks like it's a good score. So a couple more scores lock in, and we will update the situation. But there's another healthy score for Oceana Rogers as well. 7.43 for last of Oceana. 6.17 for last of Sierra Carr. So there's a separation between barrel and turns.
all right, so the judges really liking Oceana's last wave gave her a higher score than Sierra Kerr's barrel. So Sierra Kerr is going to be hearing that, and she's going to be, maybe adjusting her surfing.
Yeah, probably. Let's have a look at the Oceana's last wave again. This was really big turn, critical section to hit and straight into this carve. I really love the carve. That's great surfing from Oceana Rogers, and this is the last of Sierra Kerr's.
So this is a replay of Sierra Kerr's last wave. She pulled in, spent some time behind the curtain, but the judges really liking Oceana's wave more. So Sierra, under priority, she is gonna go for this wave. Nice first hack. Straight to the second one. Super strong surfing from Sierra Kerr. Plenty of time left though, 20 minutes. She's gonna get back out there. She heard the scores for that last exchange and said, all right, I can win this doing turns. It doesn't have to be barrels.
Well, yeah, she just played really smart on that last wave. And, the first curve was amazing. Rotates so much, throwing a lot of sprays and critical section. But that was really unfortunate for the second turn. The wave just didn't offer. But here's the first turn. Have a look at this. That was one of the biggest turns this morning. And here's another layback curve. I really love the first one. It comes in 5.40. But probably almost comes from the first turn because second turn wasn't in the critical section. So probably if she could put one of those, like one more, then she'll get a good score.
Yep, that's right. So maybe the size of the wave also not really helping out. It was an insider, smaller looking one, but yeah, you're right. That first turn was super tight in the pocket, wrapped it around. Really powerful surfing from Sierra Kerr. There we see her dad paddling out for his final.
What a moment now.
Yep. So he paddled out with 19 minutes left just to be able to watch Sierra's semifinal from the water. Maybe give her some pointers, and it's going to be a great moment. So Oceana Rogers taking a look at this one, paddling wide, maybe something out the back.
Looks like this set coming into the lineup. So is Oceana Rogers gonna take this one? Yes, she is. She is going to be catching this one. So she's probably pulling into the barrel. Yes, she does. Probably went a little bit high and caught up with the lip rip right there. Really unfortunate for Oceana Rogers, but it's another one out the back for Sierra Kerr.
Yep, so Oceana Rogers pulling in on that one. And it's looking like there was no other ways behind, so Sierra Kerr now with priority out the back, 17:45 on the clock.
Wow, this heat goes really quick. It's almost hitting halfway mark, and we've seen a lot of waves ridden this heat compared to the other heats.
That's right. Lots of waves ridden, but also lots of time left. So
right,
Sierra Kerr can still change this heat around. But for now, it is Oceana Rogers in the lead with the 7.43 and a 4.93 to her name. Sierra Kerr, a 6.17 and a 5.40. So she will be patiently waiting now out the back. It looks like there's a few lines coming through, Dai.
Right, so we might see some sets coming in, but I'm sure she's still deciding whether she should go turns or barrels, because she saw the bombs coming into the lineup, the Oceana got last one. So probably she's still deciding, well, should I go turns and get those 6-2 first, or probably waiting for the right ones and get into the barrel.
I mean, we've seen this week barrels get the biggest scores.
Right.
So I think right now it's just being flexible and being able to adapt to the situation. So
that's right, yeah.
Kind of just adjusting to what the wave offers. If it's going to be a barrel that is going to be higher than the 6, 100%.
For sure, right.
If it's a set and it's solid, go for it. But if it's a medium wave, maybe some big turns. And you know what? Sierra can do some crazy airs too. So I would love to see her maybe take.
So maybe she should go on one of those sets if that set comes. But if the bomb comes, then probably pull into the barrel. But other than that, probably she should just take one of the set, because sometimes it goes flat for quite a long time. So you don't want to be in that situation.
Yep, that's right. So the indicator on fire right now.
Firing, no one out. Did you see someone out before? It was crazy.
Yeah, there was a few people surfing out there before. Hopefully they're okay. I think they are. I haven't heard anything otherwise.
Pretty much what they did was to just race down the line, try to avoid this dry reef.
Sierra letting this one go.
But look at the next one. Probably not the one she was looking for. But
here we have it. Sierra Kerr will be taking off on this one. She's cashing in his priority. Her requirement, a 6.20. She highlands it. Big first hack, and unfortunately just kind of gets stuck on the way back to that whitewash. So a little bit of...
Well, I would say, just trying to be in the rhythm is a good idea, because there's plenty of time, 15 minutes remaining almost. So probably better just sitting there than just getting the rhythm, getting the feel the set. So now she knows what wave she should take. But now Oceana Rogers sitting with the priority, looking for wave to better 4.93.
Yep, that's right. So now it is Oceana Rogers still in the lead with priority, just under 14 minutes left. Will Sierra Kerr be able to change this heat around and get into the final? Both her and her father have expressed that they would love to have both of them win the event.
I'm not in anyone's corner, but really love to see her in the final. Just think about that. It's it's amazing to see.
Yeah, that would be a pretty good way to end this QS. I mean, we've had some incredible days of competition, 10s thrown out like they were 6s, and rightfully so, because the waves were incredible. But it would be the icing on the cake.
Right.
But to be fair, Oceana Rogers has been killing it this whole event. She's been a solid surfer. She has shown no fear out there. So you're right. I'm in no one's corner, but I'm happy for both of them. And semifinal is already a huge result. Third place in the event.
So if you get, if you lose here, still get 3,000 points. That's like winning a QS, 3,000. So that's a big result.
Yep.
For the points. Wow.
For those chasing points, this is a big result. Practically will be almost, I don't want to say confirmed, but you will have really high chances of getting into a Challenger Series.
That's right. Really high chances, because we're going to have probably 2 or 3 more QS 5000 this year.
Yeah. So
one in Philippines, one in Taiwan.
For the Asian region,
Right.
yep, they will be heading into Philippines. We will have Taiwan. Later next year, Japan.
The men's final here at the QS 5000. Whee!
Oh my God, there's a victory lap if ever I've seen one. He was burning off a 6:43. For sure he's done that, another massive. Didn't even see the whole takeoff. We didn't see him drop into that. So maybe we've got the replay to confirm exactly how good that last wave of blues was. But
Nice.
either way, Winter Vincent will win the Nias Pro men's 5,000 in a huge moment. I think we're going to do a little prezzo, so I'm going to have to race down there and get that done. We'll give him a little moment in the channel there to regroup, and Kersey and Sierra are having a little debrief.
Oh, they'll be happy, mate.
They'll be happy.
Yep.
Josh has put on a great... He had to go that wave. You're right, Bill.
Yep.
He sat there for so long. He had to take the first wave of that 2-wave set. Winter, the beneficiary of 2 absolute bombs at the back end of this final. I don't even know what his final number was. Maybe we could somehow bring up the totals and find out. What was his big total, Bill? Winter Vincent.
18.46.
All right, so he had a 9.6 something, so it's gone pretty close to another 9. And he's in the channel now. Debrief with Josh Kerr. We'll give him that moment. I think we are going to start the women's final shortly. It's going to be Billy hanging.
Yep.
Up and coming. Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magical waits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle, with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
First, I want to thanks to everyone at home for supporting me, and I love you guys, and can't wait to see you guys soon.
All right, look at the celebrations here. That is Winter Vincent. He is the winner of the men's final. Can't believe it. He had to overcome a rampaging Josh Kerr, who was pushing that twin fin through its paces. The celebrations, Jackie Thomas loves it. All right, the young fellas, all those points are going to mean so much to him. Having a good crack at the Challenger Series. You don't know what's going to happen during the year, so the lads are going to cheer him up over the rocks. That's a really brave move. Let's hope they got their good thongs on. Fantastic scenes down here. Congratulations, Winter Vincent, the 2024 Nias Pro Champion. You can see it there on the bottom of your screen. It's going to be raucous celebrations tonight here at Pantai
Sorake.
All right, what do you think of that, Gia? Welcome back.
Yep, that is some incredible stuff. I mean, Winter has been feeling pretty sick almost this whole event. So,
yeah.
And he has not made any mistakes. He won the event. That is some incredible stuff. Definitely a moment he will never forget.
All right, the women are underway, mate. Ella McCaffrey's already got a wave, and it's a 3.83. This is Oceana Rogers on her first wave. So 35 minutes of the women's final. It's to have you here in the booth with me, Gia, with
It's been a great contest, and it's all come down to this. Ella McCaffrey out of America taking on Oceana Rogers out of Australia on the East Coast. A big hello to, I reckon, Brett Rogers pulled the truck over, taken the high vis off, maybe he's cracked a cold one, and watching his daughter go around in the final of this QS 5000.
Yep, that's right, and it's officially underway. This will be the last heat of this QS. It's been an incredible week of waves. We have seen some of the best days of competition, and both these girls have been killing it. Here are some of the replays. So this is a replay of Oceana Rogers. This wave comes in at a 3.63.
Wow. Just under the first of Ella's, so it must have been 2 waves of turns.
All right, there we have the 2 finalists.
All right, looks like Tippy and Mark there trying to get the logistics right, because we've had a few technical hiccups during that men's final. So we'll cross down there as soon as we're told to do so. That's a very, very happy Winter Vincent, and I'd say Kersey wouldn't be too upset too. It's been a great, fantastic contest for him, and I'm sure we'll see him back here again next year.
100%. I mean, as you said, this is his first time here as well. He hasn't been to Pantai Sorake just yet, but he was in great form the entire week. He got some crazy barrels, and I'm sure him and Sierra will be back here very soon.
Yeah, it won't be the first time, but it'll be the last.
100%.
All right, let's catch our breath. Well, it's been a madness gone up around the commentary booth and getting their act together down at the presentation site. We will concentrate on the women's final because this is the last heat of the QS 5000. The girls given the blue ribbon time slot, and why not? Oceana Rogers took care of Sierra Kerr. No mean feat. As impressed as the contest has gone on, Oceana's impressed more and more. Winning fans along the way. I think I'm going to sign up to the fan club. Really am a big fan of her surfing, and she's a delight to be around in the athletes area.
Oh, you can count me into that fan club too. I think I've never heard of Oceana before this event, and wow, she really just blew me away with her surfing. So mature and her competition strategies. Well, she just never gives up. This is Ella McCaffrey on a solid looking wave. Unfortunately, it just gets stuck behind, so leaving Oceana Rogers out the back with priority. Even though it's early days, that is a dangerous situation to live Oceana. Her wave selection has been on point. She has not made many mistakes throughout the event. She has made it all the way to the finals of this QS 5000. Alright, so just reaching 27 and 45 seconds, and there's still plenty of time. No big scores just yet, but with the conditions we're having right now, we're going to see them soon. I mean, watch the very end of that last heat, and Winter was incredible.
He was incredible. I mean, it wasn't a mistake or anything to Josh Kerr to take off on that wave where he scored the 8.5, but the one behind it was just better. And had to do something in the dying minutes of that, or the dying seconds of that final, because Winter held priority, and so he had to take that inside wave as well and roll the dice. He would have turned around to see Winter getting drained once more. Sometimes the rhythm of the ocean goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. It had a little bit of a tidor halfway through that final, but Winter did super well to keep his composure and rocket to victory. It's fantastic for the young man.
I mean, that was no mistake, especially that second exchange, the very last one.
Yep.
You know, he let Josh Kerr on that first set wave. That's nerves of steel right there. I mean, I don't know if I would have been able to handle that type of pressure.
Yeah.
And then he actually caught the second one again, knowing it was going to be better, and got improved his scoreline even more. So that was not chance. That was not luck. That was smart, competitive surfing from Winter Vincent.
Cold-blooded. That's
Yeah.
what it was.
Oh my goodness.
All right, let's hope Huey throws down a few sets for the women's final. It's been an interesting March for Ella McCaffrey. I was saying earlier on today, she's made her way to finals day by not really hitting her straps. I don't think we've seen the best of Ella surfing. We've seen her go around a few years here at Nias and has really blown hair back. But this year, a little bit out of the rhythm, I'm not too sure, but has made her way to finals day without really slipping into top gear. Make no mistake, it's an awesome effort to get to the final, but let's see her really put the accelerator down and try and take care of Oceana Rogers, who has had an incredible run herself.
I mean, yeah, this is Ella's second final here in Nias. So I think she came second to Paige Harab, if I'm not wrong.
Right on, yep.
So incredible efforts from Elle McCaffrey getting again into the final. So she's been in this situation before. But we're going to throw down to Mark and Winter Vincent, who just took out the Nias Pro.
Are we down here? We're on?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's mayhem down here on the shoreline, as you can imagine. We've just finished the men's Nias Pro QS 5000. There's a lot of crew down here watching this. We have the head of tourism here on Nias Island, who is going to present our second place check, if we can please, our runner-up to... If we can do this, if we can just present this, please, to Josh Kerr. You guys, everybody, Kersey! And I've asked Josh if he's coming back next year. He said if you can promise the waves are going to be as good as this, he'll be back. I want to shake your hand, Josh. Either way, you're going to come back. The waves are going to be as good next year. You've got to come back, brother. All right, now, everybody, this is a big deal. The winner of the men's QS 5000, his name is Winter Vincent. He's won his first 5000, everybody. Put your hands together. Let's hand over the winner's check from the head of tourism here on Nias Island. Winter Vincent, what a day this is, the 13th of June 2024. Your dreams have come true, brother.
Yeah, this is a day I'll never forget. Having all my friends back here and pumping waves and a final against Kersey couldn't get much better.
All right, well, you've had a few runner-ups this year, telling me through the Aussie leg. How good has this week been? Can you describe what's happened here at Sorake Beach?
Yeah, this is the best surf I think the world's seen for a QS comp, so I'm pretty stoked to be a part of it.
All right, and the points, 5,000 points, is a big deal. How important is that, taking that with you on your rest of your Challenger season?
Yeah, got the Challenger season coming up, and it's a big relief to get two good results here in Cruy and Nias. So, yeah, just go freestyle.
Unreal, you're a legend. Everybody put your hands together for the winner of the men's QS 5000. It's Winter Vincent. Well done, Winter. Thanks, everybody. Women's final. Back to the boys in the comms duties.
Well, thanks very much, Mark. Congratulations to Winter Vincent and well played to Josh Kerr. What a cracking final that was, but it's all eyes and all attention on the lineup now because this is the women's final of the QS 5000, the Nias Pro for 2024. Ella McCaffrey is wearing the red and Oceana Rogers is backing it up in the blue. Oceana has a first priority and is looking for a very small requirement. All the scores you can see right there on the screen. The surfers will be keen to wrap them up and throw them in the bin because they want some big, excellent scores. Maybe by way of tubes, maybe via a couple of really healthy turns.
Yep, so we know both these girls can get barreled. It's a goofy versus regular situation here in the final. We saw some great barrels on that last final of the men's. Hopefully we'll see the girls give it a go as well. They are both incredible surfers and, you know, in the final for a reason.
All right, action out the front. The first priority holder is Oceana Rogers, and she's taken off on a wave. It's going to have to be turned. She's got a great backhand attack on her. That hook is no exception. Sticking with this one because every point in a final is valuable. Oceana Rogers, wave number 2. Welcome back to the commentary booth. Mark Clift, I hope you got your breath back.
That was kind of pretty hectic down there, as you would imagine. There was a really cool vibe. Winter was just so pumped. He said he got like 3 or 4 runner-up positions throughout the Aussie leg. A runner-up in a 5,000 at Newcastle, but he's finally won a big one. The Nias Pro 5,000, and as he commented, probably the best waves it's ever been for a QS event. That tag's been thrown out a lot this week, AG.
Yep, for sure. We've heard that time and time again throughout this week, and people saying the best QS event ever in history.
Why not?
Yeah, let's stick with that. Sounds good. So replays, how's Oceana been going, Bill?
Well, it's been a really quiet heat. You can see by the low scoring in the columns for both red and blue. I'm not sure. It's been pretty much that one half decent turn and then a flick off. So we'll see where that score comes in. Could quite well go above the 3.83 of Ella's, but nothing to write home about just yet.
All right, yeah, the score coming in, it's going to definitely improve her situation. She'll go to first. Another low score about to drop, so the judges, they want to see tube rides. We've just seen the men's final just finish in famous fashion, particularly for, let's watch Ella McCaffrey.
This is Ella, big first turn, sets it up for the second one.
Oh, yeah.
And that hack was super strong, so Ella, this is all or nothing right now.
All right, a good turn there, good series of moves for Ella. A 370 drops in for Oceana Rogers. We've all seen Ella McCaffrey on our Asian tour for quite a few years, guys. She's a big-time performer. She's made finals before. She hasn't won at this level. She's had some runner-up positions. But I've never seen Oceana Rogers before, Bill. So what do you like most about this young Chargers act?
Well, it's a fresh face, and we haven't seen her before. You're like, that's a cute-looking surfer. Wonder how she goes. Puts a rash vest on. Oh, my goodness me. Taking things apart. So I've really liked the surprise package, which has been Oceana Rogers. So we're enjoying that replay of Ella McCaffrey. But pretty down-to-earth sort of a gal. Had a good talk to her about her family and a bit of a history and how long she's been competing. She's been going around the traps for 10 years. She just got interested in surfing at 8 and then started competing a couple of years later. Here she is, G.
So this is Oceana now pulling into this one. Unfortunately, just gets kind of guillotined out the back on that one, but it was a great effort. So the last of Ella McCaffrey comes in at a 7.33. So extending her lead, that's a pretty healthy score, especially with 18.5 minutes left.
Especially considering it was moves, all right? So they were real A-grade moves, right in the pocket, perfect connection twice with a real steep bowling sections. The judges have rarely thrown numbers that big at manoeuvres, so they really loved Ella's act and just how quality and how much rail and tightness in the pocket with power, a 7.33. Well done to
Unreal.
Ella. So
Unreal.
good.
Yep.
Yeah, but Oceana Rogers, similar scores in her last heat, a high 7 as well. 2 big backhand hacks, so still plenty of time for her to, get that score she needs.
Yeah, definitely no walkover is Oceana Rogers. G, you're exactly right. And I don't think there's any giving up inside her either.
No, look, one of the points I've been making all week with Oceana, and I even said this to her when I finally, tracked her down a couple of days ago. We'll stay with the live action and get back to that. But here is Ella dropping into 4th wave now, so she'll be mighty chuffed that the judges are buying into this rail game that she's got. How's the bottom turn and the drone work? So she does power turn. She's a strong lady, and she is, been doing the rounds with the Rashi on through the Asian region for a long time. But a quick one while we're waiting for the number. Back to Oceana. She doesn't make many mistakes. She is a real surprise package, Bill, like you said. She's super tiny, definitely surfs out of a weight division when she gets the Rashi on, and she rarely makes errors. So I reckon in the next 17 minutes, we're going to see better work out of Oceana.
Yeah, she's practically been on attack mode all week. She has not had a single heat where you kind of like see her out of rhythm or selecting any bad waves. So it's been super great to watch.
Giada, what did you like about this?
All right, so this is what the judges see, the beach view. I love that first hack, super tight in the pocket. She really laid into it. Sets up for that second one, a little bit more of a mid-face one, but most of the points are going to be coming from that first one. She's going to back up that 7-3-3 really nicely.
Yep, I reckon you're 100% correct. And I like what you said, she really laid into it, because she lays the bottom turn over really hard, and then when she gets near the top, she just totally explodes and rotates really hard, Bill.
Really hooks it around. You see a lot of surfers when the same approach, get to the top of the wave and only bring it around like 3/4 of the way. But Ella McCaffrey bringing that surfboard all the way around so it points at the whitewater. Judges take note of that thing. Just got a message through, mate, all the way late night in California. Courtney Conalog joining us.
Oh, how
Digging
good.
the action.
Courtney, this wave, you would so love it.
Yeah.
You see what's happened here this week. Court, g'day. It's Mark Clift. We've met a bunch of times down at the Margaret River Pro. And Courtney, imagine her out here.
Oh, she'd kill it.
She would. Kersey said he didn't commit to coming back next year because he said, he goes, oh, well, I'd come back if I knew the waves were going to be as good as this next year. And I said, yeah, but you could go one better. You could win. So he kind of left a bit of a Moon King in the air there. It's a maybe out of Kersey, but...
Well, he's a mystery man, mate. He's left the door open. Of course he's coming back. Come on.
Because his daughter will be here, right? I reckon. She'll come back.
She might be on tour by then.
She
Who
might,
knows?
Who knows?
All right, Ella McCaffrey, 5.50, backing up a 7.33. The American looking super strong at the 15-minute mark. Oceana Rogers has some work to do now. Her requirement, a 9.13. You would think that she would do that with 2 waves.
Yeah, it's a big number. You know, it's quite a daunting number when you hear a 913, but a 1283 two-wave total is kind of maybe where Oceana's got to look at that now, or just have the absolute wave of her week and lay down that 913 in one bite. But, you know, for the Rogers family at home, having never heard of your young daughter before, win, lose or draw here, and I've said this a few times throughout the event, she's going to make a lot of fans, Bill, because I really reckon she's done a lot of good things here this week.
Thumbs up. Radio, things going Ella's way. Got the lead, got priority, and got this thing. Staring her square in the face. Nope, I'll keep that.
How do you pass that thing up, Bill?
No,
Check it out.
A bit of that action.
Well, maybe this is why. She's on the hunt now.
Going deeper, I like that. Maybe after a bit of funnel time, this is the American Ella McCaffrey. Spent a lot of time around Indonesia, in particular this wave. Will it be on show here? It does slip straight under the curtain. She's going to make it out, that is for sure. Loves it. Asks for a bit of support from the beach. She gets it from the channel.
She's going to get it from the judges too, trust me.
Oh, smiles.
Even the way behind looked unreal, but Ella's done the business right there, Bill. That was a really good thread. I'm sure we're going to see the judges' angle again and confirm exactly how long behind the curtain. But her first indications and the body language, Ella's loving it. I'm thinking the best wave of the final so far.
Mate, you don't see much claim sort of action from Ella when she pulls out a wave, so that was cool. She must have been really feeling it out there.
Yep, especially with just under 13 minutes, an 8.83, her last wave pushes her straight into the lead, putting Oceana Rogers in combination. So this is going to be the replay of Ella McCaffrey's last wave. You see her pulling into this one super deep, and she makes it out. Looks back at the judges like, what more?
Well, having a chat with her this morning, mate, you don't get waves like that in the free surf. She was telling me that earlier. She said you had such a good wave the other night in a free surf and someone dropped in on. And that's the common theme of afternoon surfs when there's 60 or 70 people out there. So she's making the most of probably a final surf at Lagundri Bay this week with just one other surfer out there, the youngster Oceana. And you could see just the joy and the emotion from Ella. That was just such a good wave. Well done, Ella.
Right, that 12-odd heat total has pushed up to 16.16 now for Oceana. 12 minutes remaining. You think a couple of bombs could do it?
Yeah. What has she got to do now, Bill? The youngster.
Well, you just got it back to the drawing board. Forget that it's it's halfway through the heat. look for a big gaping cave all the way through the channel, and you're going to get up there in that 8 and 9 region.
Well, let's remember the last few minutes for Winter Vincent.
Yes.
All right. He hadn't had a really good score on the board. He got a 9.6, 9.67 or something with only a few minutes to go.
Yep.
And then he got we never really saw the number, but it was close to another 9 inside the last minute. So he got his numbers, which added up to 18.46 inside the last 4 or 5 minutes.
Yep, this is true. Keep the faith.
Yep, it's not over just yet for Oceana Rogers. With 11 minutes, she can catch 2 waves. And we've seen her never give up in the other heat, so I don't see why she would do the same. Like, she wouldn't do the same here in the final.
And once again, it's a tale of two different surfers, isn't it, Bill? The American has been around for quite a while through our Asian area. She's been on the podium here before. She's been on the podium at Cruy. She's never won. She's been on the Challenger, all those sort of things, all those sort of hard yards, up against a fresh new face, a young 19-year-old who wants to be that person.
Yep, she's got a touch of the Katie Simmons about her, I reckon. Same style. The technique has to be perfect. If you're not, a large human, you can really lay a bit of weight into those rails. So if you want your turns to capture the imagination of the judging panel and the greater surfing public, your technique and your timing has to be perfect. And Oceana Rogers has displayed that this week.
I reckon 100%, mate. And a touch of the Katie Simmons, I like that. Got the freckles going. Got the, similar size and quietly spoken. So once again, to the Rogers clan out there, a lot of people have stood up and taken notice this week, not just us, of young Oceana. So the experiment to come through the Asian leg here and to park herself up at Lagundri Bay has well and truly been worth it.
Yep, second place at a QS 5000 is a huge result.
So let's have a look. We know she collects $5,000 for a runner-up position. The points on offer are 3,900. So it's not quite the 5,000, but it's a fair chunk of valuable, unbuyable QS points. So I asked her earlier at a post-heat interview what her immediate goals was, and she laid down something like, I want to do well, and I just want to do. I said, what about Challenger? She goes, well, yeah, I'd love to do that. I said, well, surely that should have been your answer. She does want to be a Challenger surfer.
Aim for the top. Yep, I like it when athletes come out and just lay it on the line what they want to do, because you might not reach that, but that's what you've got to put out there and open yourself up to sometimes not quite reaching your goals. Try again, and then you'll reach it, and then you'll reach it. Rio Wider, a great example.
Yeah, we'll mention what he said to us in an interview after we watched what Blue lays down here. Oceana needs at least about a 6.5 to get out of combo here. So on a backhand, really strong attack on the lip. It's been a go-to move throughout this event with a strong carving cutback over and out now in the channel, but it's got to be better than a 6, 1.6, let's face it, to give herself a chance. But a 6.5, a 7 or something like that would be good if she could get that out of that ride. She needs to get out of combo, Bill, and she needs to do it in a hurry.
100%. Coming down towards the 8-minute mark. One other thing I like about Oceana is a goof footer.
Oh, you goofies are tight. I'm surrounded by goofies, folks. I'm holding it down for the natural footers. From one goofy footer to another, what do you like about this?
Here we have it. I love this first turn. She goes upside down. So much water out the back. Wraps it around here again. So this last one comes in at a 6.33. Takes her out of combination now. She's looking for an almost perfect score of a 9.83 with 7.5 remaining. Will Oceana bite back?
All right, well, she's going to need a biggest number of the tournament to win the Nias Pro. It's time to go really big. She's going to need a barrel, a big barrel, a long barrel to get that number. We haven't seen a 9.83 thrown down today, Bill. We've gone pretty close. Winter Vincent had a ripping final. He'll be up there just probably trying to soak up what's all happened. It's his first really big victory. He runner-up in a 5,000 before, and he's runner-up a bunch of times throughout the Aussie leg of QS action, and finally gets gold. So while there's a little break in the action, back to that Rio Wider conversation and his goals, all right? Like, Rio was super focused, we all know that. And Krui, years ago, we had a post-heat interview. We sat him down. I said, Rio, what are your goals? I want to be a CT surfer.
Tick.
I want to win a world title, and I want to win a gold medal. Straight up, those three things. Aiming high, young man.
Aiming high, yep. Forget one heat at a time, that sort of business. Here's where I want to go. That's where I've got my eyes set. Let's rock and roll and have a good time getting there.
And you know what? You all know how focused he is, and he's the sole Indonesian on the big show. He's dragging in his slipstream. A lot of other dreams are coming along with him. A lot of people believe they've seen how Rio's done it. He's lived in Bali, so he's been in contact with a lot of other Indos that have watched him progress year after year. They've watched his act. So just an absolute gem. And for all the other Indos out there, Indonesian surfers, get a chunk and believe and aim high. And like you said, Bill, he's already ticked off one of his goals. So he knows where he wants to go, and he knew how to get there. So that was a big part of having dreams. You've got to have a plan. You've got to know how to get there.
Yeah, and the important thing he has done, he's shown young kids how to get there. This is exactly how you do it, just like I've done it.
Oh, just like Rio's done it. I thought you meant yourself.
No, I was talking in the third person.
All right.
Have a look at this. 5.5 minutes to go, Mark. It is Ella McCaffrey out in the lead. That 8.83, a massive score. It was a good-looking tube. The 6.33 of Oceana's was just a point under the second wave of Ella's. So both turns, both really good-looking turns. And the judges giving the nod to the surfer in red. So with 5 minutes to go, the pressure is mounting on Oceana Rogers in blue, a 9.83 the requirement. She's not sitting around dropping anchor hoping something will come her way. Looks like she's keeping busy.
Yeah, needs a huge number now. So, let's see how much fuel's left in the tank here for young Oceana. I'm sure folks are sitting on the edge of their seats. I'm sure either way, they are totally impressed with the effort she's put up here. This is there's so many quality, seasoned surfers at this event. And for the young one to be away from home, travelling with Simon Iwa, to do what she's done here, I'm sure there's a little tear in the eye in the Rogers clan as they watch their charger, needing a huge number, but, what a moment for that family.
Cracker, absolute cracker.
So at the conclusion of this final, we'll go and do what we did with the men's. We'll have a quick little presentation moment down there in front of the athlete area. We'll then go on hold until 1 o'clock. It's almost 12 now. So Pro Junior guys, was it, Bill? Is that what was thrown down? I know there's some
the
Pro Junior fellas.
Round of 32 is going to be hitting the water, so that's 8 heats of the Pro Juniors men's.
Just want to have a little glance through that, Bill, and let everybody online know who potentially to keep their eye out for in the next.
All right, so in the Pro Junior men's, some of the big names is Tenshi Iwami, obviously Dylan Wilcoxon as well. He's been killing it. And he's in a heat with his best friend, Joaquim Rizki. So that's going to be a pretty interesting heat. We're going to have Weston Hurst in heat 8. I know Bronson Mady's in heat 4. And
there's a lot of
Shohei
shredders.
Kato,
Yeah, there's a lot. Shohei, geez, he got all the way to, I think, quarter-final this morning. So the juniors, and we've got Rafael Castro as well, the big fella. But let's stay with the diminutive Oceana Rogers. She gives it a pump. The wave slaps her on the back. Not ideal when you're chasing a 9.83. It's a big advantage to Ella McCaffrey, who, let's face it, mate, after so many attempts at this Asian tour, she's got her fingerprints all over the winner's check of this year's Nias Pro.
She's got one hand on the trophy, that is for sure. Ella McCaffrey, after a few swings at the title, this could be the home run.
It's been a long time coming for Ella, really, if she does win. Let's face it, it's looking like she's about to. A couple of near misses throughout the Asian tour. But if anybody deserves it more, out of anybody that's gone around and done the hard yards, this has been a long time coming. Should Ella hang on here in these last 2 minutes? What do you reckon, G?
yeah, I mean, she's worked so hard for this moment, and she's been here already a few years in a row, so she's made finals, both in juniors and open, and I think this could possibly finally be her moment. It's looking pretty good with just 1:50 left. She has priority. Oceana needs a 9.83 to go to first, so a big moment for Ella McCaffrey.
Yeah, 5 waves apiece, red and blue. All scores are in. 16-16 versus 10.03. 90 seconds for Ella to maybe realise some big-time dreams going on through the Indonesian tour. She's been in Indo for a while. She didn't come to Krui.
Yep.
She was down there at Lakey. I saw her just before I left, and I said, I'll see you in Krui. She said, no, you won't, but I'm coming to Nias. She's made it pay off big time. So moments away now, just over a minute. Does Oceana get a chance? Ella says, there you go, you can have that, youngster. This could be a little sign-off now for Oceana.
No, not quite scratching into that, mate. 1 minute to go. It has been a dominant display, let's face it, from Ella McCaffrey. That 7.33 was a good way to start your scoring waves, backing it up a wave, a point better at 8.33 into the excellent zone. It's been catch-up for Oceana Rogers ever since. 44 seconds winding down. Looks like the young Australian would have a last crack at it. 41 seconds. It's a little bit of an inside runner. Love to see the style of the backhand on this young lady from Queensland. That's a couple of cracking turns. I think it's going to be the 9.83, but it's definitely going to improve her scoreline, Mark.
Yep, and just a bit of transport into the reef. She gave herself a little mini fist pump. She has... she's probably not going to win this thing. A 9.83 is a huge number. There's no tube involved in that final ride. Ella's obviously stood up out the back as well, we can see. But as the youngster makes her way to the beach, I'm going to just give her a little quiet salute because she surfs really well. She went down swinging, Bill, on that last wave. Final words from you, Giada?
Yep, she has had an incredible run here at the Nias Pro. So there we have it. Some scores to come through, but I'm pretty sure it will be Ella McCaffrey. Wow, an 8.17 was Oceana's last score. Not enough, though, so Ella McCaffrey is a Nias Pro winner. Congratulations.
Oh, that is fantastic news. She's, like I mentioned, she has had a couple of swings at the title, and this is it. Look at these scenes in the whitewater with the caddy. Oh, fantastic stuff. It looks like Kevin Wau as the caddy for Ella McCaffrey. Celebrations are going to happen both here at Sorake Beach and through to America because Ella McCaffrey is a 2024 Nias Pro Junior Champion. No one can take that away from her. It's going to be hers for life. Magnificent stuff. Really digging it. Congratulations. It's been a long time coming, but it was a dominant display, you think, G?
Yep, that was super dominant display from Ella McCaffrey. She was in the lead from the very beginning till the very end. So congratulations. She's been here. She's been in the final before. She loves this spot. Finally takes the win.
Good scenes, both her and Kevin catching a wave on in. That's her caddy right there. Works at the hash where Ella is staying. So what a great scene this is. Smiles, joy, happiness coming out of the American surfer. It's going to make her way over the reef system. And would imagine she'd be chaired up there. Very popular campaigner is Ella McCaffrey. If you are in her camp or your family watching in America, it's going to be late at night. Be happy for her. Be very proud of her. She's carried herself very well through this entire week. Loving it.
Yep, so Kevin Wow, her caddy, great job from Ella McCaffrey. She finally took the win here. Nias got second, I think, 2 years ago.
Yep.
Now finally takes the win. Always great results here. She came early, spent some time. Says Nias is her favorite spot. I feel like they're going to cheer her up.
Oh, it looks like Winter doing the honours. Not bad. And Mare Joy. Come on, lads. Big squats needed. Up you go. All right, this is Ella getting chaired up the stairs all the way to the Prezzo area. I love it that Winter, the men's champion, is right behind her. All right, I'm going to have to correct myself. I was just reading what's in front of me. Definitely not the Pro Junior champion. Ella McCaffrey is the 2024 Nias, champion.
Yep, open.
The QS 5000, what a victory. We can wipe that Pro Junior off the bottom of the screen anytime we like, because it ain't accurate. All right, Ella, loving life. She'll join Mark there for a presentation pretty soon. Congratulatory hug from Oceana Rogers. Good scenes down here. Makes you feel good to be part of something that has such an effect on people's lives. I'll remember this time forever. Tippy Jubrick down there.
Stand that side, that's fine. Yeah.
Rightio, we see Mark there, and he's got both the surfers. He'll be presenting the check. I think we had the Minister for Tourism down there presenting the check of the previous winner.
All right, we're just going to head to a quick break, and we will get back with the presentations of the winners.
Live from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle, with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
First, I want to thank to everyone at home for supporting me, and I love you guys, and can't wait to see you guys soon.
Live from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle, with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
First, I want to thank to everyone at home for supporting me, and I love you guys, and can't wait to see you guys soon.
Live from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle, with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
First, I want to thank to
All right, we are back, catching our breath after what was an excellent final between Ella and Oceana. That's a QS 5000, if you don't mind. It's congratulations to the American, and a very well played campaign to Oceana Rogers.
Yep, she fought it till the very end.
She did, mate. She held to the very end. It was a great fun calling it with you, G. But what we might do now is cross down to the presentation area where Mark Clift has the two finalists either side of him. Clifty, go for it.
I certainly do, and this is the presentation for the Women's QS 5000 here at the Nias Pro. Ladies and gentlemen, let's first of all Give it up for the 19-year-old who's just had her best result ever, a runner-up in a 5,000 event. Everybody, please, this is Oceana Rogers. And we have the head of tourism here in Nias Island presenting the second place check. I think we're going to be hearing a lot more of this young lady, Oceana Rogers, in the future. A mighty fine campaign, Oceana, I must say. Congratulations. All right, over to the winner. Everybody, the winner of this year's Women's QS 5000. It is my pleasure to announce this name. It is Ella McCaffrey, everybody. If we could just hand over the winner's check and we'll get a few words. Thank you. And thanks to the government for supporting the event so well. We couldn't have done it without you guys. But Ella, after being runner-up here before, this has just got to feel so sweet.
I'm so stoked.
All right, short and sweet. Tell me, can you describe what happened here this week? It was a crazy event, yeah?
I think we had like one of the best events ever. It was absolutely firing, going off every day, barrels after barrels after barrels, like 710s or something like that. Some of the best surf ever for a surf event, and I'm so stoked to be here and be a part of it.
All right, so trying to get back onto the Challenger Series, an event like this has got to be really good for the mindset, yeah?
Absolutely. This region is so stacked. I'm from the US, so these points don't count for me, but it was a great experience, really good heat practice, and everyone in this region rips, so stoked to take the win.
All right, now you've had sponsors supporting you for a long time. Would you like to look down the camera and give a big shout out to your support base and your sponsors?
Yes, thank you so much to Body Gloves, Zambazon, Futures, On a Mission, Surf Ride. Thank you guys for all your help.
All right, well, you guys, we've got some pro junior surfing coming up later on, but from behalf of the Women's QS 5000 for now, we're going to throw to a break and we'll be back shortly with some junior surfing. Oh, hang on, one more.
Thank you, Mom and Dad, so much for staying up all night and watching. Thanks, Cole, for supporting as well. And thanks to any of my other supporters who are watching. Sorry.
Hang on, she's not done with you. Another moment.
Shout out.
A restart.
Sorry. Shout out to Hash. You guys are amazing. Thanks for having me.
Is that it?
Yeah.
All right, we're done. Over and out, everybody. Thanks for viewing.
Live from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
First, I want to thanks to everyone at home for supporting me, and I love you guys and can't wait to see you guys soon.
Live from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations.
First, I want to thanks to everyone at home for supporting me, and I love you guys, and can't wait to see you guys soon.
Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle, with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
First, I want to thanks to everyone at home for supporting me, and I love you guys, and can't wait to see you guys soon.
Yeah, folks, and welcome back. It is, 1 p.m. down here on Sorake Beach time. You can see a lot of crew coming in skins because they've just finished the free surf. Thumbs up, he says. He's had a good time. Okay, so we are looking at the Pro Junior Men's. It's Mark Clift and Di Wacko. Di, would you like to enlighten us as to who's in this first heat?
Good afternoon, Mark. We have Tenshi Iwami in red, Dylan Wilcoxon from Indonesia in blue, Theo Redcliffe in white, Joaquin Risky in green. So 3 Indonesian surfers against 1 Japanese surfer in this heat.
Yep, Tenshi Iwami as well. We mentioned him a fair bit through the Crewy rounds. Big hitter, really strong. He'd have to be at the back end of his junior career, I imagine. So what more can you tell me about Tenshi?
Well, he's been, in this industry really long time, and he's doing great on QSs. Last year, he won one of the QS 3000 in India, and since then he's been really doing great. But unfortunately, in this event, he got knocked out earlier round. He snapped board at the end of the heat. Actually, he was with Oni. Same heat, and he got knocked earlier, so probably he wanted to do really good in junior division.
And I reckon he deserves to. He's such a good surfer. He's telling us he's down to 1 surfboard left in his quiver, so he's probably broken another 1 or 2 somewhere along the line.
Right, probably this morning I saw him snap board in half.
All right.
So one board left.
Yep, and in Crewy he got injured early, withdrew from the juniors. To give himself complete focus on the opens. Didn't really go to plan for Tenshi down there, actually, but I like the way he goes about it.
But now probably he just focused just 1 division. This is probably the last event in Indo for Tenshi, so he's very focused right now, and
he's going to come out swinging for sure, as will be Dylan Wilcoxon out of the Kandui Resort down there in the Mentawais. He's put up a pretty solid performance without really getting to the pointy end of competition, but here is Tenshi.
岩見天使選手1本目のライディング、ここは大きなカービングターンをしっかり見せてくる。ここも縦でのアプローチです。 素晴らしいライディングを見せてくる読天使選手ですが、今朝朝早く練習中に板を折ってしまっていたようで、この板が残り1本、最後の板だそうです。しっかり乗ってしっかり勝ち上がってほしいです。Well, that was a well served from Tenshi.
It was more than well served. That was excellent. I reckon, just how strong he is. He's a junior, but you can see he does well in opens as well for a reason. When he gets his groove on and he does a turn, he doesn't mess around. He always goes large. So the judges are going to have to, realise this is going to set a scale straight up. First wave of the junior men's. Dylan Wilson is in blue. Teo Radcliffe is another young grommet. Goofy footer. Good surfer. I like the young fella. He's there in white. I'm sure his old man is watching. Good on you, Harry. And I think Joaquin Risky is another one of the mentor white boys. So the judges loved it. So did I. A 7 is a good result for two big, huge, powerful blasts from Tenchi.
So now set the scale for every surfers. The big 2 turns will do 7. And he doesn't really care about the board. He pushes so much for those 2 turns.
Yeah, so
he did really well.
So he's going to have to kind of preserve that craft, because if he wants to win the juniors, from here we're just looking ahead through the draw. There's 4 rounds to get through to win the Pro Juniors. So this is effectively the round of 32. We get these 8 heats done here this afternoon. Will leave us with 15 heats, I think it is. No, sorry, 10 heats tomorrow. If we do all these 8, we'll have 10 Pro Junior heats remaining on our format, and we could finish junior surfing tomorrow.
Right.
Due to the dropping swell.
So this is round of 32, and quarters up next, and this is Dylan Wilcoxon in blue. This is a good looking wave. Wow, that was a beautiful turn. I really loved how he generated speed through the turns. And little check turn probably, so pretty much 1 turn only, but it was a big turn.
Yep, I've really liked the way Dylan's gone about it the last couple of years. He's still pretty young. He's only about 16.
Wow.
Yep, he's here with his dad, who owns the Kandui Villas. So good on you, Ray, and the team that have come out of the Mentawais. But what I've noticed with Dylan, he also went in the Opens, and he did last year. All right, so pretty young. Surfing really well in those divisions, but up against the big hitters and the heavier boys, he surfed well, but he's struggling to get the result he wants in the Opens. But in the juniors, he's improved his contest act. His surfing is really strong. He's one of those groms that's well and truly on everyone's radar and improving rapidly. He did win the Rip Curl Grom Search last year in Bali and got a free ticket to Australia and the High Performance Centre. So that was a huge prize that he won there at the Rip Curl Grom Search. Here he is again, wave number 2.
Up and riding, Dylan again. This is a good looking wave again. So here he goes, fast layback. That was a huge turn, one of the biggest turns so far from the juniors. It's going to be really good score. First wave for Dylan comes in 4.17 with the 1 big turn. And the last turn was even bigger. So it's going to be probably better than the first one.
That was so good. I really loved it. And he was paddling back out. He didn't even get back to the other 3. Decided this wave looks too good to pass up. And being a grommet and having the froth they do, he pulled the trigger. I loved it. I hope we can see another replay. I'm not sure whether we got replay access, but if we do, it'd be awesome. Such a sick turn, and the judges are loving it too. They threw a 617.
Well, just 1 turn and got 617.
1 turn and a little bit of a cutback. So there we are. Drone is back up in the sky. Thanks, Ryan. Such good drone footage today. I'm sure these guys are going to get tubed as well. Teo there in the white. Joaquin in the green. Tenchi wants another wave here, but the boys can take it off him if they want.
Well, he's having a look. Well, probably he's just selling those waves for those boys out there. But 617 with 1 turn.
Yeah,
that was a
brilliant move.
Solid turn.
Such a good, strong turn from a grom of 16.
Yeah, I can't believe he's 16 years old.
To throw down under pressure.
Such a mature.
It was, that's a good word. Mature as well. Teo pulled back and said, dude, we're both pretty deep, but here's red.
In the barrel. Oh, wow. Tenshi Iwami just got a really good barrel. I thought that was a white. But under priority, Tenshi Iwami got a really great wave. So these, surfers just waiting for their turns to get barrels out there. So
well,
probably, they really want to get barrels out there.
Look, well, he did. And if they're already throwing 7s and 6s at manoeuvres, this has got to be well up there, super high, on the very highest end of the scale.
There's a lot of...
Look at these groms.
Paddling battle is going on there.
A mini grom arm wrestle, going shoulder to shoulder. How are they? Some bossy stuff from the juniors here. Tenchi's number, a 7.93.
Well, so 2.8 rhythm from Tenshi Iwami already locks in 7 and 7.93. That is a healthy combination from Tenshi Iwami.
Dylan wins the paddle battle, gets second priority there, blue. Waking picks up third prioritas. 7.93, great.
Yeah,
really good tube ride. Still holding some in reserve in the scale. That's pretty sick, jeez.
Right.
I really loved it. What a way to kickstart his campaign. Almost 15 points in 9.5 minutes. Tenchi.
No, Tenshi Iwami has been surfing on QS's tour quite lots of times, so I can see the experiences, like a better experiences than 3 other surfers right here. So he just stay calm. He know what to pick. Probably he experiences, this way in the men's division. So
yeah. And me and Bill both recognise his name from last year, Tenchi Iwami. He never fluffs around with small moves, all right? He's done 3 things in this heat. He's done 2 big blasts, and he's got 1 sick tube on his first 2 waves. There's just about 15 points in the bank. So the judges are loving Tenchi's act as well, and I reckon he's still got more in the tank here. I reckon that 7's going to disappear before this heat's out.
And I noticed one thing, that this junior division, it's going to be a 25 minutes heat.
Yep. 8 heats of them, so that'll take us
3 hours almost.
Yep, started at 1 o'clock, so 8 of these heats. Yeah, it'll be about 3 hours. So we'll finish up just 4 o'clock this afternoon, sometime between 4 and 4:30. That'll leave a good couple of hours of free surf session this afternoon. It will complete day 6.
So Risky and Radcliffe just...
Teo Radcliffe. His old man's a ripper as well. Harry, I'm sure he's watching. Harry, better send your boy some mojo. He's already in 4th spot. The requirement is a 10.34 combo at this stage. And Waking open with just a 1.23, so he's got a little bit of work to do as well. That's him in green. Dylan's done such a good move involved in that 6.17. His backup was pretty good as well, so Dylan's come out swinging. But Tenchi's brought the sledgehammer.
Right. I love to see Dylan's, put those turns in on a 1 wave, and that's gonna be a really, really healthy score again.
Yep, I'm loving what I've seen out of red and blue so far. I know Teo is a good surfer. He's probably going to want to catch the very next good wave that comes in. He's got priority, so that's good news. I'll be really keen to see how Teo utilises his next option. Goofy footer, young Teo.
Goofy footer.
Yep.
So here's Iwami Tenchi's just having a look at this.
Tenchi's got 4th priority, and he's going to help by being the biggest. He's going to hope by being the biggest dude in the lineup, he can bluff these guys out of this wave.
Right.
It just moves through a little too far. The tide would have been dropping for a few hours now, ladies and gentlemen. And we know what that does here in the afternoon. It really goes well for some really throaty barrels. Still plenty of height in the sets out there, but Tenchi, here he goes.
Just quick up in and out from Tenchi Iwami.
So just saw a crazy free surf go on with about 40 surfers involved. Lots of waves, lots of good sized set waves still rolling through. So the juniors are really going to be licking their lips here.
残り時間が12分になったところですが、1時からプロジュニアメンズディビジョンラウンドオブ32ヒート1が行われております。こちらのヒート、岩見天使選手が日本人として1人クレジットされています。現在第1のポジション、開始早々2本まとめてきて 7.93 そして 7.00 をスコアしてトータルスコア 14.93 という非常に安心できるシチュエーションとなっております。
13 and a half. Let's have a look. A little ahead in the draw. So we're waiting for our next scoring opportunity. Sentaro Sakai coming up in Heat 2. He's the number 1 seed. He's taking with him one of our beach announcers in Made Dera. Alexander Smirnov is in the next heat as well. He'll surf in white. And Philip Duke. Apparently, I think Philip might have already gone home. I think his dad had some business to do and they had to pull the trigger a little early. So I'm pretty confident Philip won't be in this next heat. I hope he is. I love the way the little fella surfs, but I'm pretty certain they've gone home. Teo in the white needs a wave. He's looking at this thing. He's turning. Harry, here goes your boy, or does he?
Wow, that was a paddle or not?
Well, we'll soon know. He did have priority there, the top billing. The head judge, the priority judge is probably looking at that and thinking, does he really commit? Could he have caught it? Did he commit? If the answer is yes, he'll lose the top billing. At this stage, he's still holding on to top priority and he's probably pretty nervous.
Right.
I reckon he had a good look around himself and thought, phew, that was close.
Probably 2 more strokes, then probably he lost
yeah, to us, it looked like it could have gone either way. Right. So the priority judge has probably just had lunch. He's feeling pretty happy. If you had caught him before lunch, might have been a different story. Anyway.
So Tenshi Iwami is just keeping himself busy, just having a look.
Some of those inside waves, just quietly, everybody online are so good. With this offshore, it's puffing pretty strong now. It's really holding everything open.
Here's finally, tail is up and riding. Good looking wave.
Here we go, Harry.
It's going to the barrel.
Woohoo! In the pit and out. So good. Whoops. Sits down on the job. He hasn't had enough nazi. These grommets, they can do anything. So that was good work, all right?
Wow,
he got a nice thread. Loved the approach. Great mindset for doing that, Teo. We're going to see it all again. So this is the judge's angle. What about this wave? What do you reckon, Di?
Really like how he takes the high line, but probably went really too fast.
Yeah, he didn't really disappear. Yeah,
so
went a shade too fast.
Probably he needed to just stall a little bit for a bit so that he can be in the tube a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't come. Yeah.
Oh,
a few low scores coming in for white our first wave.
So that was a little bit of a pity for Teo. He had a pretty good wave. We've just seen blue quick in and out. So I'm not sure what happened, but he did get barreled. So Dylan, out of the Kandui Villas.
Wow.
Kandui Island, a ripping second move, and out he goes. So do you know that word Kandui, Di?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about? It's an island in the Mentawais. It's got a famous left-hander on one end and a famous right-hander on the other end. And the young fella, Dylan, his nickname is All Day Dylan.
All Day Dylan.
Yeah, because he surfs a lot, right? You got it?
Yeah. But now he goes right. Yeah.
Oh, he does everything. He's going right here. Went left down in Cruy. Got 2 of the best waves on one island.
7 for the last of Dylan.
Yeah, perfect. Well done. Thank you, judges.
Tube riding and one big turn.
It was a big turn indeed with a great tube ride. I'll tell you something else as well. We'll just watch Teo here. So here he goes. Harry, your boy's on. Wave number 2. Boom. Crunch. That's better from young Teo. Grabs his rail. Drives really hard into a second move. But gets clipped by the wash and falls off a second time. All right. Teo's going to have to start to bring a little bit more of what I know he can do. He's falling him. He needs a big combo at this stage. And after that wave locks in, he's still comboed.
Right, so first priority is now sitting with Risky. So he's also the one needs to break the combo right here. But here he is, up and riding, Risky, stalling into the tube. This is a great ride from Risky. A little bit smaller sized, but still he managed to be in the barrel pretty deep.
And I saw him get through a heat the other day to get into this position. I think he had a post-heat interview, so he would have won his first heat. Let me see where he came from. So Risky won the first heat of our juniors a couple of days ago when we put him in the lineup. He did get his post-heat interview. He looks a fair bit like Dylan, I've got to say. He could just about be his stunt double.
This is a replay of last of green. So we're still waiting for last of green, but comes in a pretty good score, 517. So he breaks the combo. Now needs 8.57 to go into the second. And we're hitting 6 minutes and 24 seconds remaining. So there's plenty of times. But the priority is sitting with Tenchi Iwami.
The big fella. Now, there's 3 surfers well and truly in the hunt here because that last wave of riskies kept him in the conversation. He needs to go really big. I like his style. He showed plenty of style to get that barrel with a confident kind of a stall and a setup, and out he came. I think he can still do better than what he's showing, and he's going to have to because he needs a mid-8. Teo, to get off the bottom of the pack, firstly, he's got to get out of this combo situation. So his next wave with only 5:40 on the clock, he's got to go pretty big to give himself and save himself some time to get back out there and rattle off a second wave. I'll tell you something else about Dylan, all day Dylan.
All day Dylan.
His dad's no doubt sitting in the Hashem family surf camp. He watches on his phone. He'll be listening. So they call his boy all day Dylan, and they call his dad Ray all day Ray.
Oh.
Because he surfs a lot too.
So they surf together pretty much whole day, every day.
It's pretty funny.
Wow.
I dig it. So Ray's a cool customer. He'll be there. He'll be pretty stoked with the effort his boys put up here.
Well, I'll be surfing all day if the waves are
Well,
firing.
when you live where he does,
Yeah.
you couldn't help yourself.
There's no wonder that he surfs all day.
Exactly.
Think about where
growing up in
where
Kandui,
he comes
stop
from.
it. What an education in tube riding and becoming the best surfer possible. 16-year-old has got a really good look at Tenchi for the win. If he could throw down a 7.37, and he already has, he's got something better than that. If he could do it, he'll overtake the powerhouse in Tenchi Iwami.
Right.
Priority sits with the big fella in red though, so he'll be keen to shut this out and stomp and get rid of that 7. As we were saying earlier, he's only done 2 things in this heat. He's got two big moves on his first wave for the 7, and he's got a really good barrel on his second wave for the 7.93. Quality act is Tenchi. Quality act is Dylan. Risky, good style. Teo is a good surfer. But Teo is rapidly running out of time here. 4th priority. Teo's probably got to come under their guard and catch an insider and quickly get some runs on the board and get back out. He can't afford to just sit there and let the clock wind down, or he's no chance of a 13.74 total. So if I could get in his ear now, and I'm sure Harry would be thinking the same thing, he's going to have to try something different here. Give himself an opportunity to get through. He's going to have to go big.
Yeah, probably Teo should go a little bit inside and try to get those medium set ones and try to break the combo first. Probably 5 will do, and then waiting for the bigger sets and pour into the barrel.
He's just got to ride 2 waves to give himself any sort of opportunity.
But there's so many just breaking through inside and looks really good. So probably it's pretty much the time because it's just hitting the 3 minutes remaining, and Teo is sitting 4th priority. So he probably not, shouldn't be staying right there with 3 other surfers.
Tenchi's looking good for a win. We've got the bang bang out. We're going to keep that rolling. Been a grommet. All grommets love chocolate. I'm sure he's going to appreciate you handing that over when you get to do the post heat. Should he hold on? I know Dylan can still get a 7.37 and take him down. I'm liking the fact that Dylan is so close in the numbers to where Tenchi is, because the big fella's, much more experienced at this level than Dylan.
True. Right.
But Dylan has been improving steadily. He's a fast learner. And to be just under a point, just over a point behind Iwami is a real credit here to Dylan. Waking has got to do something soon. He's got to go huge, gigantic. His only hope of an 8.57 is a big monster barrel. He's got 3rd priority. And Teo's gonna rapidly run out of time here. I really want to see Teo ride another wave. Both him and Green only have 2.
Yeah, like I said before, probably Teo needs to go a little bit inside, trying to get those smaller ones first. But looks like he's just trying to waiting for the turns, waiting for the priorities and get those probably one of the set. But that's not gonna be, get him into the second position book because he's in the combination right now, 13.74. He needs to break that combo first.
Yeah, he was last out of the gates when, to get a wave, and since that time he's struggled to recover. So, one mad minute. I really want to see Iwami ride a wave.
Well, out there's few lines possibly coming into the lineup because the indicator is just fired up. There is some actions in the lineup. So Iwami Tenshi is having a look.
Might as well. 30 seconds. He's got top priority. Take us through this one, Dai.
So 岩見天選手、こちら4本目のライディングです。ここは中部に入ってくる、抜けられるか。これは少し小さめ、そしてちょっと深かったか。
And he goes Teo. The heat is done. So this is a part. So we'll take that.
Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
First, I want to thanks to everyone at home for supporting me, and I love you guys, and can't wait to see you guys soon.
Yep, so this is the Pro Junior men. Imagine having a Pro Junior up in Nias. It's a dream.
What a cool thing. Sentaro Sakai has opened up with a flat 3 and a very, very small 0.63 for Alexander. All right, we catch our breath from the finals that have just gone from the QS 5000s. Congratulations to Winter Vincent and to Ellen McCaffrey. Did you enjoy that women's final?
Yep, that was super entertaining. A great final. We had barrels, we had big turns, and it was a great way to finish off our week here in Nias. But now we're on to the Pro Juniors. So we're going to have today round of 32 of the Pro Juniors, and I'm pretty sure tomorrow will be finals day.
It's all happening. Those big 12-hour days we put in at the beginning of the contest are starting to pay dividends, so we can pick the best waves. We really haven't had a flat day or a fully onshore day or no rain or anything. Super lucky this year. Philip Duke, he's representing Indonesia, and he likes the look of this one. Will he go? No, he won't. So Centauro goes, I'll have a piece of that pie, thank you very much. Slots in, gets swatted for his trouble. So it won't be a very big score for us. Rightio. Well, as we have a little bit of a break in the action, why don't we cross down to Wakadai. He has the winner of heat number 1 of round of 32.
The round of 32.
Paul Suzuki, Sho Shirai, and Julius Wow.
I'm looking forward to that one. The big show.
Yep, so there are some big names still. Earlier I saw a pretty good name. This is Marede. He already has the second best score of the heat. And with surfing like that.
Surfing from Centauro. Really drags the backside. He might come out. No. Back up.
Go to second, Alexander Smirnov, a 7.50. But Maredera sitting pretty comfortably in first. Philip Duke, though, has priority. He's going to be looking for another barrel. He wants to get rid of that 3.50. We've seen incredible surfing from Sentaro. Unfortunately, hasn't really been. 5-minute mark of this heat. Hopefully get one last exchange before the time runs out. And if
Yeah, come on, Huey, send it down. Give these young Groms a go. There goes Alexander, cranking one off the top. That's a really good turn. I liked it. This wave looking double overhead. It's probably only about three. Definitely
not the requirement he needs. Will it be in?
Get tired of looking at each other, wouldn't we?
So the last so I really like Sentaro Sakai. It's like similar style to Ethan.
Ira hanging on to the wave. And Sentaro Sakai, his last wave coming in at a 3.77.
And Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary.
Can't wait to see you guys soon.
There's Taki Kanazawa in the red. Looks like his first wave. So everybody, we're back live on your
heat. We have Kanazawa Taki in red, Iko Watanabe up and riding. Beautiful first down. That was a great combination from Mad.
Start off with Kanazawa.
This is Taki Kanazawa, stair one. 32ヒート3が現在行われているレッド、そして渡辺一子選手ブルーの最後、1本 for first of Taki Kanazawa. Well, that's pretty much one. Curious what the judges are thinking. Covers solid and straight into the second turn. So post interview.
The waves look so fun out there. So how's it going?
Really feels good.
What are you gonna change?
I'm gonna win for sure. I'll try, but on their
Bali. So is there anything you like to say to them?
Oh yeah, especially for my dad and my mom, and all the Canggu boys, all the at surfer bars. If you guys watching, you. Thank you.
All right. So here's your bang bang. Congratulations.
This is motivate my heat. I got bang bang.
All right. Congratulations, and we're gonna see you in the next one.
Joined him. A really good display. A little bit.
So here takes on the priority, but look at this. Right. かなり激しく打ちつけられたようですが、そしてbut he managed to, get barrel and
after he came out of the tube by Kevin Wa'u, and there he is paddling out the back in blue. It's going to take a
4.83 for the last of green. So both are down to third and fourth position.
Right, we've got some semblance of a leaderboard now. It's Mare Joy starting for him. Ika Watanabe. He is looking to get out there.
あまり巻き切らなかった。
Bit of shift in the weather, Wakadai. And it's shift in the weather, Wakadai. And it's happened the most. It comes straight from the It comes straight from the bottom of the bay, funnels out and makes some grow. And at the bottom of the bay, funnels out and makes some grow. And out of the broadcast,
We are now round of 32 of junior men's heat 3, so we're gonna run till heat 8, and that's it for today. And we're gonna have quarters, semi-finals for women's, and we
2 junior champs.
Up and riding. さあ渡辺一子選手3本目のライディング、ここしっかりテールを回すとスコアになってきそうです。現在 1.13 と 1.10、 バーティカルにスコアどう評価されていくか。Watanabe equals last wave.
For red are filtering through. That was a 3.40, enough to take him into first position. That may change as we see the score drop for white. 3R1. A series of really deep gouging manoeuvres. I really look. I've only had one peep at it, but Mare Joy continuing on his winning ways.
Kevin Wau picks up first priority. 11 minutes gone, only one wave ridden. It's a handy one though, 4.83. The important thing to note there, it's larger than Watanabe's 4.67.
Right.
So if they are the backups at the end of this round, it could give the nod to Kevin.
So Kevin Wau has first priority.
Let's have a look at that score from White. A 7-1-7 die, enough to regain the lead. Taki Kanazawa now relegated into second. A massive 9.51. Now the requirement to take the win in heat number 3. Yuko Watanabe looking for a very minor 2.56, and Kevin Wau a 2.40. This is Mare not staying still. Fourth priority. Figures he might as well rattle off a few turns on a small looking wave. Does a bit of an air, drifts the tail, and that's a pretty good looking wave under priority. Still delivering through the inside, but can't manage to negotiate that end of the wave where there's not so much power.
さあその後ろから金沢滝選手がテイクオフしていましたが、ちょっと前半の部分が見れなかったので、どのようなスコアになってくるのかが気になります。The Mare Joy surfboard, generating speed so much. So I was wondering if it's carbon or the normal board.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Maybe just painted it black to look
Right.
cool. I don't know.
Well, it looks good, and he's really great on it.
Yeah, it looks to have a bit of pop about it. You're
Yep.
right. And seems to be going a lot faster than all the other surfers.
So Iko Watanabe having a look, but not decided not to go that one. So a little bit of paddle action from Kevin Wau, holding on to the priority. So can he get this one? Yep. Looks like he's gonna be on this one and stalled. Looking for the tube right again, but decided not to go. Go for turns now.
Oh,
a great finish, but unfortunately couldn't hold on to it.
There he is. He's okay. That's good, because that can be an awkward fall sometimes. You hope that you connect with your surfboards when the fins are facing down. When they're facing up, it's like three knives wanting to cut you up. So Kevin Wau really pushing it. He stood up, realised there was no tubes on offer, so no tubes, you've got to go large to get some sort of a score. He did just that, couldn't quite pull it off.
So 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. So Kevin was only looking to get a 2.40, but the last wave of Taki Kanazawa comes in 3.70, slightly better the backup score, and now Kevin Wau needing 2.86. Excuse me, Kevin Wau now in the third place needing 2.70, and Watanabe Iko needing 2.86.
Right, there's the scene. That is the athletes area, the Enjoy Now sign in front of it, the judges' tower to the right of that. The green roof is where we are. You might be able to see Mark Clift. He's inspecting the action. Maybe he was give us a wave, who knows. He's a pretty cool cat. Go on, get out on the cliff, get out on the balcony there, Clifty, and give us a wave. There he is in his super slick gear. That's Ryan Williams in the white t-shirt operating the drone. All right, Mark Cliff calling for 10s. That's what he wants to see. Someone's busy.
So Kevin Wau up and riding. This is a big, solid carve turns. But unfortunately, he couldn't hold on to the second one again. But that first carve was solid, throwing a lot of sprays, and I really loved that one.
Yeah, it was a solid turn, a smaller wave, however, so we'll see what the reward comes in.
So his requirement was only 2.70, but look at the first Taki Kanazawa 3.83, which was only probably one turn. So it's gonna be close to that score. So I got a feeling that Kevin's gonna be, going to second place. Then yes, 3.20 last of green.
Wow, look at that. 3.20 sees the local lad up in a progressing position. Number 2 just under Mare Joy Satriawan. So things have changed around. just getting inside of the last 6 minutes now.
渡辺一子選手、ここでテイクオフです。さあ、ここで綺麗なカービング、そして少しテールを回してくるアクションになりました。このリッピングがマネタになってくるでしょう。素晴らしいライディングでした。そしてその後ろでは、
Someone's in there, bro.
Someone was in there in the barrel, but the last of Iko Watanabe was looking really good. 2 solid turns. I really love the second turn.
Yeah, a lot of speed. I like the, must have been Takai Kanazawa inside the tube, not getting the completion. Yeah, just a minor 1 dropping for him, but it's Watanabe, the score that we are interested in, because his requirement is only a 3.37. We saw that 3.20 rewarded to Kevin. So it's got to be in that ballpark for sure.
Right, so
all right, Mate Joy staying busy. He's inside the tube. He's coming out. He's got that black blade absolutely singing here in heat number 3. Goes high, goes handsome, goes vertical. Pulls it off. He's looking confident.
Yeah, he really loved that one. That was a great ride from Mate Joy. So he already has 7.17 and 6.17, but I think it's gonna better his backup score, or probably going to be his best score. We are still waiting for the Watanabe equals last wave, and it comes in 5.73. Now he's into the second.
Wow.
Kevin needs 5.58 in Taki, needing 6.57. The situation has changed.
Situation has changed. All right, Wakadai. There's 4 minutes and 25 remaining. The local lad needs that 5.58. I've got a feeling if he gets onto a decent set wave and lays that rail down, he's really going to blow the rest of the field kind of away, because he's got a good rail game. Even if he doesn't get tubed, we saw him, garnish that 3.20. That was a really small wave and only 1 turn. You can string a few of those together on a set wave. I think it's good news for the local lad. He's got priority, and he's got 4 minutes to show us what he's got.
Well, if he can manage the 2 turns on 1 wave, then he definitely get the 5.58. So it's just, he's gotta use the priority really wisely now, because the time is ticking, and Kanazawa Taki is now holding on to the second position. So Kevin doesn't want to give up on those fast priorities.
He doesn't, mate. Let's have a look at the score dropping in White's column. It's an 8.50 if you don't mind. So Mate Joy keeping the roll going down in the Pro Juniors. Let me write that down on the highlights reel, mate.
So we are about to hitting the 3 minutes mark, and last of White comes in 8.50. That is a single highest score in this round so far. Backs up with 7.17. That's a healthy combination. It's total 15.67.
Yeah, just short of that excellent heat total.
Right.
8 and 8, 16. That's kind of what you're looking for. But the 8.50. Really well surfed wave in these conditions. Looks to be a bit of a rain about the place. We can see people ducking for cover. The Hobbit chair is totally empty, deserted, because there's a bit of precipitation about the place. That's not bad news if you're a surfer, because it usually sends that wind straight offshore. Cools things down a little, lets you stay out there for a couple more hours.
Right. So down to almost 2 minutes remaining, and it's still the situation remains the same. The Mate Joy total 15.67, and Watanabe Eiko is in second. So Kevin needs 5.58, Taki needs 6.57 into second place. 残り時間が2分切ったところで、渡辺一行選手現在第2位のポジションです。Well, someone's in the tube.
That's Kanazawa, mate. A free fall into it, and couldn't quite make it out. It was an exciting entry, though.
金沢滝選手、そしてこちら Kevin, wow, up and riding into the tube and comes out of it, and here goes big roundhouse cut back and put another one. So it's
All right, it's a local lad. He likes it. He gives himself a clap. He's looking for a 5.58. He started off with a good-looking tube and a couple of heavy hacks afterwards.
So this is Taki Kanazawa up and riding. Goes down.
1 minute, mate. So all eyes on blue now.
This
Tucks
is
under.
渡辺一行選手、重要なライディングになっていくこの5本目でしっかりとチューブをメイクして技も決めてきます。さあこのエクスチェンジがかなり気になるところ。ケビン・ワウ選手も乗っています。そしてケビン・ワウ選手もチューブからのスターン入れてきているので、さあここはかなりクロスヒートになってくるんじゃないでしょうか。Well, that was a very interesting exchange.
It was, Di. You're right. There's 30 seconds remaining. We're waiting for scores from blue and green. A very minor one has just dropped into Kanazawa's column. But is all eyes on Kevin's wave. They're going to be comparing those two because they both had a tube at the beginning and they both had a series of turns afterwards. Have a look at Kevin's. You know, he's quite deep, has to bust his way out of the door. This was a pretty good looking grab rail cutty, nowhere near the lip. And this one, very high, tight arc, but not really bothering the judges that much. Look out the back. I think Mate Joy has caught one more wave, but that'll be kind of incidental because he has the lead already. I tell you what, while we are waiting for scores, why don't we cut to a break? But don't go anywhere. We're going to bring Mark Clift in for the call. You'll be back with heat number 4 of the Nias Pro right after this. World's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
Welcome back everyone. We are still on hold from the heat number 3, round of 32. So there's a lot of actions going on in the last seconds, Mark.
Oh, there was, and I saw Mate Joy. I saw the white rashy. I didn't know it was Mate because I didn't call the heat, but he got a whopping last number. So a whopping last number for Made. Still looking at the white column.
So Kevin's last wave comes in 5.93. Now he's in the second, but we're still waiting for the last of blue and last of white.
Iko and Made, both to me looked really good. Made's was another huge barrel.
Right.
I just looked out the window and just saw this huge gaping tube, and I stared at it for a few seconds, and then white came out, and I went, oh. So this next heat has not started. We'll get to who's in it in a moment.
So Iko Watanabe still need 5.04.
All right, I think there might have even been a tangle up, something involved. A priority little issue may have gone down at the back end of that heat, so we're on standby because there's a fair bit to decipher out of heat 3. Still not sure about the technicalities that might have gone down at the end. We've got a huge number coming for blue. There's going to be another huge number coming for white as well. So a 7-7 for Iko. Took him into second spot. Made will add to his total as well. I'm quietly confident. I didn't see the whole heat, but I saw the back end of Made's last wave. It was a giant thing, and he came out of a huge gaping hole. I can see he's already got an 8.5 and a 7.17, but I think he's in for another huge number. And there was some sort of issue that went on between, what were the colours? Blue and green, I think. at the
Wow.
end. A bit of a tangle up, so somebody that might have had priority might be a bit grumpy. Someone who didn't have priority might be an issue.
そう渡辺一行選手5本目のライディングで 7.70 をマークし第2位のポジションに上がってきま
Big
す。
score in, an 8.03 as well for Made Joy, so he's at this stage comfortable in the lead. I don't think he was involved in any of that tangle up, but an excellent heat score for Made, so he'll win. All right, let's pencil him in as first. Second at this stage is Iko, but I think there was an issue. Still a bit of a Monking. He got a 7.7 of on his last wave.
さあ点数は出たのですが最後残り時間2秒のところでパドリングでブルーとグリーンが少し交差した場面があったようです。現在多分その映像をジャッジが見ているという情報が入ってきました。まだにホールド中です。現在のシチュエーションは第1位にマデジョイ選手、第2位に渡辺一行選手となっているんですが、さあその交差した現場どういう判断が下されるのでしょうか。
Alright, so we're still on standby, so something has gone down. I still have no idea what, so we won't speculate. We'll just kind of bide our time here. An 18, a 16.53, two-wave total though for Made Satriawan. We've got to remember he was a quarter-finalist here this morning in the men's. So there has been an interference thrown down on Iko Watanabe. I don't know what happened, but it pushes Kevin Wow into second by the narrowest margin, by less than 0.2. So an issue, something went down. Iko obviously made a bit of a priority blunder and will get half his second score, will get halved. Alright, so apparently a little snake or something went on there, allegedly. I'm not going to speculate or buy into it. We'll just say congratulations to Made, and Kevin Wow will advance to surfer in green. Iko Watanabe will have to cop a third placing there. And Team Japan on the sidelines, yeah?
Right.
Wow.
So now we are into round of 32, heat number 4. We have Bronson Mady in red, Ippo Suzuki in blue, Sho Shirai in white, Jelius Wow in green. So this is another big heat. So Bronson Mady is in this heat.
Yep, Bronson's a big performer.
じゃあこちらのヒートには2名の日本人選手がクレジットされています。先ほどのヒートですが渡辺一行選手最後の最後にパドリングのインターフェアをしたようで3位のポジションに下がってしまい敗退という形になりました。現在このヒートでは鈴木一歩選手がブルー、そして白井翔選手がホワイトにクレジットされています。
So there are the official results. White first, green second, blue third, and red fourth. So that was a super hard heat for the pro juniors. I cannot believe it because I know all those guys, and as soon as I realised they were all in the same heat, I'm like, oh my God, really? First heat of a pro junior, first round.
You know, there's a tube riding, there's a series of solid turns. It was just like you said, kind of a final heat.
Yeah, it was really gnarly. So you know, to Made, he was a quarter finalist in the men's QS as well. Broke his board this morning after he lost his heat on his way in. He actually said he creased that on his very first wave of his match up this morning, and broke it on his way in.
So here's a live action. Bronson Mady up and riding, so racing down the line, going for the big carve. It's a beautiful carve right there, and straight into the wow. I really love that one. Stylish layback turn, but not quite hold on to it.
Yep, he'll get no credit for the second move die, so the judges will throw some numbers at that very first move, which was still pretty spicy. Bronson did win down there in Cruy in the Pro Juniors on Cruy left on finals day, so he's in ripping form. And here is green, gives it a pump off the bottom, so we've got another local, Julius Wow. We've got Sho Shirai in white and Ippo Suzuki in blue. So meanwhile, we've got Bill waiting down there with a bang bang to get to Mate Joy. So over to you, fellas.
Left the bang bang somewhere, but we'll sort that out later. I do have Mate Joy, a couple of excellent scores. You're carrying that confidence over from the rounds of the QS 5000. How'd that feel?
Yeah, it's actually from QS 5000 and I bring to Pro Junior is actually such a great feeling, and I feel a lot of confidence from that QS. And yeah, hopefully next round I can be confident and like try my rhythm going. Yeah.
Mate, that last wave was a big old tube. Is that what you're going to rely on? Because the turns were impressive as well through that heat, throwing a lot of rail down. Does it bother you whether it comes to tubes or comes to turns?
Well, it's actually never mind if it's barrel or turn. It just depends on if on the period of the wave. If like the wave is too slow, maybe I'm just focusing on turn. But as I can see from this morning, from the final men's, I see there's not a lot of big barrels, so I'm trying focusing on turn, and then yeah, suddenly last 10 second that one set come, and then I try to pull in and just try to have fun with it, and yeah, pretty lucky.
Pretty lucky. You're pretty skillful, mate, I tell you. One of our commentators noticed you're going faster than a lot of the other surfers. What do you got here? What's this board? What's the secret?
Yeah, I ride this Warner carbon from him. He actually made me this one from Bali, and then yeah, like I say, Warner and me been talking a lot of board together in Bali, and he made me a lot of good board, and I really like it. And hopefully, yeah, like in the future, I can one day go win the QS or Challengers and bring the Warner or all my sponsor happy.
Yeah, you betcha, mate. Well, you're on a good roll. You're looking in good form. Keep up the good work. More of the same, and you will definitely get a long way in this Pro Junior ranks. Wait right there. There it is, brother. Back to you guys.
Nice work. Nice little recovery there with the bang bang moment as well, Bill. And well spoken there, Mate Joy. All right, Dai Wacko, our Japanese correspondent, sitting next to me. We can see the numbers, but tell me a little bit about Suzuki Ippo.
Suzuki Ippo is still young generations, probably 18 or 19, I believe, and he's from Shonan, which is actually where I live. So I saw him out surf pretty much every day, and he's been traveling quite a lot to Indonesia. Spent a lot of time in Indonesia too, and he's a goofy footer. He's really, he's got a really good air games as well. Actually.
All right. Well, that might hold him in good stead for maybe tomorrow. The swell seems to be on the downward slide, is the word on the street, everybody. What about Shirai Sho?
So Shirai Sho is actually a really talented guy. He's still probably like 18, 17 years old, and he's really good at surfing, and as well as jiu-jitsu. He's been competing in jiu-jitsu since he was probably 5 or 6 years old.
Wow.
So he's really talented guy.
So I bet he gets most waves he wants in a lineup if everybody knows he's good with a bit of jiu-jitsu. Nice. All right. Well, Bronson Matey, I can tell you a fair bit about him, having grown up and seen him for a lot of years through his childhood in Lakey Peak. He's only 20 years of age, just turned 20, recovering from a gnarly knee injury, but he's a real big deal around Indonesia. Julius Wow, here he is. He's in the tube. He's a local Grom from the Point. He's been, well, I don't know whether he's ever left these neck of the woods, but he's always here every time I come. He's a pretty funny character, pretty cool dude, good to surf with. And he's out there in green representing the local clan, the Wow clan. There's a lot of them. Look at these lines for the Groms, yeah. I mean, that's what you see when you're paddling back out.
But unridden wave.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, I love what this Sorake Beach zone brings. There's so many good things, so many great memories over the years, mate. None better than when I was here during COVID, and kind of all my surfs were about that amount of people. Some just me.
That's not often happen here.
Nah, I had to pinch
Wow.
myself. It was absolutely crazy.
Dream time.
Dream time indeed. So here comes something for somebody to dream on.
Probably
It is Bronson with top priority. He's in red. So maybe the boys at Compass might be watching down there in Lakey Town. Here is Bronson, matey. He knows how to get tubed. He gives it a pump. He's deep. He's got a perfect thread going on. Now for a bit of rail work. He's got a steep section to tag. He does that pretty well. The wave's still pretty big.
Right.
That wave grew as it went. Another move out wide. Here is
Shirai Show, up and riding. さあ、このライディング大切になってくる。しっかりここはチューブを決めてくる。そこから大きいカットバックからの、ここは少しレールが引っかかってしまったようですが、2本目のライディングでしっかりとチューブをメイクしてきました、白井翔選手。
Well, some big deal surfing just then from red and white. Great barrels. Bronson will get the better of it. He added a couple of quality moves to that tube ride. It's like we're watching the men's QS again.
Right.
The level of surfing that's going on is super high for juniors. All these guys pretty much, in fact, all four of them, I'm pretty sure. Was Ippo still in was he in the men's as well?
Yep.
All right, so all four of these juniors have double dipped into two divisions. And their bonus option is the grommet stuff, the junior stuff out here at Lagundri Bay, Sorake Beach.
So yes, similar waves in between Bronson and Shoshirai, but I reckon that 677 comes probably on the tube riding. It was great ride from Shoshirai.
Well, I can tell everybody that's tuning in, Heat 4, 14 minutes remaining. There's a fair bit of grumbling and, dark clouds out behind us at the very back of the bay here, over our shoulder. It's thunderstorms. It's definitely going to get pretty dark here. It's definitely in for some rain, I think. At least it keeps the wind offshore.
Right.
But if your screen goes dark in a moment, don't adjust the brightness. It's just a fact. There's a lot of clouds and potential rain coming. Bit of a thunderstorm.
Wow, look at the indicators. So two free surfers are surfing at the back, but look at those sets.
The deep part of the indicator, I mean, look at that bit. How come no one goes there? Everybody just surfs this little end bit. Surely that right up there, it's a separate reef, I think. It's not even connected to where the indicator is, but some good things go on right out the back there as well. Plenty of motion still left in this Indian Ocean, everybody. Wow, day 6, non-stop barrel fest here at Lagundri Bay, Sorake Beach. Bronson with an 867 and a 357 leading Shirai Show. Here goes a grommet out on the indicator. Now, once you pull in, you've got to hold your line, and you've got to make sure that when you get out,
here is
you flick off.
Shirai is up and riding. さあ、ここは3本目のライディングしてくるのが白井翔選手。2本目で 6.77 をスコアしているのでバックアップを揃えていきたいところで
Bronson's got another one as well. Live action. Drops to the bottom this time, looking for a big move. Boom. High speed jam on his heel side rail. Now tucks in out wide to that bonus second tube section. Only cut back just to sign off here. So Bronson spins the wheels, getting all funky. But he knows this wave really well. You can see the confidence coming out of Bronson. That first turn was just deluxe.
Well, the few sets are coming into the lineup. Ippo Suzuki has a fast priority. Is he going to be on this one? Yep, Suzuki Ippo 選手2本目のライディングにテイクオフ。ここはバックサイドのチューブをしっかり入ってくる。ここは抜けられるか。最後の最後でリップを食らってしまいこけてしまいました。出ていればビッグスコアになっていたと思います。Wow, that's
great
unfortunate.
Effort.
Great
effort.
Oh my
God.
But, wow, just before, came out of the tube.
Just before he came out, he kind of got pushed a little low, and then he kind of lost sight of the hole because his head went down towards his knees, and next minute a bit more fluff on the shoulders, and down he went. Had a really good read on that for quite a while.
Right.
Probably 90% of that tube ride was really excellently done, and just copped the chop at the end, so it won't be much of a number for Ippo Suzuki. Shows put together a 3.37. There'll be a reasonable number for Bronson. It's in. It's a 5.5. So no barrel for Bronson that time around, but a 5.5 sitting alongside an 8.67 is still a pretty massive winning total at this stage. Right on, 11 minutes. We hope there's still a few of you crew out there that have stayed with the show here at Sorake Beach this afternoon on Palau Nias. As you can see, and as you're witnessing, the junior division is pretty damn hard.
Yeah, it is.
That last heat in particular.
Right.
This one as well.
Just not going out there and surf. You gotta actually surf, like really put some really solid turns or make a tube. And here is 鈴木一歩選手、3本目のライディング、もう一度チューブを狙ってきます。ここは小さめの波ですが綺麗に入ってくる。そしてしっかりとメイクしてきました。バックサイドカットバックから、さあここはキックアウト。今のチューブライドがどれぐらい評価されるのか。
Well, you know, Ippo got really lucky. No one else wanted that wave because he's got no big scores on the board. He really messed up his last wave. Well, he didn't mess it up. He did really well. He just the wave took him down, but that's going to keep him right in the hunt now because Show has a pretty good wave, a 6.77 for the second best score. Bronson's got a couple of really good numbers there, so this was a very worthy pickup by Ippo.
So 5.70, so that's a pretty good number to keep. So now he needs only 4.45 to go into the second. But Sho Shirai needing 7.41 to go into the lead. So local surfer Julius Wow now needing 7.17, but holding on to the first priority now. Here's some actions in the paddle.
Yep, there's definitely a good set wave coming. Priority sits with Julius in the green. So here he goes. Let's watch the local boy. He's got a bomb of a wave, folks. He's well parked. He gives it a little pump. He cops a high five by one of the competitors as he comes out of the tube. Some nice rail work as well. Strong wave. Really good answer back by Julius Wow. May even go straight into second spot. That was a big tube.
Right. It was one of the bigger sets. He was in the tube quite long time.
Be really keen to see the front on angle though. That'll be a bit more of an honest read on how deep he was. But big wave.
Right.
He had priority at exactly the right time when that thing came through. Needs a 7.14 for second. If we have a look at the front on view again, I can see him probably getting this. Let's have a look. So big tube, disappears, stays behind the curtain for a while, and then quite a nice grab rail cut back to the power source as well, and then out he goes. So it's going to be a strong number. It's going to be pretty close, I reckon.
さあ白井翔選手もここでライディングをしていました。カットバックからここは縦に上げてくるが引っかかってしまう。We're still waiting for the last of green, but it's gonna be really healthy score for Julius Wow. Probably now he's back in the game.
Yep, could go to second.
Right.
7.14 is the ask. The judges are having a good think about it as well because could be a real turning point in this heat. Let's have a look at White's last effort.
白井翔選手もチューブに入ってしっかりメイクしてきた。さあここも大きなカットバックカービングからここ決められなかったセクションですが、ここを決めていれば点数が伸びていたかもしれない。
Kind of similar to what Julius put together as well.
Right.
Good tube, decent size wave with a quality move right after the barrel. So the judges are probably also looking at both those waves to compare whose was better by how much. Here comes a good number for Julius. It's going to take him to second.
Straight into the second probably.
Great answer back by the local, Julius Wow. You would have heard that surname a lot over this contest. There's a lot of them. It locks in at an 8.07, so congratulations, an excellent number. Right on cue for Julius.
Straight into the second place now. So
that might change though.
We're still waiting for the last of Sho Shirai. Sho now needing only 4.31, and I got a feeling that he did that.
Yeah, Sho will go back to second now.
But we are still waiting for Sho's last wave.
It was a great tube. Surely he goes back. and parks himself in second spot with a little bit of interest as well, because that was a sick tube with some strong rail work. It was kind of similar to what Jalius did. Maybe not quite as long a tube, maybe not quite as big a wave, but it was still chunky. A lot of good things to like what Show just did. Confident he'll go into second with a couple of extra points on top.
ジェリウス・ワウ選手、最後の波で 8.07 をマークし、2位のポジションに小白井選手に必要なスコア 4.31 ですが、最後の波 5.57 をマークしました。ここで2位のポジションに上がります。The last of White comes in 5.57. Now he is in the second place, but here is just needing 4.27 to go back into the second.
Boom. All right, so a good thread right there from Jalius. He wouldn't have even heard that he had dropped back into third because he was already paddling for this wave once Show's number dropped. So a 6.77 put the Japanese surfer back to second. But I think he's going to drop back into third because Jalius, needing a low 4 himself, got a pretty good barrel with some rail work again. So these two are trading off for second spot here.
This is a replay of Jalius. Wow, racing down the line. Into the barrel, a little bit of a disappeared into the barrel, and a big arcing cut back.
So we could sort of see his surfboard for most of the tube, all right?
But
so it's not going to be a number.
Comes in
like
5.23.
But enough.
Enough to go into the second place now. So now Sho Shirai needs 6.54. That is a decent score.
Wow, there's a real arm wrestle going on for second spot. I'm loving it. Back and forth for Julius and Sho. Ipo has been a little left behind here. He's still in the hunt though. He needs a mid-7. Bronson needs to upgrade a 5.5. The real point of difference in this heat is Bronson's 8.67 has set him apart from the others.
So pretty much every surfer has mid-5s.
Yeah.
So it's just made of the other scores.
It's a well-balanced heat, let's put it that way, and we still got, 4 minutes? Priority with Bronson. He'll know what to do here. He'll really be keen to drop that 5.5 and really stamp himself again, you know, after winning at Cruy. He obviously spying a spot. The top-ranked junior on the Asian Tour come the end of their season will represent Indonesia in the World Games, the World Junior titles. So Bronson wants to be that person. At this stage, I think Weston Hurst or Fajar would be leading that up, but maybe Weston. Haven't seen the rankings. But Bronson, if he can, he's won in Cruy. If he can get a really good result here, if he wins another one, he'd be looking strong to be that person.
A little bit thunderstorms.
Yeah, definitely getting dark out there, team. Thunderstorm on the way. It's making quite a bit of rumbling going on. Heat 3 is in the gates. Do you want to tell us quickly who's in Heat 3? The next, Heat 5. The next heat.
So we have Made Ariana in red. Shohei Kato is in blue. Noah Arkfield in white. Rafael Castro in green. So this is going to be round of 32, Heat 5.
Jeez, they don't get any easier, do they? Hey, look at him. Look at you snigger away. You go, oh. So I know Arkfeld's a good surfer as well, representing Philippines. Rafael Castro, somebody said, is he a junior? He looks about 25. Well, he is. He's surfing in green. Shohei Kato had a pretty good outing in the men's round.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Made it through to quarterfinals.
And Made Ariana, slick, goofy footer, who could be at the top of the junior rankings. He had second placing down there in the Cruy Pro Junior. So we got the winner of the Cruy Pro Junior in red in this heat, and the second place Pro Junior coming up in red in the next heat.
Right. さあ残り時間2分になるところで、現在日本人2名の選手が3位、4位となっています。白井翔選手必要なスコア 6.54、 鈴木一歩選手必要なスコア 7.61、 どちらもしっかりとしたスコアが必要になってきます。次のセットをしっかり待ってこちらいいライディングをしていきたいところです。
Alright, paddling with intent. Priority sits with Red Bronson.
So 90
seconds. Everyone will be eager to ride one more wave. Bronson doesn't really need one, so he doesn't even look at this thing. He throws it and hands it down to Julius Wow, who is locked into second spot. If he can better a 5.23, he'll come in with plenty of confidence. He's done some really strong rail work and ridden one of the best tubes of the heat. So he's no slouch. He's very good out here. He's really showing some local knowledge. He's just... But does one of the Japanese get a wave they need as well? They're both in the hunt. Mid-6s and mid-7s is what they need, but there's no waves.
Wow, 1 minute remaining and we don't see any lines.
Jellies is scoring just a 3.77. So here's his last effort again, everybody. So no tube, not a big wave, but still strong rail work here.
Well, this is a beautiful carving under the rib. That's great surfing.
In quite windy conditions now, that offshore's picked up a handful of knots. And there's a lot of rumbling going out the back.
seconds remaining. 鈴木一歩選手、必要なスコアが 7.61。さあ何をしてくるか。ボトムターンから大きなリッピングをしてきた。さあ次もしっかりとメイクしていきたいところ。さあここもメイクしてくる。ここで3ターン目はカットバックになった。さあ素晴らしい大きなリップを2発入れてきた。必要なスコアが 7.61。果たしてどう評価されるのか。It was a well served from Surfer Blue.
It was.
Really great, solid 2 turns.
Needs a 7.51. I'd like to see it front on. It can be a little tough. Drone footage. Looks like they're turning in the pocket. It definitely looked like he was turning in the pocket, but needing a 7.51. He's going to need some favours from the judges. He doesn't get it. A 6.37. So the results remain that Bronson Matey wins. Julius Wow second, the local fella, and Team Japan third and fourth. So I might go down and have a chat with Bronson, and we'll bring in our next announcers for Heat 5 of the Pro Junior Men's.
Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magical awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted skiers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
All right, we are back. Good evening, everyone who is watching. We are running the Pro Junior Men's in the water. As that last heat, our boy from Lakey Peak, Bronson Matey, took that out and came out with the local boy, Julius Wow. And welcome back, Jada.
Hey, what's up, Boning?
So, who we got out here?
In the heat right now, in the red, we have Mare Ariana, also known as Pajar. We have Shohei Kato in the blue. In white, Noah Arkfield. And in green, Rafael Castro. So, super international field right now. We have Indonesia, Japan, Philippines, and USA.
Yes, international field. Who are you going for? Japan, Indo, Philippines, or USA?
Going for everyone.
Everybody. We love everyone. It's a matter of who lucky, the lucky one with the waves, right?
Yeah.
Agree?
I mean, at this point, every surf's good, you know?
Right? Yep.
We've all been here. They've all watched the contest throughout the week. So it's all about who is in rhythm and who gets barreled.
Yeah, look at these sets coming. I'm psyching. How's the weather? Looks nice and cozy. Nice and cool. Not as hot as yesterday.
I mean, we definitely had a moment today where it was pretty hot. But
yeah.
that storm did come by, so it's overcast and hearing a bit of rumbling out the back. It might rain, but maybe not.
I actually went for a quick surf during that break when it's hot.
Oh, how was it?
It's pretty hot, but I duck dived a lot of time. Here we go. There is paddling. This is Rafael Castro. This is, you know this guy, right?
Yep, this is Rafa Castro. Just came back from the Mentwise, and I would be.
Oh! What hell is that? He disappeared. That was a big, massive, long barrel.
I was just about to say I would be surprised if he made it out of that, and he just shut me up in my sentence.
Rafael Castro represent USA. Joined this event, as I see on the back. That looks like Sahoi Kato from Japan came out of that one. Looks like everyone is getting pretty pitted, like what you said. Get big barreled.
Wow. Wow. Rafa Castro, as I was saying, just came back from the Mentwise, so he's been getting his practice there incredibly well done. You know, I would even give that a 10.
Yeah. Why not? Let me try this. Here we go, the replay. Ta-da. He's deep. He's deep right here. Wow. Yep. 10 for sure, but let's see how critical judges with the exit.
All right, so that was Shohei Kato getting his fair share of tube time as well. Waiting for some scores to come through.
All right.
We're going to go down to Mark.
All right, we're going to go down with Mark Cliff with our last winner, Bronson Mady. Go ahead, Mark.
All right, Bronson, winning your first heat here after a big win down there in Kui. That's got to feel nice.
Yeah, it feels really good. First heat out of the way, waves are pumping, offshore is so sick.
That's so sick. We just saw someone potentially get a 10, Rafael Castro. The heat prior to yours was also a rippingly hard heat. The juniors ain't easy here, buddy.
Yeah, it's not that easy, especially when the waves are this good. Everybody can just do what they do, and it's like all on the same level pretty much. So it's gonna be a fun couple of heats, and hopefully can go make it all the way again.
All right. Well, listen. There is one spot in the junior of the Asian region to go to the world titles. How badly do you want it to be you?
Yeah, for sure. I want it to be me because I've never done that before, and especially right now trying to make it the rankings and a lot more challenge now. So it's gonna be fun trying to make it there, and hopefully I can do it and then be in the championship this year, next year.
Well, I reckon you can as well, mate. So I'm just going to hand that over for a bit of an energy bar for this afternoon. Heat one out of the way, but there's a long way to go in the juniors. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Well, thank you, Mark. What a great interview by Bronson Mady. We advanced into the next round. Great surfing for a young star there, as doing really couple hits on the main event as well. And here's a replay of our man in green again, staying busy, as his first wave was a 9.57, and he's the backup here, staying busy. What a smart way to do it. Oh, that turn was sick. He really just throw the tail, throw a spray.
So 17.5, and Rafael Castro has everyone in combo. A 9.57 and a 6.77 to his name. Shohei Kato's last one came in at a 6-point ride. Made Ariana, also known as Pajar, our boy from Serangan, a 1.13. Noah Arkfield yet to open up his account in the round 32. Ganapathy, and I can't read the second name.
It's Ganapathy Rame.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, fun waves. The tide is dropping Sinjata, so it'll be some nice barrels that Rafael Castro already managed to give himself a 9.57. So Maria Ariana though in third place, looking at 4.88. I want to see his nice backside surfing from him today. But Noah, growing up in Cloud 9, this wave similar like home. Here we go as we speak. Noah is onto the barrel. This one. This guy grew up in the hollow tube wave in Cloud 9, Philippines. Good fight back.
Wow, so it has officially turned into a barrel fest.
Yep.
3 surfers already getting their fair share. Now it's up to Pajar to join the team. But currently it is Rafa Castro comfortably in the lead. And speaking of, here he is again. Pulling in, getting some tube time and makes it out. So he is on fire. This is a replay of Noah Arkfield's last one. Pretty deep, spent quite a lot of time behind the curtain. Besides, that was enough. This is Rafael Castro's last one. So scores still to come through for surfers in green and white. It is Pajar patiently waiting out the back with priority. It has only a 1.13 to his name. We will finish today, and I'm pretty sure that tomorrow we'll finish off the Pro Juniors. We have the 2 semifinals of the women. We'll be doing the quarterfinals of the Pro Junior men, and on to semis and finals. It's going to be a pretty decent score. Yep, so first, now Noah in second, looking for 9.48. Shohei Kato with a 6. He's a 0.88. Wants to back that one up quickly. And Pajar still to open up his account here. This is heat 5. We will be going up to heat 8 today before finishing off tomorrow.
Yeah, so right now there's 13 minutes to go. We have Rafael Castro in 4th priority, but our surfer in red, he will take off certainly. I'm excited to see what our backside surfer Fajar, knowing he's surfing that right hander in Sarangan. Here we go, up and riding into the barrel. Yeah. That was the highlight today.
And even more impressive, he was sick the whole time.
Yep, he's sick, not feeling well. I actually drove him to his accommodation around here. He's staying in such a sick pad, like by himself, not having that. Oh, is someone's paddling here? Rafael is staying busy. Why not? Why have a chance to surf just with 3 other guys, catching a couple wave. Oh, that board looking sick under his feet. I don't know what board that is, but looking sharp. Good for barrels, also good for turn.
Yep, so Rafa with 4th priority, just keeping busy. He's pretty comfortably in the lead, but, you know, Pajar just needs to back up that 8. Shohei Kato now and Noah Arkfield in the hot seat need to back up their scores. So this is the last one of Rafael Castro. I don't think he'll go in his top 2, but he's just out there trying to enjoy his time, it looks like. Making sure, you know, there's no one out, just 3 other guys, so he's just keeping a little bit busy.
Sometimes you're just like, can I join? Catch some waves? I can be the 5th priority. The whole event. No, thank you, Oni. All right, so Shohei Kato, he really knows there is gonna be a wave coming soon. Sitting in that first priority. Wow. It's kind of scary, like you don't know what to do at the start of the heat, either to just stay busy or just wait. It's one of those games that you need to decide for yourself. And knowing when you have calm and clear mindset, you just gotta be able to back it up. And then you look at Rafael Castro just like staking everything and stoke it all the time and getting pitted and just got a 9.57. You know, Mother Nature's replied. Here we go. There is next heat getting ready. We have Riki Sato in red, Raimu Yamamoto from Japan in blue, in Madenesa, one way from Kuta Beach, halfway, and Kanapathi. Let's say just that for now, in green. Where's Kanapathi from? We don't know. In here, like LKA. Oh, maybe Sri Lanka, maybe.
All right, 4 minutes, 20 seconds. We are reaching the critical moments of this heat. Will Shohei Kato and Noah Arkfield back up their scores, or will Pajar get rid of that 1-3? I don't know. Right now, Noah Arkfield and Shohei Kato do not need big scores to move into an advancing position, but it's not looking like there's too much movement out there right now. It's still Rafa Castro comfortably in the lead. 9.57 and 6.77 to his name. Pajar in second with an 8, but Noah Arkfield and Shohei Kato pretty close behind. Just 3.5 left. We will be finishing off this round of 32 today. Plenty of action left.
It's a big score, total score for this heat compared to our last heat. 16.34. And Made Fajar sitting in that second place with an 8-point ride. Fajar is thinking about holding the second priority and regain priority, or just staying, just quickly get a backup, because pretty sketchy situation right now. Because Noah also got a nice score up the back there, 6.87. It'll be interesting last minute. If there's no set coming, they're all gonna scratch on a small wave. Include Fajar.
Yep, so let's see what happens here. Just about to reach a 2-minute mark. Fajar not needing a big score to back up. Yeah, already has the second biggest score of the heat. Needs to just get rid of that 1-1-3.
Yeah.
Could be in a little bit of a dangerous situation.
Yep. Very dangerous. You don't want to fall, and you need to get at least decent 4 or 5 at least, because everyone will get a wave after this. Looks like the Mother Nature is actually not any movement. There's no movement. 1 minute 30 seconds to go. Why?
All right, about to reach the 1-minute mark, and it's looking pretty tight for second, third, and fourth. None of the three surfer has really backed up their score, so here we have Shohei Kato now pulling in on this one. Will he be able to make it out? And he was pretty close.
Yeah, if you're not in a big set, definitely not worth waiting.
only looking for 314, so
Yeah.
was that a little bit of a mistake? Should he just gone to the turns with
Yeah.
only a minute left?
Yeah, you're right, Giada. Could be working, but the wave really fast though, that one. So I don't know how many turn can you go. As you can see now, 35 second. Who's on that one? No one. Okay, Fajar just got sold into this wave. He better not fall. Nothing yet. No turn. Ah, nice. Already got a good backup here for Fajar. He's happy with that one. And now at the back, will Noah answer back with a good score? Oh! That's it. There you go. Oh, Castro at the back. He's like, I don't need this score, but I'll get it anyway.
Thanks,
wow.
boys. So
What a
Castro
great surfing.
shutting the door for first place, and it's looking like it will be Rafael Castro and Pajar taking that first and second. We're gonna go to a quick break before coming back for live action.
Live from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
Alright, we're back live for the Pro Junior. That was a heat number 5. Just then, Rafael Castro just made it through with our Indonesian Imade Ariana. And now in the water right now with me, Mr. Dai Wako. Good afternoon, Dai.
Good afternoon, Oni. So here is Made Nessa up and riding, but it was a little bit too fast. Did I say wrong?
No, it's all good. Here we go.
So this is 山本大山選手チームの中に入ってきますが、これは早かった。
Yeah, we call it Made, not made. But it's okay, everybody
Made.
get the same.
Made Nessa-san.
Yeah, Made Nessa. Yeah, that's correct. And it's good hit, this one. I'm not too sure.
So we have Sato Ricky in red, Raimi Yamamoto in blue, Made Nessa in white. And Ricky Sato is up and riding in the barrel, comes out of it and just kick out. It was a quick in and out from Ricky Sato. So we have Kanapathy, Ramesh, Hala in green.
Yeah. So selamat sore. Dimana mungkin sekarang ada putih Made Nessa asal dari Kuta Beach, halfway. Shout out to the boys in Kuta Beach halfway right now sedang menonton Made, dimana waktu hanya 22 menit lagi di air. And yeah, how's it been, Dai? Any highlights today?
Well, probably final of the men's. It's gonna be highlights. I really love watching Josh just surfing in the final of the highest QS 5000.
Yeah,
that's amazing. Like I was watching his surf clip when I was young. So
Yeah.
it's just great to see
Yeah.
like a real action in front of my eyes.
Yeah.
So that was a
He
great
still
moment
has
for
it,
me.
huh?
Yeah.
He still have it. He
Right.
got the skills still.
Yeah, sure. Great, the tube techniques.
Yeah.
Great turn. Really loved the club sandwich he
Yeah.
did the other day. So yeah, it was great watch the final.
Yeah. Yeah, that probably the same highlights. I was actually sitting here with Billy and Mark Cliff, and that was so cool. We just non-stop action, talking about twin fins, and yeah, I saw how cool that he's riding Twinny.
Yeah, that's
there.
right. I can't believe that was a twinny he was
Mm.
riding.
He's introducing some creativity in this new surfing generation.
Right.
Bring back the old school way, and I think that's cool.
Doesn't have to be 3 fins.
Yeah.
You don't need a center fin now.
Yep. And meanwhile, we're gonna go down with Mrs. Giada with our last hit winner, Rafael Castro. Go ahead, Giada.
I'm here with Rafa Castro. Wow, you got a 957 in your first wave, practically. I wrote you off. I was like, oh, it would be pretty surprising if he makes it out, and there you came out. So how was it?
Yeah, I'm glad I took like a little thicker board out because of that, and I paddled in early and I was on it, and I did the first pump, and it was just foam ball after. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm floating the foam ball. I keep going, and I wrote me off too. And I was like, no, hold it. And I held it. I was like, yeah, stoked. Finally got like a good one in the contest, and stoked, yeah.
All right, speaking about boards, we were just saying how good they look under your feet. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, thank you. This Arakawa RP, and it's like step up 6'2", so it's good, just really knifey, and yeah, man, it's fun. Boards are the best for good surf, so I like having more foam. Foam is friend, so yeah, psyche.
All right, so we will be seeing you in your next heat. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family watching?
Yeah, stay tuned, and yeah, thanks for the good vibes, everyone, and we're on. Nias, so sick. Thank you, everyone.
All right, here's your bang bang. Congratulations. And back to you guys in the booth.
All right, nice. Stoke looks super happy and good energy. Good
Yeah.
job, Rafael Castro.
Who wouldn't be happy with the 9s and 8s in the heat?
I know, but he was always been happy even
right.
before the heat too. These guys always get that energy. He put it out there, and having that heat win is really great to see.
Always smiling.
Yeah.
Great vibe. Great guy.
And he's a junior. What a bright career ahead of him. He's already have that talent. Get to surf a couple of heat here in the open. So stoked to see so many good surfers around the world here right now.
So
And
yeah.
some of the people are growing up in this gnarly beach break, heavy slab, or just working, training really hard to surf on you grow up in Japan, all these gyms like surfing on a wetsuit, and you come out in Indonesia, you don't have to worry about that, and how much lighter you feel and how much free you feel. I grew up in Australia. I feel the same freedom, but as we speak right now, we have a surfer in white. He's doing nice vertical
Wow.
snap here. Whoa, how's that? Whitewash just push him off. He's that small, but the timing of this man can throw a lot of spray.
Wow,
That's a small
yeah.
wave.
His surfing is really sharp and fast. I really love the first down though. I really went vertical, fast, threw a lot of sprays. So here's a replay of lots of white racing down the line, trying to go vertical. It was great turn and a little bit of wobble. Nice recovery right there, and try to put some more turns in, but just series of S turns and kicks out. So pretty much first turn was solid.
Yep.
After that, probably a couple of S turns. So it's
And
not
the
gonna be
score.
huge score. So it comes in 3.10. Here is surfing green. Hayla up and riding, but it was just in the barrel too fast. This is 山本ライム選手です。2本目のライディング、ここはしっかり決めていきたいが、少しトップに上がるのが遅かったか。So Raimu Yamamoto is
only 16, 17 years old, and he's
Yeah,
a big
16.
Yeah, he's a big guy, and
Yeah.
he's from Shizuoka, Izu area. So he used to be surfing a lot with Masatoshi Ono.
Yep.
He's well known, like one of the best probably surfer in Japan, legendary surfer, Masatoshi Ono. So he's got a little bit of his style as well.
Yeah, it must be good, feel good and confident when you surrounded with some legend like Masatoshi Ono, and he's been coaching a lot of the up and coming generation on the Olympic team. Ono.
So you've seen him probably in the World Games and that?
Yep,
probably?
I did. Yeah. And even on the Challenger when I was in U.S. Open for the Huntington Beach.
Right.
He was there hanging out with a couple Japanese team. And he's telling me, I am here not to tell the athlete what to do, but just be there for them to make them feel comfortable because they're already a good surfer. So I love what he said about that, because sometimes coach can be really complicated, over complicated things that they don't need to be complicated.
Too much details.
Exactly.
Before the heat.
Exactly.
You wanna be clear in your head before your heat, but
trust yourself, back yourself up, and that's what Ono is making all the Japanese team, and that is our surfer in blue asking for the situation. There is not much to scores yet. Or maybe he's asking for the time. There's 15 minutes to go. Not many big score in this heat, and compared to that last heat, and I'm sure there will be some big sets coming soon though, Dai.
Yeah, in the last heat there was a couple of big bombs.
Yeah.
There's a big green barrel still out there. I was kind of surprised Shohei Kato got knocked in the last heat. Here is Raimu Yamamoto having a look at it, but probably it was a little bit of mistake from Raimu Yamamoto. He's gonna lose third priority after the paddle.
I know the guy in green in Kanapathi is from Sri Lanka. Here we go, up and riding. He's one and only surfer from Sri Lanka is coming here representing. Nice first turn. That's much better. How clean. Look, another turn again. Wow.
Nice.
Really great surfing for surfing green. And yeah, he's a cool guy. I've been talking to him. I think he's around 18 years old. And yeah, just talking about how crowded is the free surf in. Yeah, great person, as you can see. Peacock behind here, white. Yeah, how cool is that? One and only surfer from Sri Lanka in this event.
Must be so hard traveling around, from Sri Lanka to Indonesia, but still worth, coming here, experience. And this is 山本ライム選手。ここはしっかりとメイクしていきたい。綺麗なサーフィン、綺麗なカービングを入れてきます。さあ3発目も綺麗に入れてきた。この選手、体は大きいですが、まだ16歳。素晴らしいライディングです。That's really stylish and solid surfing from Raimu Yamamoto. So we are still waiting for the last of green and last of blue. So this is the last of green. I really love this turn. Throw a lot of sprays, and this is another one that I liked. It's really hard to climb up the white water here, but he managed to put 2 turns in. And this is a replay of Raimu Yamamoto. Nice off the top, and this is a money turn. Great carve. Great ray rock from Raimu Yamamoto. So the last of blue comes in 5.5. The last of green comes in 3.5. So we are just hitting the 12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and we have a few situations. Raimu Yamamoto is now in the lead with 5.5 and 1.2. So Ricky Sato is now sitting out there by himself, holding on to the first priority. He's already got 3.0. So he doesn't need a big score to go into the second, but probably he doesn't looking for the requirement.
just probably he's waiting for the right ones, the bigger sets.
Yeah. Ricky Sato with priority right now.
Right.
A 3-point ride for his opener. Looks like he's playing a smart game, being patient.
Yes.
And looks like there is a wave coming for him.
He's a really strong competitor as well. He was selected representative for Japan in World Junior Games last month. So he has, good tactics, and he is really strong competitor.
I think he broke his board this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I woke up and I saw this guy come out of the dark. It's too early. I think he woke up at 4 o'clock, went for a quick surf. And
Iwami Tenshi snapped his board this morning again.
Yeah, a lot of people snapped their boards. It's a small day.
Tenshi has only one short board left.
Yeah.
So he said it's kind of sketchy, but gotta do it. Here is Ricky Sato, open riding. 佐藤力選手2本目のライディング。さあ何をしてくるか。ここは大きなターンを入れてくる。しっかりと際どいセクションに2ターン入れてきています。そして3ターン目は少しフラットになってしまいました。So that was well served from Ricky Sato. He was sitting with first priority for quite a long time.
Yeah.
Probably well worth waiting.
Oh, this is a nice chip riding, but just got pinched. And he is the replay for our surfer in red, Ricky Sato. Looks like a really nice stylish surfer. Nice first turn into another one. Throws a lot of spray and rides out perfectly. And just through this wave here, he kicks out with that confidence. There's go a 4.73 last wave of our surfer in red.
佐藤力選手2本目のライディングで 4.73 をスコアし、現在第1位のポジション。第2位には山本ライム選手。山本ライム選手は3本目のライディングで 5.50 をマークしています。こちらの3本目のライディングと佐藤選手の2本目のライディング、両者ともに2つのターンを入れてきましたが、ここで少し点数の差が、開きました。山本ライム選手に必要なスコアが 2.2723。現在1位、2位に日本人が、リードしています。残り時間9分15秒。
Well, there he goes. 9 minutes to go. Ricky is in front. Ricky Sato. But our surfer in blue, Raimu Yamamoto, is answering back here, looking to go back in first place again. Using his priority, just required 2.23. Smaller wave, I think that is already. Let's see the wave. Small, kind of bit wobbly at the couple of first turn, but second turn was nice.
Right, it's not gonna be huge score because it's small wave and just there's a little bit of wobbling in between the turns, but still requirement was only 2.23, so probably he'll get that one, but still he should probably go out there and waiting for the bigger ones and probably put same turns and he'll get better score. So last wave of blue comes in 3.20. Now he's in the lead. So we have two Japanese surfers up front. In third place, Hayla needing 4.24, and Madanesa has first priority and looking for 4.64.
Here we go. Let's paddle for our surfer in white, di mana di belakang ada putih. Dari Kuta Beach, terlalu keras pukulannya. Di mana sekarang posisi pertama ada merah.
佐藤力選手、ここで3本目のライディングテイクオフ。いい波になってくる。ここは少しイレギュラーな波の崩れ方をしたところに合わせていけなかった。Well, it seems like every surfer is in a smaller size waves.
Yeah. I think there's some sets coming soon though. Look at this one.
Well,
wow.
Out of position. So unfortunately for everyone, nobody on the bomb.
Yeah, sometimes that waiting, if it's another 1 minute, you need to wait. As you can see, our surfer in green from all the way from Sri Lanka is on the biggest set. What is gonna do? Nice first turn. That was a big turn. Can he ride it out? Yes, he does. Another one. He throws a lot of spray though, but the wave's kind of fed up in here.
Right.
Just to miss that few second of that timing on his bottom turn. Kind of take off pretty late, and the wave just runs off. A tricky way to surf, but what a great surfing by Kanapathi.
Wow, that was really great wave from Kanapathi Hela.
I think his nickname may be Kana.
Kana.
Kana or Ramen.
So
Ramen.
here's a reply of last of green. So took off a little bit too deep, probably, but he managed to come around a section and put this big turn. That's gonna be a big score. So the last wave for green comes in 3.83, not enough, but slightly he better the best score. So now need 3.91 to go into the second.
Well, there is time for green, but 3.91. Will there be some set coming? Maybe not, because the sets just came through past. No. 5 minute. Madenesa really kind of trying to figure out the rhythm out there.
Right.
He can't get his rhythm right. He's at 0.83. He's back up. He served good, but just pushing it too hard. And we have priority is with blue right now. Second priority with red. And sooner or later we'll see green will take it. Maybe, we don't know.
Even it got a little bit smaller than yesterday and maybe smaller than this morning, but still, there's some sets are coming into the lineup within the 25 minutes heat.
Yeah.
So probably you wanna, get at least one of those sets to get a decent score.
A little bit of a foam ball proved a bit too much for young Jaden, but I'm loving how much of a go he's having here at 12 years of age.
Right, like how he's doing is right, I think.
Yeah.
He pull into the barrel. That's exactly what judges are looking for. So he's doing great, and he just needs a little bit more experiences, I would say.
Yep, and growing up at the
Right.
Kandui Resort, I'm sure he's had plenty of time surfing the lesser name spots around there, and then when it lights up and you get rifles going on, one of the best waves in the Mentawais, best rights, and arguably one of the best lefts on the other edge of his island. So you can see why he's not intimidated in this size surf. His dad will be down there probably in the Hashem family surf camp viewing this, listening to the broadcast. Number is in, it's only a 1.5. Kenzo's a throwaway 1.7. So look, apart from the 8.73, no one's really done much.
Not much, right. So
Pretty wide open.
Probably they are all in a smaller size waves. Probably only Kenzo's first wave was actually bomb.
And his last one was a bomb.
Yeah.
So he's had the two best waves, I reckon. But he hasn't fully capitalised. That last 1.7 could have been another
8 or 9,
Yeah,
right.
it was a sick wave.
So now Hiroto Omori has first priority. So hopefully he's gonna just wait for that bomb to pour into the barrel.
Well, Maury, the goofy footer, he's got a good top turn.
Right.
The judges are throwing, I think, a 3.8 at his last wave, which was what we're calling a bit of barrel dodging, being a bit harsh, sorry there, Maury. But his backhand top turn is really strong.
Strong, yes.
It's a low-scoring heat rolling out here. He's got 2 Groms right behind him, so he'll still be feeling quite comfortable that he can take these Groms down, 2.5 minutes. He's got first priority, and he needs to just burn off a 3.67 or a 6.61 would see him win.
Right. But Brian Okano has a second, highest score in this heat. So it's probably
Yeah,
do
true.
the same thing. He's
Yep.
gonna get requirement of 3.43. So
Yep.
a little bit of pressure to
Even
Hirota Mori.
Jaden could still get
Right.
through here. So he
But
goes
here
the goofy
is
footer.
森ひろと選手、3本目のライディング、
Uh-oh.
これは
Big
ミ
error.
ステイクか、少
With
し深
2
かっ
minutes
た。
to go.
That was a big
And
mistake.
top priority.
Right.
He's left the door wide open for young Jaden. Come on down, little guy.
To the barrel.
Pump, pump, pump. Ah! Why did that wave race off way too fast? Jaden Wilcoxon's got the right brain set. The execution not quite matching what his brain's telling him.
Right. Little bit of wow, it was a big mistake from Hirota Mori. He just let the
Okano now.
door really wide open for Ren Okano.
Yep.
He's now sitting with second priority, only needing 3.43. So, but time is ticking. 19 seconds remaining.
Even
Wow.
the young fella Jaden's going to get back out there.
Right.
All right, 1:15 on the clock. Low to mid-range numbers needed for both red and white. Maury not in the picture.
Fourth priority, probably scratching those, the inside ones. But it's gonna be so hard to, better the 3.67 on the smaller waves.
I'm really sure Kenzo will want to get rid of a 1.7. It's not great momentum going forward. The 8.73 brilliant. The 1.7 kind of a throwaway. Dodgy number you don't want in your scoreline. He's had the two best waves that have come through. He's still leading, but he's left a little bit in the tank with just that 1.7. Young Jaden, little mini wave here. It's still going to be head high on him if he gets it.
So now he probably loses his priority. So now Hiroto is sitting with third priority. Here is Okano Ren 選手、重要な波になってくる逆転に必要なスコア 3.43。これは小さい波だがしっかりと389なのを入れてきました。コンビネーションで技を変えてくる。
Keep going, young Ren.
Well, he's only looking for 3.43.
He's done some pretty tight moves.
Managed to put a couple times and
got an
bonus.
inside track. Judges might have already put the pen away. That inside bit doesn't add up to much. It was a real C-grade wave with some pretty quality surfing. So what did he need again?
3.43.
All right. So what we might do, I don't know. Do we stay with him here and follow him in and get the number?
Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle, with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.
All right, we're back. This is the last heat of the day. I'm still looking at Red's column from the last heat. So this clock has not started for heat 8. He needs a 3.43, ladies and gentlemen. The judges are taking a long time with this one because he did really good surfing on a pretty C-grade wave, Billy. He needs a low number, mate. I don't know, did you see it?
No, I wasn't watching. You couldn't actually see it from around the corner. So the 3.43.
Yeah,
it is going to be close. So the judges were awarding a 1 or a 2. They'd probably just whack it straight in. So it's got to be around that 3.43 mark.
Oh, indeed it is. First numbers looking positive.
Wow.
Ren, hold on. Tight, sharp snaps on one of the smaller waves ridden today, but there was probably 3 or 4 of them. The second number's looking positive. A couple under, a couple over. Bill, it's a 3.57. He's in. Ren Okano on the buzzer. with probably one of the C greatest waves ridden today, gets the number he needs. So congratulations, it's all official. Kenzo Kato wins ahead of Ren Okana. Well
Never
done,
give
young
up,
Grom.
Mark. Never give up.
Well done, young Mini Grom. All right, next heat, Billy, final heat of the day. Who we got?
Western Hurst from Indonesia in the red. Rahaya Ono from Japan. Ifran Seapu from Indonesia. And Kahia Ishkishi. Isiki?
Well,
Isiki.
Because it was
What
such
do you reckon?
Because it was such a mouthful, that's why I threw it to you. It was nice to
From
watch you
Japan.
fumble around with it instead of me. All
Let's
right,
go with
it is who it is.
Kiaha.
It is who it is. Anyway, they're all set. They're all Groms. Weston is only 15. I don't know about the others. But a young 16-year-old just got through on the buzzer. So Ren Okano will be super pumped. I could hear Mumsy and Co down there on the shoreline
Yeah, they loved it.
losing it when the score came in. Well done, young man. Yeah. So,
Rightio. One more heat, mate. 24 minutes to run. And we are done and dusted.
I know, then we'll have 10 junior heats to come back tomorrow, but before we look too far ahead, I'm really interested in this heat. I know Western Hurst has had a first and a third on the junior series, mate.
Uh-huh.
Bronson's won one of these things. Young Fajar's doing pretty well. The reason I mention all this is there's one spot up for grabs in the World Junior titles for the winner on the Pro Junior side of life. But let's acknowledge Kenzo Kato down there with Dai Wacko. Go for it, Dai.
ラウンドオブ32ヒート7見事に1位通過しました。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
しっかりチーム抜けてきましたね。
いやー、気持ちかったです。
12分間約ヒートの半分待っていたんですけど、緊張してなかったんですか？
いや、1本目でエクセレントスコア出せたので、もう1本まあ我慢して待って絶対来るっていうのを信じて待ってました。
お兄ちゃんの加藤翔平選手からはアドバイスがあったって聞いたんですが、どんなアドバイスだったんですか？
そうですね、試合始まった時にちょっとセットっぽいの来たんですけど、それよりももっと大きいの来るよねっていう話をして、でもっとでかいのあるよって言われたから、それを狙って待ちました。
その作戦通り素晴らしいライディングを披露してくれました。So in the heat, his brother Shohei Kato was giving his brother a little advice that there's gonna be big set coming in this heat for sure. So you gotta wait out the back, don't sit inside. And he took that advice and he got that 8, and now he's moving to next round. では見ている方に一言お願いします。
応援してくれてありがとうございます。次は今回バックアップが1点台って低かったんで、次は2本目もバックアップもいいスコア揃えて、みんなに心配させないように勝てるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
素晴らしいライディングでした。次も頑張ってください。1位ということでお約束のベンベンです。おめでとうございました。Alright, back to you guys.
Thanks, Dai, and well done, Kenzo. How's his mates heckling him the whole time in the background, Bill?
Geez, Team Japan's come out of the shell, haven't they, in the last couple of years?
They like to have fun too, mate. You can't take it all too serious. We're surfers after all. We're in the business of fun. Now, dare I mention that dreaded R word, Bill?
Don't say it.
All right. But we're 1 minute away from it. No.
Or was it half an hour heat?
Oh, you're right.
Or was it 25-minute heat?
No, 25-minute heat.
Okay, good.
That's good. 4 grommets in the water. Surely someone catches a wave in a moment.
Yeah,
we don't get restarts with juniors.
It's a free surf. They get 10 waves each by now.
Generally. So, yep, it'll come if it gets to the 15-minute mark. I'm not going to mention the R word because we're not going to get one. Here we go, deep and on the inside. So Green will get the complete runner this way, but his mate fusses him out of it.
Wow.
Ifran Saipu out of the Mentawise build. He's on the pump. Here comes his first scoring manoeuvre right now.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Hit it, landed it. Strong rail out there. A point of difference, 2 different moves. Took a long time to get scoring, but something's better than nothing.
Yeah, that was good. I liked it. A lot of speed in his surfing, as you would expect most grommets. Just love going fast. And but I like the way he handled the speed in that free fall from the lip line. Riaha Ono now. Bit of a larger human and a bit of a more power in that turn.
Yep.
An aggressive bottom turn finds the vertical part of the wave, but the wave hits back. So no dice for Blue in the second turn. The first one was quite
really
impressive,
good.
however.
I liked it. I liked it. A lot of power and control. Westernhurst paddling for this wave. Is he too far out? No, he paddles like a demon with his big long levers. Here he goes now. Still hasn't scored.
Nose.
That's a 0-0 draw. Goes over the falls. So a little bit of a miscue there for Western. That'll be the lower number, you would imagine, so it comes straight in. He's green.
Yeah, this is our mate Keahi. He's looking all right. That is a bit of a mid-phase gouge. But the young fella dragging the backhand, I like that style.
Yep, some moves going on there for Kahia. Caddies, duties. I think there's way too many caddies out there, Bill. I reckon there's quite a few free surfers that have gone, I'm just going to go out and caddy.
Okay, you don't have
You
a
are not
surfboard.
at all. You are not at all. They're out there waiting for this heat to finish. Sure, they're glad there's no restart. The free surfers were bitterly disappointed after 3 restarts yesterday, mate. Cost them 30 minutes of their free surf.
Yeah, geez, they didn't mind getting out there, though. 20 minutes of light left. There was like 50 people in the lineup.
Straight away, directly, as soon as that heat finished. All right, we're owed 4 numbers. I don't think any of them are going to be that big, so it's kind of going to be back to the drawing board. The juniors, I've noticed, Bill, has been a really hard division. Some of those heats are just blowing me away that 4 young dudes of such quality could end up in the same heats. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a look through a heat I saw before where Iko Watanabe and Takai Kanazawa lost.
What?
And they're so good, those 2 Japanese. Made Joy had a blockbuster heat and included an 8.5, a 7.17, an 8.03 to win convincingly. Kevin Wow caught up at the end. There was a little moment there that cost Iko a spot, but that heat was unbelievably tough. We'll get back to some other highlights in a moment. Let's stay with Ifran.
Yeah, he is in the hole, mate. Gets out of the exit. That's good to see. Goes up high, digs a bit of a rail. That's a great looking turn for a young fella. Ifran from the Mets, absolutely on fire. Look at this kid go.
Loving it. Real confident approach. Here we go now. Westernhurst upside down, if you don't mind. 15 years of age. Blasting again. He's such a heavy unit. His old man Troy will be watching. Hope Uni's checking in as well. So g'day team. Your boys just teed off here. And we are going to see a couple of big numbers drop. I reckon the biggest for red. But white got barreled. 2 good numbers, I reckon, Bill.
Yep, 2 good numbers coming. You just saw the difference in turns between white and red. It's really obvious. Of course, one on his backhand, one on his forehand, but a lot of power in those turns from Westernhurst.
Yep. Insane attack. We had a little chat earlier about his strengths and weaknesses, and I said, dude, 2 blasts. If you can do that, your backhand is so strong. Believe. Not 1 and then a cutback, that's nothing. 2 big blasts. So let's have a look at these replays. And have a look just where he puts it. Boom. 12 o'clock, if you don't mind. And again, the section grew. That was a bigger section, Bill.
Look how much surfboard is above the lip line. Almost 3/3 of it.
So this will still be a good score, right? So that wasn't a bad tube. Could sort of see the nose of his board a little bit.
Yep.
Good turn there compared to Western's. Nowhere near it. That was pretty okay as well. I still think the judges are going to love the power mongering of Westernhurst.
Yeah, me too, mate.
It was undeniably A-grade surfing from Western. Really shook that wave as hard as he could and capitalised on every single opportunity. I reckon an excellent number for Western. Here we go, Blue.
Right, Iha looking for the tube, the double hand drag. He finds he's got to get on the pump now. He's going to get a clean exit with the spit. Stands tall, the robot claim. How do you like that?
I like the robot claim. I never heard that before, Bill. You can just painted it a new phrase.
It's that or the shopping bag hands.
All right. I like the robot. Inside grinder coming through. Young fella out the back. Green can't get it. Western turns. Why wouldn't you? He's got
interested.
Priority. He's got priority. Unreal.
Here he goes, the goofy footer. He is looking for a tube of his own. Drags his backside in the wall. Not too deep, but really good technique. He's going to go vertical again. A big gouge, if you don't mind. That wave's in a whole lot of trouble when Westernhurst puts his peepers on the lip.
Hang on. Kahia, right on cue. He's answering the challenge and staying in touch with this heat as well. So what an answer back. I think we're owed about 6 or 7 scores, Billy. Sick exchange, young fellas. No wave wasted that time, mate. That's what we want to see. More surfing, the better.
Oh, well done. We're on in the last heat of the day.
Yep.
14 and 40 seconds remaining.
Weston's got 2 big scores to drop. His old man will be stoked. His lost board that he's got under his feet with a bit of new technology is definitely working. So this was a point of difference. He gets a barrel, can see the front of his board, but then he's gone, righto, square it up, square it up.
Take a bit of that.
How's the power difference?
Yeah.
You know, the PSI in Western is unbelievably good.
Yeah, see the front of the board for Kayahi as well. A bit of a carve down, but yeah, the difference is quite obvious there.
Junior turns, man turns.
Yep. From a 15-year-old.
Yep. So his strength is his strength, Weston Hurst. I've known him for a long time, so the judges are loving those 2-turn combo. Let's write this down. A 7-3-3. So the judges are buying into Weston Hurst. 7-3-3. Last heat of the day. We'll go through some highlights if we get some downtime here, Bill. We've got a whole lot of numbers thrown all over our junior sheet. Still got another score to come for Western. We've got Kahia's last wave to come. We've also got a wave by Reha. Ifran's temporarily in the lead, but that won't last for long. 6-4-3 for young Ifran for his tube. All right, the leaderboard will change. It's definitely going to be Western with a strong lead once the second number drops. Tube with some power mongering out of the Indonesian Kiwi, Western Hurst.
Right, here's got some...
Born in Lakey Peak.
Nice. Right, here's got some decent scores about to drop, mate. A 7.50 for the Japanese surfer. Still waiting on the score from red and green.
So Western playing a good game here. He's just catching waves. He's a great surfer.
Well, why not?
Got the lineup with just 3 other dudes. Here he goes now. Bit too deep. Might pay the price. Might cop this thing on the head. Reha in position, Bill.
Yeah, I'm liking the look of this wave, and so is our surfer in blue. A little bit of a cover-up, more of a tube than a barrel.
Yeah.
And a nice long cutback. Bit out on the shoulder. I'm not sure that will have much of an influence come the end of this heat.
Might have to check in with Rajo Barrel to confirm whether it was a tube or a barrel. He knows what I'm talking about. Hope the boys down there in Lakey Town are watching, because Western is a big-time player out of the Lakey Peak area. Born and bred Sumbawan.
Yep.
So I'm pretty sure the team at Compass are probably cracking coconuts right now and tuning in. Iwan and Tima and the gang. Yasin.
Have a go at it, mate.
Pretty sick. This is blue. A lot of tube time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a replay of...
I think that was Varun. That was Varun.
Not sure what's going on there.
All right. This is our blue. So somehow Varun snuck into this heat. You can't keep the Tanjungs out of the highlight reel, mate. No. All right, so that was Reha. That was his last wave. So scores still coming for Western. We're still owed a number by Reha. All right, speaking of highlight, well, let's just wait for these scores to come in, and then we'll have a look at our highlights page for the juniors, because there's quite a few of them. Been a really impressive division, Bill. Look at that thing up top. I was having a chat to Anton before about that. It's a whole separate reef.
Oh, yeah, right.
It's a whole separate thing. That very top bit we're looking at now. And I asked him, I said, what's it like? Is it really shallow? He's gone, no.
No, it looks
nice.
It's
not as shallow as you think. The only time you come unstuck is if you finish a wave and get caught inside.
Right,
but he said it's not as deadly as the indicator. And let's face it, Anton would know. He doesn't mind tackling reefs and surfing monsters. We're talking about Antonius Daki. He's also our lifeguard on site here. Anton is a ripper. All right, a 6.10 drops in for Western, enough to go into the lead at this stage. There is one score for Reha that might bother him out of first, because it was pretty sick. He needs a 5.93. I think Reha might go to first.
Definitely in the ballpark.
Maybe not. First number.
Mid-4, mate. Hit 4.50.
10 minutes, gang. and it'll be the end of day 6. I hope you've enjoyed it. Apart from the obvious highlights of Winter Vincent, Alan McCaffrey, we're just going to have a little squiz through our sheets here. In Heat 1, Tenchi Iwami with a 7.93 and a 7.57 took down Dylan Wilcoxon, who still surfed a really good heat. I think Dylan got the 7.57 and Tenchi a 7.93, so well done Tenchi and Dylan. Heat 2, Made Mahendra Dera, he had a pretty good heat. I don't know what numbers there was involved in that, but he progressed along with his Bali mate in Philip Duke. Go the Duke. Heat 3, this was had a little bit of controversy attached to it, but some insane surfing across all 4 guys, Bill. Made Joy won that with an 8.50, 7.17 and an 8.03 in his bank account, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that was good.
And Iko Watanabe with a 7.7, lost. Made Joy also had an 8.5. Big heat out of Made right there. We saw that. We mentioned the 8.5. Kevin Wow got second. Well, congratulations to the Hashem family. Surf camp, Kevin through to the quarters. Bronson Matey just did Bronson things for an 8.67 and a win in Heat 4. Jalias Wow, local guy on the beach, progressed through as well with an 8.07, his highlight. Then we saw Rafael Castro, the guy that could get into any nightclub in the world. He's in the juniors. He looks like he's 30, but he's not.
I don't think he had sunscreen on, mate, because he spent that much time in the tube. He was looking for shade for the entire half hour.
Just about got a full beard and the rest of it. He got a 9.67, mate, and lives in Bali, so he's allowed into the event, into the Asian region.
Yep.
So that was confirmed, and that's what happened there. I'm not sure who got second there. Was it Made Ariana? Did you know?
Not sure. I was off that heat.
Okay, yep. All right. Somebody didn't write it down, sorry. Heat 6, making it through, was Made Nessa. No, Ricky Sato won that heat.
Yep.
All right, and I think it was Yamamoto who got second. So well done, Ricky Sato, through into the quarters. Our very last heat we just saw go down. Kato Kenzo had a bit of a laugh out there with Dai in the post-heat interview because he won and took young Ren Okano through with him. This heat, the big highlight, the 7.33 from Western. I loved it. So did the judges. We've also got a 7.50 by Rehar. We've also got a 6.43 by Ifran, so those 3 are well positioned.
Yep.
But it was finals day this morning, Bill, and it was a real feel-good story because 2 surfers that have never won here today. Alan McCaffrey got a second here a couple of years back. The big fella, Winter Vincent, said he's got a bunch of seconds on this year's QS events throughout Australia and a second in a 5,000 at Newcastle. So he'd never won at 5,000 level, but he has now.
He was happy.
He should have been.
And it was a surgical performance, I've got to say.
The
kept his cool, kept his game plan, and delivered when he had to.
The Avatar, as Oni was calling him. All right.
First priority sits with White. That is Ifran. He's not interested in this inside thing. He wants a big bomb to end the day off.
Rehar wants it.
Yeah.
Why not? He's trying to burn off a 4.5. He's in second. So no scoring just yet. Now he starts to bury some rail team. Boom, crunch, bit of an airdrop.
He's landed that thing.
Yep. So really high risk move. Doesn't net much else out of that. He kind of lost his cool, but here we go, Bill.
All right, Weston, it's a smaller wave. He's going to have to go big. He doesn't know any other way. Goes down on his second attempt. Weston Hurst back out there, back into the drawing board.
No, Weston's been a charger for a long time, mate. Trust me. Throughout the years he was living in Lakey, he would always surf it when it was pretty bossy with us guys, and he didn't shy when it was his turn to step up on a proper chunky 5 or 6 footer at the peak. Back to what he made the front cover of the Rip Curl Tide chart a few years ago, and a real big chunky Padang wave. And those tide charts, they last for a year, so it was really good publicity for young Weston.
Good profile booster.
Being a Rip Curl team rider. Got a bomb out at Padang one day, and James Hendy said, yep, there's our tide chart poster boy.
Awesome.
So well done, James, for doing that, and I'm sure his dad was pretty pumped because everybody that travels around Indo, mate's got one of them Rip Curl tide charts in their pocket.
Oh, they're the best. You don't have to turn your phone on and go through all the Google search for some
that's stupid.
Model. Just get it out of your pocket, have a look. There it is.
Nothing wrong with a hard copy, and they were the best. So well done, Team Rip Curl, backing your boy here, and he's really stepping up. 15. He's got 5 years left in this division.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's unbelievable to think that. But the surfing he's doing, he's a power monger of the highest order. He's a really polished tube rider, mate, and he's gutsy. So a lot of good things in Weston's corner. That's him in red. So I don't know much about the other guys realistically. That's why I'm sort of bleeding on so much about Weston. But Ifran,
We have seen a bit of Ifran this week, mate.
is out of the Ments.
Impressive, yep. And with the travelling with the big team.
So that's him in white.
Just a young fella. They're all about that. At the oldest, 12, 14, and then it goes down from there. So still a fledgling surfing region in the competition stakes, but here he goes now, right on cue. I love the way he took that high line. The turn just a bit too much for him on that occasion.
Yep, I think his eyes lit up a bit too much. He got a bit too excited. So if you're saying they're all, 14, 15-ish, they're going to love the chocolate bar, whoever wins it.
Oh, they can dig it, yeah. No, down from there. So
down from there, yeah, young crew.
Young cats.
Young pups. All right, so no input on a start time or a call time tomorrow, Bill. I imagine it. I'm going to check your phone and see, but it's generally the last couple of mornings for everybody online. We've been doing 6:15 calls for 6:30 starts.
Oy.
We only have 10 heats of juniors to roll out tomorrow, and I reckon that'll start with the quarterfinals of junior men's. We've got women's semis in the gates ready to go. Then we'll establish our men's semis, women's final, men's finals, how I see it. What's the plan, Bill?
Got it. Bonnie McLeod has let us know what is what for day 7. Believe it or not. It's a 6:30 a.m. call for a potential 6:45 start.
So we've got to sleep in.
We've got to
sleep extra 15 minutes.
15 minutes sleep in, yep, you better. Tentative schedule, men's pro junior quarterfinals, and then we'll go into the semis of the women's, semis of the men's,
final.
Women's pro junior final, men's pro junior final, and then a knockoff. A knockoff coconut.
All right, it's been a big campaign. Squeezed it into probably what you could call, by the time we finish tomorrow, it should be about half day, so 6.5 days to milk this swell. So Tom Chaminade, Ty Conigan and Bonnie McLeod have made the calls. We want to maximise this swell. This place is too good to not finish in really good barrelling waves.
Yep.
The whole event has just been spectacular. So the whip has been well and truly cracked this week, Bill. I've got such a comfortable bed down there at Barger Resort that I haven't paid enough homage to it because our schedule's been pretty full on.
Yeah.
All right, there's that thing in the background Anton was talking about. Meanwhile, live action, Bill, who's this?
Yeah, first priority, doesn't matter because blue's in the barrel and it's looking pretty tidy. There's only 2 minutes to go, mate, so he's got to make this count. Reha on the rebound, cannot handle it. So looking for that 5.93 to take the first position off red in Westernhurst. I don't think it's going to happen.
No, all right. Well, there was some stalling to stay in that pit, so he kind of manufactured it. But hutty, everybody.
Look at this.
Get to your phones right now. Get to your screens.
Last set of the
wherever
day.
you're watching. We've got 90 seconds to go on today's program, and there is a nugget of a set coming.
Come on, Rat Boy, bring it home.
All right. Well, he goes Kahia in the green. He's got a nugget.
Oh, yeah.
Get in the hole, young man. He's in. And he's out. Quick nose wipe. Into a cut back.
Spreads the wings.
Surely someone's on the way behind this as well, Bill. Let's have a look.
Well, Hursty's got priority, mate. I love to see it. He's dragging
There
the
he
backside. He's after Big Tube. He's stuck in there. He is deep. He's coming out. Woo! That's the way to end off day 6 of the Nias Pro. Westernhurst has the lead, and you think he might extend it after that good-looking backside barrel.
Well, I reckon his old man just about choked on his coconut then. On you, Troy. Your boys having a ripping heat here. So is Reha. So is Kahia with his last tube. What a way to finish. White splashes the water in disgust. And he's gone, Huey, what about me?
Happy, nah.
I like this.
Yep, me too. Really well manufactured tube. If he just plonked himself there and didn't do any work inside, he probably wouldn't have even got behind the curtain, but he's really be able to stall by putting that backside and the hip area into the face of the wave.
Green's
this is a
on it,
replay.
All right, so this is young Kahia Ishiki. We've kind of probably butchered his name, but he knows who he is, and he's doing some pretty good work. His surfing, though, is turns in comparison to Westernhurst. It's like I said, it's boy surfing against man surfing. But there's been a lot of tube time in this heat. The heat is now over and out, ladies and gentlemen. We might just stay with the result here because we're done for the day. The Vultures are in the house. These guys won't even get a wave in now, so I'm glad they made the most of their opportunity.
Right, there's Western's score is in, mate, a 6.50. In fact, did improve his scoreline, so 13.8 through the total. The rest is academic. It's Riha Ono and Westernhurst through to the quarterfinals, which you'll see tomorrow.
I'm going to shake your hand, Billy. That was a big finals day into junior action, everybody, and we'll come back and tidy up the juniors tomorrow. 10 heats remain in the Nias Pro, so thanks for tuning in.
Let's congratulate the winners, mate. Winter Vincent,
Ella McCaffrey. We love you guys. Well done. Thanks for winning, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Cheers, gang.
Yoo-hoo! Live from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave. Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave. Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, the Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave. Far from the bustling crowd, a special kind of magic awaits just offshore in Lagundri Bay. Home to a world-famous barreling wave, South Nias has attracted surfers from across the globe for generations. This year, The Nias Pro promises to be another exciting spectacle with the world's best up-and-coming surfers from Australia and Asia battling it out for QS glory on this legendary wave.